The idea for this course is, as I mentioned, in the first quarter we were together, is born from being with a lot of people who have suffered a unique kind of psychological and spiritual way. And it's a way that you don't read about much, and it seems to require a special love, patience, a very special kind of understanding to heal itself. It's a deeper kind of suffering than you read in a book of neurosis, and it requires a kind of helpfulness, whether that comes in friendship or psychotherapy, that's different from what you read about in most books of helping people. And so I wanted to talk about it and explore it for those people who struggle in their own understanding of why it's taking them years to work out of the ruts that they're in. For those people who try to care about someone like that find it their understanding strained by the extent of suffering and the numbers of times that people have to be loved and told again what the truth is. If you're not that kind of person, you may know someone like that this may help you understand. And even if neither of those is the case, the exploration of emotional slavery is interesting in itself, because it generates understandings of many other things than what it is at a personal level. What I spent most of my time talking about in the first quarter was the life of an emotional slave, and I touched from time to time on some aspects of healing, but really reserved most of those comments for this course. So tonight, what I will do for those people who were not with us the first time, and sort of for a kind of bringing us up to the setting of the problem, I'd like to go over some of the thoughts that were in our first quarter together. And I'll have to go over it quickly, and if you have any questions, maybe you can talk with someone who was here before, or get into me a little bit in the discussion after the break. The foundations of emotional slavery are to be found obviously in many things, but I talked in our first course isolating a couple, three of them, one of them being ignorance. We have not been very smart about children, and still aren't. And much more importantly, lots of people who've parented children haven't tried to be smart about children, so that it provides a setting in child rearing for people who are ignorant and needy and selfish, which I'll explore in a few minutes, for seeing children, what they are, in distorted and dramatically oversimplified ways. So the personhood of children is not understood. The uniqueness of a child is not understood. And importantly, for the concept of emotional slavery, the dignity of a child is not understood. And I understand dignity to be a word describing the deepest part of ourselves, a place beyond pride, beyond our superficial dealings with people, beyond our personas, really even beyond superficial layers of hurt. What we are when we are totally vulnerable, that combination of spirit and intelligence and temperament and feeling that each person uniquely is. And when fanned by self-love and passion, what we would sort of describe in movement as the spirit of a person. And ignorant people often don't understand very much, if at all, about that aspect of a child. Dignity. And I'm not talking about talking respect. I'm talking about feeling awe of another person's being. Another background for the development of emotional slavery is selfishness. And I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'm going to talk a lot about that in the winter quarter. But by selfishness, I understand an attitude of I want with no sense of the other person. A feeling of desire uninfluenced by empathy, where another person is in truth simply a vehicle for greed. And another factor in the development of emotional slavery being ageism, which is a kind of phenomena that we're just beginning to understand among all of the isms that are being challenged now. And by this I understand the generation, kind of generationally passed on idea that the feelings of older people are more important than the feelings of their children and younger persons. So that you can get people even acknowledging that children have feelings and have a concept of dignity, but in an ageist concept, that doesn't mean as much as my dignity and my feelings. And that is an attitude that can rationalize the rape of a child's dignity. So, children, generation after generation, are born to this kind of context. And it would be hard to overestimate how many emotional slaves there are in very extreme senses of that, because emotional slavery is mythologized in a Judeo-Christian culture as a strong person, a capable person. And most older emotional slaves are very proud of their ability to endure abuse, identify with it, find pleasure from it. It is their character, so that it's hard to see it unless you know them well and are sensitive about these kinds of issues. So it happens a lot. It's always happened. It does happen. And it will continue to happen. One way that you can understand the life of an emotional slave is that in reality they're never born. It is not that two persons in the context of wanting to give something to another person out of a bent for that, a gift for that, or that they've got some love left to give to another person after they love themselves, the one they're with, and their friends. Most children are not born from that kind of attitude. Rather, they are born from the countless children who never grow up, from people who are lost in terms of their identities, namely don't know who the hell they are, feel unloved and loveless, often embittered, desperate. And a child meets a variety of needs for that kind of person, but in the intensity of ignorance, selfishness, and neurosis, the child begins as a fantasy, and for most slave owners never is anything but that. In other words, the child is never a person. The connection to the parent is stronger than the traditional metaphor of I'm an extra arm or leg from my mother. The notion of extra implies too much separation. We are them. So that in an example I gave when I first talked about this, when you hear the parents of emotional slaves address their children, they don't talk to their children, the child who's a slave, like they talk to anybody else. To other people they say please, and to the child that's a slave they simply tell them to do it. Or worse, don't even tell them, simply expect it. Because after all, you know what they want of you because you are them. So it's a stronger bond even than identification. The condition of living of a child that is an emotional slave is that from the beginning their dignity is neglected. To have our feelings, ideas, whims, smiles, and enthusiasms not responded to can injure us as deeply as a cutting remark, as being laughed at, as being physically hit. And that's where many emotional slaves are born. When they brought their signs of beauty to the people in their lives, it wasn't seen. It was as if nothing happened. And in time, that teaches its lessons. Sometimes emotional slaves are actively abused, physically, emotionally, criticized, called names, maligned, treated badly, teased to death. And sometimes the nature of the abuse to dignity is beyond actions. It is a very condition of relationship. So that a child feels constantly violated, raped, if you will, emotionally, even if nothing is said or done, because the attitude of abuse is consistent. what living as abuse or being abused or neglected does to one in time is to destroy one's awareness of personal value as an experience. Children react to this defensively in many ways. Many withdraw, space out, dissociate, try to effect defenses which are ineffective against that kind of abuse, cruelty, taunting, sadism, so that there's nowhere to hide, so that the child feels consistently vulnerable in spite of whatever flagging attempts are made at self-defense, feels seen, learns an essential sense of shame and embarrassment. Beyond feeling embarrassed, children who are emotional slaves feel that they are shame. It's not that I'm a good person who occasionally feels embarrassed of myself. I am humiliation, shame, shyness, anxiety. I'm fucked. That's what I am. And whatever I do to defend myself, there is no place there's no closet that I can find or make for myself in my mind where I can hide my injured heart. It is always seen by those people who look to abuse me. And I know it, and they know it. Which simply deepens the rut and relationship of the abused person, invites abuse from all of those frustrated people who, as the child grow older, gradually drift into their lives, teachers, other children, the neighbors, the endless adults walking about, dying of frustration, and looking for someone to take it out on. And when they come across an emotional slave, even if they can't recognize it consciously, instinctual logic smells it out. And they sense instinctively the impulse to vomit some of that tension, let out some of that frustration and abuse they carry, because they sense on instinctual logic that they ain't going to get kicked back, that it will be a one-way street. And in general, we abuse the people that we ain't going to pay for it with. So emotional slaves tend to draw, as they grow up, escalating abuse, which further injures their hearts and spirits and dignity, develops an ever-growing sense of personal hurt that we'll comment a little bit about later in its full-blown state in a tired adult slave. School time is a wonderful experience for emotional slaves. They come to the tasks of being with other children and learning the things that will be expected of them without any sense of self, let alone a sense of self-value. So that all learning is based on anxiety, not pleasure, fear. And the only issue is, will I learn it so that I can be more competent, so that I can be a better slave? Sometimes that pattern is thinly disguised by the parents and teachers who cooperate in that with the cheap pleasures of achievement and pride. Parents of emotional slaves can express pride in their slaves. But pride, being such a thin emotion, holds no risk to build the kind of self-love that would lead the slave to revolt. So that sometimes children who are emotional slaves get gold stars and rewards and $10 an A from parents who violate their dignities consistently. And it's not inconsistent with the cruelty. So that the experience of learning is not as it is for children who have a sense of dignity, value, are appreciated by someone, and for whom the learning experience is a matter of meeting tasks with a manageable level of anxiety, which in optimal cases adds and helps the motivation. And when they learn, they can love themselves for it and are loved for it. They feel that much more competent and confident in themselves, which sets the scene for taking on more difficult tasks, and not with escalating anxiety, but the anxiety each time is met, assuaged, and dealt with by the mastery of task. So that learning is not consistently an overwhelming experience. Whereas for emotional slaves, all that happens, the more you learn, is that there's more and more that's expected of you, that you're taken for granted in, and you feel no differently about yourself than when you started learning, sometimes years before. So that your sense of self is non-existent or negative, and hundreds of things may be expected of you in terms of knowing and doing. And all of it you must meet with nothing. So that all that happens with escalating task is that you are all the more anxious with every passing year. And yet you can't show that anxiety because there is no love to meet it. And in fact, most slave owners punish the expressions of anxiety. Sometimes in seemingly positive and complimentary ways, like, oh, come on, you can do it, or who's kidding whom, or and sometimes in blatantly punitive ways. I don't want to hear about your fear. I suffered today. Slave owners tell incredible things to young children. So we got ever more fear and growing hurt. Now, the child growing up as an emotional slave begins to sense in here, the ingredients have been there all along, but begins to become aware unconsciously of the shape of their fate in living. And there's a lot of complicated material involved here, and I must talk about it very simply to convey the spirit of it, and you can pursue the complication of it on your own. And you can pursue the complication of it on your own. But the shape of the task is something like the following. The emotional slave is made to feel responsible for the pain or the healing of the pain unfulfillment and frustration of the slave-owning parent. And the best way to put it into words is something like this. This is the kind of parent that adds up in gesture, symbolically, all the disappointments, all the times their brother or sister got what they wanted, all the times they felt unloved, all the times that they were envious and jealous and wished they were somebody else. And for most selfish people, you speak of thousands of injuries to their feelings and frustrations. And it is as if the power, the energy of all those hurts and unfulfilled loves and fantasies is projected in a moment and from moment to moment on the child that is it in her or his mind. And that child becomes, in fantasy and in the power of unconscious imagery, the cause of all those hurts. And some of those parents will say, in the craziness of breaking a slavery relationship, "You are the one that did those things to me." And they often feel that about a child that stops giving them what they want or stops participating. It is as if you did all those things. So the child is seen as evil, as a torturer, as selfish. And those are often the words that are told to children that are ripped off and used by slave owner parents. You're the bad seed. You are a bad child. I knew it. I knew it before you were born. You just aren't like your brother. You hurt me from the beginning. Whatever. You are essentially selfish. You don't feel anybody but yourself. That kind of notion. Or they are seen as seemingly the opposite, as the Messiah. Namely, you are love. You are my lover. And for all of these hurts, I know that you are capable of canceling each one of them with your capacity for loving me, pleasing me, guessing what I want, and healing my wounded heart. I love you for what I sense you can do for me. And if you love me, somehow you will find a way to restore, to find the key to my heart, to restore my faith in life, to heal my depression, to give me a reason to live again. And through an action for an action, through a love for a hurt, and through the grand gestures that children do to try to heal these bottomless reservoirs of bitterness in a slave owner parent, through those gestures, somehow you'll make me smile again, or try again, or not want to die, which is all I want. So the child is a Jesus or evil, and so that whether the pressure is for love or the pressure is the indictment of selfishness and evil, which forces the child into doing everything And no matter what they do, they can never cancel that. So in other words, whether the demand is directly for the actions of love, or the actions of love are simply the child's attempt to deny their fundamental evil, the compulsive attempt to show the parents that they are not what they say they are, regardless of how the love comes. The child is condemned to an endless search to make the parent even with life again. The only problem is that slave owners aren't trying in their life. They're ripping off. They're using. They're coasting. They're parasites with power. So that even if you give them everything that they want when you're with them, other people in their lives don't. They deal with people every day that hate them, that don't care for them, because they're not worth caring about. They're dealing every day with people that perhaps they were once able to use and that now resent them. They live a loveless life, so that every day they accumulate new disappointments and hurts that become, when you wake up in the morning, an addition to yesterday's tasks, so that they can never be healed. And that's a part of the drama of emotional slavery that years down the road begins to sow the kind of desperation that we're going to talk about next week, that I know I will never make my mother happy, that my father will never stop being hurt, that I will never be able to make up to my mother for what her mother did to her, or for who her sister is, and on and on. So that I am condemned to 10,000 hurts, and no matter what I do, I can't cancel them. I can't get my head above water. I can't help my mother feel again. So that's the drama. Now, in many children that are emotional slaves, the messianic image walks hand in hand with the evil one. When I'm giving my parents what they want, I am a special boy, a wonderful girl. Or, if I don't guess what they want, if I'm tired, if I'm hurt, or if I lose in the competitions, because many emotional slave owners are married to one another and vie in the selfishness of Oedipal dramas for the allegiance of the child that is a slave. If I give too much to one and not the other, I become the evil, selfish person that they both always knew I was. So that even when I'm Jesus, even when I'm saving the world, I am one mistake away from the greatest of moral sins, betrayal. Emotional slaves are constantly haunted by the possibility of betraying other people who look to them for the reason for living. So it's not just that I disappoint another person. It's not just that I hurt them. If I don't give them what I want, what they want, I betray their prides and values. I am worse than Judas. There is no way of ever restoring what it is that I've done. Hence, the whole thing is loaded toward compulsive perfectionism with a nightmarish fear of criticism and of making a mistake. Because a mistake is not an aspect of the learning curve or a part of the historicity of living. It is the end. And parents of emotional slaves are famous for remembering the time when you were 11 years old and I told you to hang up your coat and you didn't. I remember that for 30 years. I told you to pick up your room before they came over and you didn't. You know that I wanted you to do something with that class and you gave it up. I remember once, not when you talked up to me, I remember the look in your eyes. You know, I remember what I saw. How dare you be hurt when I'm as hurt as I am? So that every time the fantasy is broken, there is a list that will never be forgotten. The list we can be taunted in their self-righteousness with. I'm going to tear the list up in my mind, or actually write it down and tear it up. Like, I'll forgive you and give you a chance again. Just don't blow it, or I'll pick up the pieces and, I'll remember. In other words, you can't ever get behind, or you'll never get caught up. So that the dynamic is fruitless. All of this adds to fear and the development of incredible levels of guilt. When the guilt is strong enough and I feel that I'm a bad person and there are fucked up religious systems around to give us the words for our guilt, that encourage it, that rationalize it, that make it plausible, then there is no hope for the child that is emotional slave. In addition to their feeling of feeling terrible, whenever they ask for anything in the world, they feel fraudulent. I am a liar. Anything I get from another person, I get under false pretenses. So I either get so withdrawn that no one knows what I need, or I become an active discourager of anybody who feels me and tries to love me, because I don't deserve it, and anything I'm getting because I'm fooling people, and if I'm not fooling them, what are you loving me for? What's your trip? Because I'm a bad person. So you don't know who I am. You're running a number on me. So they're difficult to get to know, difficult to be friends. They're always doing more and somehow making it very difficult for you to do anything for them. They frustrate people's attempts to be fair with them, so they never have fair relationships. Now, we got to start talking about love. Now we're getting older. It's time to fuck. And there are other people than mommy and daddy who want part of the action. Rarely, there are people who sense our value, because one of the ironies in this whole drama of emotional slavery is that most of the children who are designated by parents to be emotional slaves are selected because they are special children. They are the gifted children, the ones who have something to give, because those are the ones that are worth ripping off. And parents have amazing, unconscious abilities to select the child that's it to run the trip on. And it's often the child with the kinds of resources that can put up with this. And the kids of limited resources are often treated a whole lot better. So that down the road, we often have attractive, bright, gifted, talented people walking into the ages of love and romance and relationship, who are, in addition to all the craziness going on in their lives, really good people. And every once in a while, there's somebody who's also a lover, who sees through all of that shit, the value of that person, and comes after him to love him. Sadly, what happens most of the time in relationships that are decent is that incredible struggles of allegiance take place, with the slave torn to pieces by the slave owners who sense the threat from people who really value them, sometimes because they know they're really a threat, because those people are treating them better than they have, and they're about ready to lose someone that they base their embittered lives on. And sometimes because they're so caught up in their bitterness, the only way they can see someone else who values their slave is that it must be another rip-off artist that's out to get the goodies that belong to them. So it's viciousness time. Mother-in-law problems, father-in-law, in-law problems, crunches, tests of loyalty, cold treatments. You don't have to come to dinner. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Crucifying hurt. And even if you really get in love, if you don't know any better, and if on top of it you are not at the place, or you don't have the concept yet of trying to heal what's wrong with your life. In other words, if there is no active process going on in the slave of altering their emotional, spiritual condition, what happens to the people who come to really love them is that they bring love. They try to teach the person that they don't have to kiss their mother and father's ass and live for them. And nothing comes of all of the love and the teaching and the comments and the talks. There's nothing to register it. So that lovers get tired. And the crunch they eventually get in is sensing that unless something changes in the slave, and most slaves never work it out and never even feel the right to try to do it, the crunch they get in is realizing, I could love you the rest of your life, but I know that you'll always be the same. And I feel really bad about it, but for my own sake, I get more than that, and I must leave you. Because at the end of my life, I know that you're going to die without me, but you're going to die with me too. And all that's going to happen at the end of 40 years of loving you is that I'm going to be worn out and you're going to be just as hurt as you are now. And they're right in that, unless something changes in the slave's attitude and heart about getting out of it. So that sadly, even if the slave meets people that try to love him or love her, those relationships are lost in discouragement. And understandably so. But mostly slaves attract to them younger slave owners, lovers who come in the guise and attractions of sexuality and even sometimes wanting to give and relationship And they are simply a new generation of selfish persons, not looking for sons and daughters, but husbands and wives and lovers to rip off in that context of emotional slavery. So that now we don't just have a slave owner, mother, or father, but we got a lover on our hands with the same plan. And then that begins the life of the adult emotional slave, namely mediating among several people who viciously compete for limited goodies: time, emotion, love, beauty, creativity. And because you can't give all of yourself, parenthesis, even that was never enough, because you're now giving less than everything to more than one person. And obviously we often get ourselves into work situations with parasites ready to do the same trip. Most halfway competent, strong emotional slaves got 7 or 8 people in their lives sucking. So you very quickly lose the illusion that you're going to make anybody happy or healed. They're all angry with you. You've betrayed all of them more than once. They are all hurt, pulling at you. And now you have the transition of being now more than 1 down or 2 down, now getting into talking about being 3 and 4 down to all these people. Namely, you ain't working anymore for the illusion of making things better. You're working your ass off to keep things from getting worse. Namely, you are working to keep their bitterness and disappointment and vindictive rages from breaking out. And you develop the kind of emotional thermostat with the embittered people in your life that allows you to spoil one person. Just before the rage breaks out in another, you jump to them. You get them just before they blow your head off, or you call your mother to take her out for dinner just before she runs a sulk on you, or whatever it is. And you got little thermostats going on. As you feel the rage levels of all the people you're responsible to. And you get them just before they blow it, just when they're a little disappointed, or, well, it has been a long time, but you know, all right. And you get them just before those, and you're jumping from person to person, assuaging, no longer healing. Gets worse and worse. The hurt escalates. You tend to live a life on reserves, which makes your emotional life even more fucked up. Namely, you're living on 3rd and 4th winds all the time, which allows you to have a very high energy level. Well, I can love everybody because I only need 2 hours sleep. That's because you've ripped off your body for so many years and you don't realize what it's doing to your organs, that you're busting your body inside. And it's some years before all of that is catching up with you. And you begin to feel the fear of dying hand in hand with the desire to die. Death becomes the only possibility of getting out of this. And you sense rightly that the only time that they'll ever stop wanting something from you is if you're dead. And that's true. Sickness isn't even enough. It is only death that's going to shut their fucking mouths. And even then, they're going to keep doing it. You just won't be able to hear them. That's what peace means. And sadly, this whole drama is further convoluted by the Again, the religious-based teaching of bearing all of this bravely. The rip-off of the strong that has been the hue and cry of the religions of weak people that basically say that the strong should take care of the weak. And if you're gifted and hurt, if you're able to carry it, not only shoulder it, but don't show that you're shouldering it, are fucked up concepts of dignity, not the dignity I spoke of to start with, but dignity as looking strong while you're dying inside, feeling hurt and not showing it, wanting to cry and bleed, but acting like you can handle anything, and our being proud of people not knowing what we feel, and calling that character, class, being a mensch, being a strong person that can handle a life, so that we get into living with chronic pain, feeling it taking its toll on us, living in constant anxiety from living lives of enormous responsibility with no self-confidence, constant pressure and guilt, and on top of it, pressuring ourselves to not let anybody know about it. Now, the task of healing it has some unique aspects. The most important being that there is no structure that can hold the truthful expose of this pattern of using, and no structure that can hold experiences that are different. That's the crucial word, psychological structure. By that I mean things like emotional slaves have no emotional concept of a relationship. And sometimes these can be sometimes these are shrinks. Or people that have had a zillion years of therapy, read 1 million books, know all the lingo, but not at an emotional level, they do not know what a relationship is. For example, they don't understand about fairness. They may know the words of fairness, they don't understand what fairness is. They don't understand truths like the I Ching. You only give freely to someone who limits your giving. And to people who don't limit your giving, you limit it yourself. They don't understand fairness. They don't understand it. There's no notion of it. Relationship is what you do. Relationship is what you feel. A relationship is your responsibility. They don't have the value structures that help them heal it. Namely, they don't value their feelings or themselves. They value the other person. So that when somebody says, your feelings are important, or God damn it, what about you? Nothing registers. There's no place to put that. Sounds nice. Somebody who loves them can be weeping for the hurt that they sense is being caused. I can't feel anything because I don't have a concept of my value. So you say the words, I can't feel them, which is a problem in helping it. How do you meet your tremendously intense feelings of the slave owner's pain and hurt and bitterness with no feeling of your own. And if you have been systematically abused and neglected and have no concept of your value, you don't feel your feelings, let alone the value of them, let alone if somebody else tells you that. And even if you feel it, the feeling leaves you the minute their feeling stops because there's nothing in you to hold on to it. And values are very deep things and very slow to change. And slave owners are very careful to teach the value of their feelings and not the value of yours. So that a value structure must be learned. A concept of relationship must be learned, and not intellectually, as emotional structure from scratch. So that what that means is that you have to embark, if you try to change this, on a learning experience that involves years, hundreds of experiences of being loved before you can hold on to it. Hearing the same truths over and over and over again until you don't forget it. With structures of meaning and value lagging years behind your experience, because structure internally is built very slow. And as a psychological truth, it's often years of learning before you are aware consciously of structure. Structure is built within us long before we know it as a conscious thing. It's like an iceberg thing. It builds unconsciously for a long time before it ever breaks through the surface of awareness, and we have it available to us. Self-value as a conscious experience with which to meet the pressures and crunches that go with the dynamics of emotional slavery. The saddest distortion of all, and I will leave this as the last point in this survey of the life of an emotional slave. The saddest distortion of all is the distortion of empathy. When we are experienced as personal dignity by our parents and not violated, that dignity is a check for love and empathy. So that when we come to feel other people, and this is especially true for people who are by nature lovers, and I believe that there are people who are by nature many different things, and sadly many natural lovers are selected as emotional slaves. And the instinctual logic is again clever. If you have a sense of your dignity, then when it comes to loving and feeling another person, their pain, their value, their struggle, in the greatest flights of love, you never lose the sense of your value. But if your heart has been busted into from the beginning, you cannot hold when you deal with empathy. And empathy is distorted into, basically empathy and love runs roughshod, violates us. And in time, what we call love and empathy is really being the other person. Namely, we are not a person feeling the hurt of the other person. We are our mother's hurt, our father's hurt. We feel it stronger than they do if we're people of great feeling, and elaborate that in our concepts of injustice to them. So that a problem down the road in resolving this is that I have no feeling of myself, and all I feel is your pain, their pain, the slave owner's pain, and the pain that comes when I don't do what they want from me. So that I can't call on my empathy to help me. My empathy is my enemy. It tyrannizes me. I am overly aware in a distorted fashion of other people's feelings. And this gets into things that emotional slaves have described to me. People who, when they drive around in cars, emotional slaves are literally afraid to ever look in the next car. I mean, like, they always keep their eyes straight ahead. Because if they look in the next car, they're going to know the life history of the person that's sitting there picking their nose. You know? It's like in that one glance, you know, it's like, you know? And it doesn't matter that I'm dying. They're dying. And everybody's dying. And that's what I feel. Not the value of my own experience, and absolutely no sense of the concept of fairness in love that says if you are a lover, you do what you can do and what is fair to do. In the life of an emotional slave, there is no concept of can. There is no concept of can. One dies from one's empathy for the pain of the world. And that becomes a tremendous problem in the dramas of healing, which we're going to be talking about in these coming weeks. Namely, part of the struggle is going to be, even if you try to work this out, it is going to be a contest with lovers and good therapists who understand these dramas. It is going to be a contest, a struggle between their empathy for you, their fair empathy for you, and your tyrannical empathy for the people who have tortured you and used you. And that sets up some mighty dramas, time-consuming dramas, patient dramas, dramas that involve many times being faced with impossible crunches, dilemmas, tiring days and phases of relationships where you're just so fucking worn out and it feels like you're getting nowhere because the contest is so great. And again, because of the slowness in the development of structure, it's so long before you know you're getting somewhere. In other words, the emotional slave in the healing does everything she or he can do to discourage and weary the people who feel what they are. In other words, we love the people who are our enemies and defend them to the people who come for our souls, hoping the whole time that somehow they'll persist and win and meet all of our questions and tests and discouragements and withdrawals and somehow still be there. And it's a hell of a job. It calls for great courage and great understanding on both sides. And it's often not for years that the slave can acknowledge openly the truths that they both struggle with the whole time. You know that I know that you know that I know, but I can't say it until I can live through the apocalyptic bitternesses and rages that are going to come from my finally learning to say no and drawing the lines. In the meantime, I'm going to hassle the shit out of you and withdraw to places you never thought I could go, and sulk like a crazy person and be hurt like a mad person. And I just hope somehow you stay with me. And I don't blame you if you leave. And sometimes I half hoped you leave so that I could just go back to suffering peacefully, spaced out, withdrawn, because it hurts less than when you make me conscious of it, because it hurts worse when you're aware of it. And yet I'll never tell you to go. I wish you'd go, but I hope you don't. Okay, let's take about 10 minutes and I'll field your question. Okay, what do you got? What do you want to talk about? I have to say more. Yeah. Sure. I think that's well taken and very sad. That in general, and I try to comment about that from time to time, emotional slaves are the kinds of people who will take something like this and hurt themselves with it. And there's another kind of, the slave owner is going to use it as vindication, see themselves as the opposite. I don't really know how to control that hurting thing except to teach with love and to try to comment on that possibility of distortion from time to time. In general, people are going to do what they do with something. And, again, what you can do is say it, and say it in some kind of a spirit of caring, and after that, you don't know what's going to happen with it. I think that in general, I don't know what your experience with my teaching is, but I think in general, even people geared up for hurt don't tend to hurt themselves with my teaching. I mean, I don't think it is a general thing that people injure themselves with it. I can just say from experience, that's all. That's not saying nobody does, but that's my understanding of it. Yeah?
During a period of time, not just say 5 years of slave and 5 years of slave owner, slave.
That gets kind of complicated. I think most of the time, that kind of merry-go-round crossing of roles that you see isn't really what we're talking about here. That's just some kind of sadomasochistic merry-go-round of some kind, but not this kind of pure emotional slave thing that I'm talking about. This kind of emotional slave would really be incapable of dealing with another person in those terms. Now, people get weird, especially when sexuality gets involved. And there's no question that an emotional slave develops resentments and rages that can lead to fantasies of abuse and cruelty at people for torturing them and whatnot. And you might see some of that as an aspect. But essentially they're slaves. There might be a striking out of some kind. But I think the kind of thing you're talking about is another kind of dynamic. Yes? I have a whole lecture on it, so I won't respond tonight. I mean, there's a whole lecture on the problem of plateaus, which is essentially about what you're talking about there. I'm going to be speaking to that often. In terms of whether that person is better off, I think what you... I guess if I was going to say, talking about contrasts, to me the contrast is really between the emotional slave in their natural environment or in a sort of innocent state where they're just they're in that as a way of being, and it's so close to them they don't even know that they're in it, so that their pain is such a condition of their life that they're not that aware of it. I think that the crucial thing is that versus some awareness. And I would certainly, that gets into a very relevant question, morally, which is a kind of spin-off of that one. Emotional slaves will often ask, after they're down the road a bit and working this out, why didn't you tell me what I was getting into? I used to be in terrible shape, but now all I'm doing is pushing people away, going through shit for it, and on top of it, if they're capable people, there ain't nobody that can keep up with me, because in all those years of doing that stuff, when I start valuing myself for it, when I start catching up, I catch up awful fast and pass up an awful lot of people, and I find myself an enormously unusual person, and I ain't got nobody to fuck or talk to. So it's like, what kind of a trade-off is this? Slavery versus loneliness, horniness, and isolation, or something like that. You know, right? So anyway, now those can get into really big problems. I mean, people can get really weird. They've been alone a lot, no matter how good they feel about themselves. But I still think it ain't much of a choice if you have seen slaves that are really living their death. So I mean, if that's an answer, I'd say the person you described is in a hell of a lot better position. I think myself that it's a lot better place in life to be dealing with the shit from feeling good about yourself and understanding it than drowning in it and feeling that on top of it you're a bad person. I mean, that's pretty awful, out of control. Yes? I mean, I think that's something, I think most of the isms, if you want to put it that way, dip into that. Male chauvinism the same way, women aren't people. That serving functions, the same thing with racisms. And Sartre's discussion, both in the Anti-Semite and in his book on Genet, have had a lot to do with my understanding these issues. For example, in The Anti-Semite and the Jew, Sartre talks about the phenomena that you can't talk to an anti-Semite, or translate this into the slave owner, you can't talk to the slave owner there's no concept of you as a person. I mean, you can't make points or logic. You don't exist. You do not exist. So that whatever noises they make in your direction or whatnot don't betray any understanding. How can I live with you for years and you don't know who I am? If that kind of relationship is going on, that's exactly what's natural. So you can, as I said to introduce this, you can take this off and understand a lot of things with it. I'm particularly interested in developing the logic of emotional slavery because it's usually not focused on. The tyranny of the chauvinists of hurt, if you want to put it that way. All the hurt people in the world who feel that they're better than other people And in the case of what we're talking about here, that it feel they're better than their children. So their children owe them their life. And I'm interested in exploring that tyranny. Yeah, right? You had to... That sounds like a sort of mind-fucking type question. I mean, it sounds like... I'm not going to say anything personal. It sounds like the kind of thing that a slave would ask. It's like... sort of like, am I a bad... It's like saying, am I a bad person or something, you know? No, I don't think that slave owners are asking for reassurance. They are expecting your life. They're not asking for anything. I mean, it's a lot stronger than that. And to use expect is too weak a word. I'm talking about premises, axioms. I shouldn't even have to tell you what you owe me. You know, I mean, I'm hurt that I have to even tell you what I expect of you. So, I mean, you're not talking about people that are saying, am I good? That's slaves talking. I mean, am I okay? Or scratch my ears a little bit and, you know. You know. I think that's the kind of thing that you get into where, what are we talking about here? That kind of crazy space of that the first comment was about. Are people going to take this and hurt themselves with it? Yeah, back there in the aisle. Well, I think in general slaves remain slaves forever, and very few of them ever change. They certainly can, which is the whole, I mean, that's why I'm teaching this. It's an awful lot of hard work. In general, most slaves, as I tried to indicate in that question, would work their whole life to get near being fair, let alone being unfair. I mean, that's, as a matter of fact, that's something that many slaves can really use. I'm not a teacher of gimmicks, but it's something that you can use to help yourself emotionally. Most of the emotional slaves I know would be incapable of being selfish. So that's one of the things you can tell yourself when you think, am I being out of line? It's like there's no way for them to be out of line. You know, they would be incapable of doing something that would impose on another person. So usually the things that they're questioning themselves about are fair. But fair is selfish to most slaves. To broaden the answer, indeed the families pass them on, but I think in general it's passed on by a slave owner teaching one of the children to be a slave owner. And the slave, the child that is picked as the slave often develops identifications with maybe one of the parents or a grandparent that was a slave, and patterns and models reinforce the whole thing. Sometimes you got a father that's a slave that picks a strong son and teaches him to be a man, which means to be a slave like me. Or a mother's going to teach a daughter, or cross-sex lines. The mother teaches this son how to take care of the family. And in reality, it's simply teaching the role of slaves. So there are role aspects to it. But I'm not focusing on the role part of it in this course. I'm trying to get into the interpersonal, psychodynamic aspect of it, rather than the role behavior type question, but that certainly goes on as teaching. Yeah, the question was, how do you deal with a slave in a relationship? I think the course will answer that. I mean, that's sort of what it's going to be about, so I'll pass on that one. Yeah, you mean a slave owner teaching a child to be a slave owner? What do you got in mind? What thoughts do you have? Tell me. Now, when we get talking about ignorance here, I don't want to be sympathetic with it. What I'm trying to say when I say ignorance is are false ideas that you're very comfortable to live with. And people who are not comfortable with false ideas have ways of changing them. So the kind of ignorance that I'm indicting here in my comments is not an understandable ignorance, but really a comfortable, often chosen ignorance. And I think the kind of thing that I'd have in mind in terms of slave owners teaching slave owners in ignorance would be teaching concepts of superiority. That you deserve, or you have things coming without doing things just because of what you are. Concepts of privilege. That probably the classical thing is the prince or the princess of a family, where you're great just because of what you are, or when you stand there in your pretty dress, it knocks the old man out, or whatever the fuck it is. And it's not what you do. It's not your kindness, or fairness is irrelevant. Your approval is all that's important. In other words, your only responsibility is to express your pleasure or displeasure. So it's teaching some kind of a megalomania like that to a child. And then the playground for that is the siblings, the brothers and sisters who are abused with that, reinforced by the parents and that kind of a thing. That's sort of what I had in mind.
In other words,
Very, sure, yeah. I mean, I think in order to abuse another person at the levels we're talking about, you can't feel them. If you could feel them, even if you injured them, you would be tortured over it. And I'm polarizing this discussion. Obviously, there are many people who get near this but aren't as bad and all that sort of thing. I'm talking about a pure type to make a point. But the person who can be consistently sadistic to a child and really not have it occur anything otherwise has to lack empathy for that child. There can't be an emotional connection. So if that's how you define narcissism, I'm with you. I don't mean to imply that everybody falls into these categories. These are a particular, an awful lot of folks involved in these dramas, but by no means everybody. But I am saying I think it's an idea that is of interest, even if it isn't your particular situation, because you sure as hell are dealing with it somewhere in your life, or it's next door to you or something like that. And even if it isn't, it's going to help you understand a lot of the dramas in the world. For example, it helps you to understand the guy who, with 5 kids, was a wonderful man for 20 years, and one day he didn't come home, and nobody ever saw him again. Or it helps you understand the person that everybody thought was doing real well with their life, and who went down and jumped off the Richfield building. And how do you understand those kinds of dramas? And often what they are is what we're talking about here. How do you understand all the people who it's just a shame that they died early? Don't understand that. Because their bodies are all worn out inside from what they've done to themselves. So it can help you understand a lot. And also a lot about sadism and masochism, if that is a problem or an interest. What about the sexual and fantasy aspects of our romances with cruelty? Why are we drawn to people who are rejecting? Why are men and women who are cold attractive? Why are people that have a mean look in their eyes fascinating? All of those kinds of dramas. Why are nice people boring to a lot of people? Why do we want to get blood out of stones emotionally? Why do we want to make someone who is a rake and a stud real? You know, why do we want to make the hooker want to leave her profession and be faithful to us forever? What is involved in all of those fantasies and dramas, in all of our searches for love and fantasy and obscenity? What is all that about? And often these kinds of dramas are a part of that. What about Genet's The Balcony? Yes, and might simply focus on a child all the bitterness of their life. And those are, I think we talked about that in the last course, those can be tremendously confused. Somebody I remember talked about getting up and saying, everybody loves my mom and dad. They just torture me, you know? So I must be nuts, you know? I've got friends that wish that my dad was their dad. You know, it's that kind of thing. And sometimes that's malingered, namely that slave owners are just fucking clever about hiding their cruelty from other people so that they don't get found out. They're very clever about when to abuse. And that can get us really weird. The book on listening will be available in mid-November. It's being printed right now. And for those of you that have been bewildered a bit by the book of poems, the book on listening should throw some light on that for you. And in any case, just further illumines what I'm trying to do here. I also wanted to tell you, there's a number of people who know about it personally, have expressed an interest in it, that I'm going to teach the myth of Orpheus for University of California, Santa Cruz in Sunnyvale in November. And it's a myth that I love a lot. And one of the reasons I'm teaching it up there is because I want to get it taped so that it's available for people here. So I want you to know about that, and also that if you get any whims about a trip up there, I think it's going to be a really special day. I love that myth a lot, and if it combines with a nice trip to the city, why, for what it's worth. It's November 20th. And you can find out about it by getting in touch with UC Santa Cruz Extension. The audience up there is much smaller than this one here, and very accepting of me, so that, and not as contrasted to this one, I don't mean that, just simply saying they're like you. And I've taught up there now 4 or 5 times, and so that the reason I say that is that very special things happen there. And so that it's nice if you're interested in doing that. Now clearly, the starting of this the task of healing emotional slavery can start different places. But I would say that what it almost always requires is some kind of experience of desperation. And I want to be very clear tonight what I mean by desperation. Because what most people mean by desperation is not the experience that an emotional slave has with desperation. And what I mean in terms of emotional slavery is the feeling, and not as a manipulation, not conscious of yourself saying it, not a game, not complaining, but feeling with the whole of you, I can't stand it. And I don't mean I can't stand it anymore. If you say I can't stand it anymore, it already means that you've gotten somewhere. It implies some notion of limits, some awareness of self-value. And that's not where emotional slaves start. They start with, I can't stand it. Now I'll try to say a little bit about what goes into a person coming to that place. Children who are fortunate enough to be wanted and who have parents who've related to them in some kind of way and hopefully taught them some sense of self-value, and in particular some concept of what it's reasonable to expect of yourself in living, feel when they come across situations with people feelings of discomfort, nervousness, anger, itchings in the small of their back, their hackles standing up, you want to put it, different ways of signaling, hey, there's something wrong here in a relationship, in something that somebody's doing, in the way their life is going. In other words, they've got cues that they learn to lovingly listen to that serve to tell them when something needs to be dealt with, some person has to be confronted, so that desperation is not needed as a feeling or an experience to get them to take care of themselves. They take care of themselves long before then. And these signals to problem relationships and detours in their life and ruts and following bum trips are feelings that come to a situation and it doesn't have to deteriorate to a place where their whole life is in a rut. The life of an emotional slave is nothing like that. And the story goes something like this. In the first place, most emotional slaves are set up with concepts that say you ain't got anything coming anyway because you're selfish, bad. A lot of the stuff we talked about last week, so that there are no concepts of barriers anyway in the picture of what's supposed to happen with people in your life, in your work, in your dealings. There's no picture that's going to help you anyway. And what starts happening, because those fantasies are not structures of value, even if they exist at all, but are simply fantasies and rationalizations used to justify ripping you off, what happens is that when the child finds herself or himself dealing with situations that go beyond their picture of what it is that she or he can reasonably expect from being a person, because those pictures are not grounded, the child simply stretches herself or himself out to meet the new demands, devotes more time to those slave owners or demanding situations that are asking of it, takes a second wind, does more, sleeps less,
adds chores on, adds more to the worry list, whatever it is, and now searches, either from the same persons or religion or moral sources or their own guilt, for new pictures of what can be expected of them, which fit with this new concept of exaggerated responsibility. And that pattern goes on until that person gets near feelings of desperation. Maybe we're now down the road sometime in late childhood, young adulthood, and they draw close to those experiences of, I can't stand it. And we begin to see the birth of the tired slave, the person who, not as a gesture in a situation, goes into reserves in order to meet the demands of people in a situation, but who chooses to go into a reserve as a way of living your life. I don't need 8 hours sleep anymore. I can get by with 5. I've been doing it ever since whatever it was. And I'm not talking about the notion of taking care of yourself in some constructive way because you need less sleep, but simply I can't afford to sleep that much anymore ever since a certain time. Or I can't afford to take the weekends off. From now on, it's a 6-day week, not a 5-day week. Or a 9-day week, as it is for many slaves. So that now one is not only stretched out to the limits of what normal people do, but one is really into living as a way of life into second, third, and fourth winds, or levels of reserve, or however you want to put it. And then you can be in those places for years. So that the idea of discomfort or something is wrong here was passed when the person was 4 years old. And they may have broken through literally hundreds of restated fantasies of what they can do, each one asking for more, many articulated, some vaguely articulated and simply sensed or felt, until you have people believing literally, I can do anything. I can heal anybody. I can love anyone out of the grave. I can master any task. I'm a super person. Or if it's in carrying people's pain, I'm Jesus. I can save the world. All of that kind of, without the pleasures of omnipotence, the responsibilities of omnipotence. And lived with it so long that it's not a reaction to a situation. It is stress as a life. That's the important thing, an important distinction from the troubles of other folks. It's not an emergency or a troubled reaction to a stressful situation. It's stress become a life years ago, and the consequences of that, which lead somewhere down the road to the beginnings or the possibilities of help or love, which are often born when that stretching out, retrenching, gulping for air, finally reaches the true natural limits of what the mind and the body can bear, and the person is literally at a place where they can't stand it. And this has many manifestations. Sometimes it is, I can't stand it, I'm so fucking nervous. It's experienced as nervousness. I can't sit still. I'm smoking 4 packs a day. I'm drinking like a crazy person. I can't sleep. My hand shakes. I can't stand it. Sometimes the tension is felt as inside the skin, and it's like your skin is crawling. And I just can't stand it another minute. Sometimes it's felt as anxiety. I can't stand. I can't stand it. The anxiety I'm feeling. Perspiring. Constantly. I'm jumping through the wall whenever there's any kind of a noise. I'm startled. I'm a fucking wreck. I'm going to go out of my mind with anxiety. Mentally. I've been worrying so long and going over it so much. I've been having trouble sleeping for a long time and getting stuff off my mind. But now I can't stop thinking. And maybe I'm also thinking 3 things at once. And it's all going so fast, I just can't stand it. A feeling of the stress taking place on my internal organs. My stomach's been upset for a year. I've got an ulcer, a bleeding ulcer, colitis for 3 years already, and it's getting worse. It's just like I can't stand what I'm feeling inside. I'm living with high blood pressure. I'm living with palpitations. My pulse is racing all the time. I can't stand it. My gums are bleeding. My ear whistling. My fucking back has been bad for the last 3 years. I can't stand the pains going down I can't stand the pain anymore. I can't stand it. And because the person is so stretched out, they are often truly in danger. So that there is a dangerous aspect, which you've heard me talk about before, in relation to emotional slavery, that is a reality. It is not, as a person who feels better about himself or herself would say, or a neurotic person would say, as a bid for attention, or as a way to express rage, or as a way to say, help me, I need some love. It is not that they are saying, I can't stand it, so that they can have the comfort of dying, or get the pleasures of being in the nut house in the ways that people mythologize. Wouldn't it be nice to just sit, and it ain't nice, somewhere and not have any responsibilities and have somebody take care of you? Or it's not that they're searching for a health breakdown so that they can sit in a hospital ward somewhere and have somebody bring them breakfast. It's not that they're saying it for that reason, as they are often accused of. In other words, sometimes slaves, the only goddamn thing they ever do say in their life is when they get to these places, involuntarily, without their helping it, they'll sometimes tell the slave owners, I can't stand it. And what they hear back from those kind of people, and often reinforced by unsophisticated religious counselors, psychologists and psychiatrists who don't know any better, and medical doctors who don't know any better. What are you doing? Bidding for attention? Are you weak? Are you a fucking baby that can't take it? Shut up and shape up. Nobody gets that kind of thing. I don't get it, so stop whining. You know that. If anybody needs it, I need it. So they ain't saying it for that, but the fact is that that's where they're at, many of them. They are on the verge of a mental breakdown, in the sense that their mind is ready to lose control if there's any more stress. their internal organs are ready, in many cases, to give way under chronic stress. They are on the verge of passing out from intolerable tension. And I mean literally passing out. And those emergency reactions to stress are clearly, and that's where the whole ambivalence of our mythologies about healing and the closeness of healing to evil and injury and sadism and all of that come into play. Those deteriorating kinds of reactions to stress are at once true breakdowns, and in another sense can be understood that if we don't remove ourselves with the kindness of our minds from stress, somebody's going to do it for us. With the kindness of our minds from stress, somebody's going to do it for us. Those mechanisms will do it for us, and see that we simply can't do it anymore. Although they are reactions that come with two edges and should not be mythologized as simply positive things. A breakdown is a breakdown. It takes a toll. It injures you. So, the beginning is in I can't stand it. The bottom line, after years of ripping yourself off, of living with anxiety, tension, mental stress, and incidentally added to it, which is something that we talked about in the first course when we were together, intolerable internal pain. Because each time that you violate your own dignity, and it's violated by those people who abuse you, use you, and torture you, mentally and physically, there is a pain, a woundedness that develops within, which eventually becomes not just a feeling as a person, but an existential sense, and that wound, regouged over years, can become an intolerable pain that you no longer can hold back. And it gets added to in our sexual numbers, where we search to be touched in our slavery, in the quirks of the dynamics of slavery. We seek out sadists who will, we hope, hurt us into openness, or we attempt to hurt ourselves into openness. The attempt to find salvation and freedom through abuse, the logic of which, to go over it very quickly, is that when you have withdrawn in order to deal with hurt, which is what most emotional slaves do, the whole problem of freedom and being touched and being well again has as an inevitable part of it feeling again, which means that you got to be reached by someone. And how do you reach somebody that's withdrawn? And if you can't reach them by their choice to unwithdraw, one of the attractive possibilities is to stress them, fatigue them, hurt them into openness, from whence comes the rationalization for all kinds of physical, sexual, and psychological abuses of emotional slaves that slave owners are often very articulate in the logic of. She needs somebody like me. So, the pain becomes an aspect of this I can't stand it as well. So, we got the person at this place, and we got somebody walking into their lives, a lover, a friend, a therapist. Again, to understand the logic, you can't confuse their turning to a person at that place with any idea that that person is going to help me, or that I'm going to feel better, or I'm going to get well. That already implies that you know something. It is strictly a coincidence and no more that someone happens to be there when you feel that bad and something begins, including the choice of calling a therapist. It is not that an emotional slave calls a therapist to say, I can't stand it and I want you to help me feel better. The reason they call a therapist is that it's the only thing I think to do. I don't know where else to turn. I can't stand it and I don't know where else to turn. Those are the people you turn to when you can't stand it. Or somebody that I know who cares about me some, this is not what they're saying, somebody, parenthesis, who cares about me, said, call them. And if you don't, I will. In other words, it's not help, it's I can't stand it, and I'm talking to you, I'm going to be in love with you, I'm coming to you for therapy. So there is no concept, even for somebody who's been to a course like this, who knows the words, not at an emotional level. There is no concept of help. All there is I can't stand it. But I can't stand it may get them in a door, or may get them turning towards someone who may have some feeling for them, or some caring, or some love. Now, not necessarily. It's a dice roll. Because emotional slaves have no concept of this, they can call anyone and turn to anyone. And that has a lot to do with why many people have stayed on in their emotional slaveries while having been to this kind of a place several times and having had several people disappoint them in retrospect, people who weren't there, or therapists who didn't help them because they didn't really know who to go to, and they could go to anybody, including another slave owner. And there are a number of therapists who are exactly that, who have psychic and emotional slaves for patients. Adoration societies and all that kind of horseshit, where the slavery is simply perpetuated and there's no help given, and the emotional slave doesn't know any different. And the same thing in love. Because you can't stand it doesn't mean that the next person walking down the pike is going to love you and help you. It could be anybody. And it could be anybody as far as your standards of self-love are concerned. And some amazing things happen because of that. Because desperation requires a juxtaposition of demands and a person being stretched to the limit to bring forth that reaction. What it means is, the minute anything in the situation changes, the feeling of desperation is lessened. So that if the person happens to have gone to an incompetent therapist, or simply somebody who lays back a little before they warm up to their domination, or a lover who's selfish, who knows enough that you can't get blood out of a stone, but if they leave you alone a little bit until you feel better, you ought to be good for a good ride. In other words, if somebody is just being smart with you, or even more sadly, if someone is simply doing nothing. With time and any change in circumstance, the person is going to feel better, because what better means to them is not feeling anymore, I can't stand it. And you get things like this happening. Up until yesterday, I really haven't slept more than 4 hours in years. And I haven't slept for years without Valium. I've lied to the people that I've lived with for years about sex. I haven't. The last time I had an orgasm, I can't remember. My father's always preferred my sister, and has been telling me ever since I can remember. My kids abuse me. One of them was born selfish, I swear to God, and has been demanding on me and pulling at me until I just couldn't stand it ever since I can remember. Has never done a goddamn thing. And then there's my mother and father, and my mother can't stand my father, and she's on the phone with me every goddamn day ever since I can remember, and add that on to all of that. And I've had high blood pressure for 10 years, and I can't stop smoking, and I can't lose the 30 pounds, and I know I'm going to fucking kill myself if I don't. My body's dying. I can't stand my complexion. My scalp's dry from tension. I've got dandruff all the time. To wash my hair 3 times a day. My dreams are so terrifying. I'm afraid, it's like I can't look to them for help. I mean, I'd rather stay up than sleep most nights from what it is. I listen to people on the radio talking about their plight, and I wonder what they're complaining about. It's like... I've been worried about money ever since I can remember. Just up until yesterday, I just couldn't stand it. But last night, I got 6 hours sleep. And I only took 15 milligrams of Valium. I can't tell you how great I feel. And I know that I'm in love. I know that you're the greatest doctor that's ever lived. You've really helped me, because I got 6 hours sleep. Because I feel this way, I really don't think I need to come anymore. It's $40 and I don't have any money, and I have to come here. I've had to add it on to these things, and I'll never forget you. You saved my life, because I got 6 hours sleep and only 15 milligrams. I'm going to tell all my friends about you. You're wonderful. Goodbye. I mean, that's how thin the connection is. I mean, it's no connection, except for in those rare persons, and this is where it gets you wondering not whether there's a God, but whether there's some X factor, which is probably what Jung tries to talk about when he tries to speculate about the self. There seem to be some people who have been abused since year 0, and while they have no structure of self-value, there's some vision or sense of it. Not every emotional slave is fortunate enough to have that, but some do. And you don't know where it comes from, because it didn't come from anybody else. And it's not that it helps them much in their living, except that it helps them at that place where, when the desperation eases up, it may be one of those whispering things. And it's usually a whisper that keeps these people in relationships and therapy. And it's usually a whisper that keeps these people in relationships and therapy. It may be one of those whispering things that holds them in there. And there are some emotional slaves who don't even have that ingrained, implanted thing that says, for some reason, go on with this. even though you feel good, namely, not desperate anymore for the moment. Now, another thing we have to talk about when we talk about this desperation is, and the fragileness of its ability to begin healing relationships in love, friendship, or therapy, is to understand what basket cases desperate people are by the time they get to what we're describing here, the beginning. After years of stress as a life, you got a person who's overwhelmed with hurt, who is hurt, not feels hurt, is hurt as a way of being, so that hurt is felt everywhere, not self-protectively, but just as a fact. So that, for example, one of the things that it issues in is that these are often people who are hurt by anything, including things that aren't hurting. So that they're very ready to misunderstand in relationships and are already so fucking withdrawn there isn't any closet that's farther back in the closets they live in to go to, so that anything scares them off and into interruptions and breaking connections even that are valuable, because they're so rubbed raw mentally and spiritually that they can't stand any dealing, let alone forceful dealing, which is often what people who come into their lives to help with bring. Frustration. I can't stand how people treat you. Don't you see what's going on? If you're not angry, I feel angry for you. And they're all too ready to hear those angers as angers at them. Or, I'm so raw I can't stand anger. I can't stand to be around it. And I can't discriminate whether it's well-meaning and helpful, because I'm so hurt and rubbed raw that it's just irritating to me and it drives me up the wall. So stop. I just have to get away from it. So that they're so defensive that they're very difficult to help. And I don't just mean defensive in terms of the use of specific defense mechanisms, like going crazy with compulsiveness or going crazy with withdrawal, or any kind of hysterical tensions or laughter or lifestyles. But I mean defensiveness as a life posture. Namely, they're defensive people. Can't say anything to them. And I don't mean criticisms. I mean love. You can't say anything to them. All they can do is their slavery. That's all they're comfortable doing. And anything that alters that, and they're rattled and tense, find it difficult. They often have gone crazy with projection. And I'll tell you what I mean here. I don't mean the projection of who's out to hurt me, because that means already that you're thinking pretty good about yourself. If you're paranoid, I mean, paranoia is already, that's lecture 5. I mean, we're down the road a little ways if we're there. What I mean about that is projection in the sense of you come, you see this person bleeding in their psychic gutter, and you're feeling, I mean, you got your troubles, but you're doing pretty good in your life, but you feel some connection with that person, some feeling for them, and you reach down a kind hand, and here's this person with 1,000 cuts and bruises and looking up on their last gasp, and in between the I can't stand it's, they look up at you and say, you're hurt, aren't you? You know? You're in pain, you know? You're about ready to help, and what they're seeing everywhere through their exaggerated, ripped-off empathy is they're seeing your pain, but blown up into a total picture, so that they can crawl up one arm on the gutter and with the last drop of blood give you a cookie, or you're a good person, or I want you to know, or why don't you talk a little, Just, it's all right, I may bleed to death here, but, you talk a little bit because I sense there's a little hurt there, It's all that kind of shit, So that you want to talk, and then you wind up talking about yourself when the slave is dying in front of you. That kind of defensiveness, which one of the ways we put that into words is you're impossible to love. You can only give and you can't receive, God damn it. And yet if you say that, they get their feelings hurt. And feel that you're the one being defensive because you really need love and you're not letting me do it, and I know that, so I'm going to outlove you, or some shit like that, They're impossible. And they bring very natural feelings of frustration from people that care for them when they compulsively resist caring. So that you get into things like, sit down, I'm going to bring it to you this time, and if you get up, I'll hit you with a baseball bat. It's that kind of thing. You have to get to that place with those people to get it through their goddamn heads that they can't do it anymore, and you're going to do something for them, and the whole process hurts the shit out of them. I mean, it's weird. So not only is their desperation a thin non-bond to love and healing that's ready to leave the instant anything changes, but they're in such bad shape from what's been taken out of them to get to that place that they're very difficult to relate to and require a lot of love and a lot of patience. Can love them, but you got to be a loving person that really feels them, and you got to have a lot of patience because it's going to be years. Now, the years part we're going to talk about in the remaining lectures, but what I want to talk about now to finish up our discussion of desperation tonight is to talk about how desperation is there at the beginning, and it also comes around at the end of healing, if you can speak of an ending place. And I'll tell you how. What happens is that if people stay with it, not only stay with relationships and teachings and therapists that are trying to help, but wed it as they can to learning, is that gradually, and we're going to talk about all the vicissitudes of that, there's a nice word, over time, structures are built. I learned fairness, I learned some self-confidence, I worked back from 4th level of reserve to 3rd level to 2nd to actually live in what people who like themselves do as a life schedule and as an energy schedule and that sort of thing. I work back through all of that kind of stuff. I learn to value my competencies. I make, at the level of working day-by-day relationships, I work out conflicts. I learn how to say no to people. I push out all of the people that are laying bullshit on me. I get my act cleaned up a little bit, house cleaning time, however you want to put it. Ain't nobody left, but sort of living with the problems of loneliness and all that. Now, okay, that takes a lot of time. Now, some emotional slaves stop the healing process at that place, and for the rest of their lives, they are function at that level, or lose a little ground, or build a little bit on it. But the essence of the emotional slavery, the life of it, the medusa of it, the poison of it, is still there. It's beaten into a corner, and depending on how well the person takes care of himself or herself, depending on other stress factors, and what support they have in their life, they will hold that thing in restraint or it will get back into their life and relationships. Some persons, not all, have the desire and the capacity, because it takes both, to, after that building period, before they end that phase of their life, which is the exploration of their slavery, pass through an experience of healing that is sometimes born by conscious choice, and sometimes you simply find yourself falling into it. And it is a kind of life transference reaction. And by transference, what I mean is that, as opposed to the traditional psychoanalytic concept of a transference that takes place in the office where the doctor becomes all the things that you're afraid of, angry at, etc., all the figures of your past. In the case of emotional slavery, the transference is usually so powerful, it can't be born by a therapeutic contact or even a contact with a lover. It becomes a life thing. And by that, what I mean is, you start out this whole process being fucking crazy and not knowing it. A crazy slave. You gain sanity. But before you go on, what you do is return to being crazy. By, and there are all kinds of ways of describing this, by choice, or you simply find yourself doing it, setting aside all that you've learned that's of value about you, all you've learned about rights, all the good stuff and good relationships and good places that you've learned that you feel and that are you, you suddenly stop doing all that stuff and you go back home. Sometimes literally move back with the lovers, parents, etc., that you work so hard to limit. And if not literally, you go back home psychologically to the slave owners, as if you'd learned nothing, and you go through the slavery again. You role play it. This time, not at the level, sort of at the end of the time when you're getting your shit together in a relationship or a therapy. Just before the end, when presumably everything's supposed to be fine, everything gets worse than it's ever been. And is felt to be worse, as if the whole thing was a waste, made no difference, was a rip-off, I'm just the same person I was, etc., etc. And that phenomenon is often there. In the case of an emotional slave, this experience can last a considerable period of time. I've seen it last years. In other words, after a number of years of substantial growth, there is a seeming regression and re-involvement with those persons. And that regression must be extra deep and sometimes extra long because of the power of the slavery. Because the logic of it is the following. What starts happening is that I start being abused, tortured, ripped off, re-hurt again. The hurt builds. I can't stand it. I keep trying to adjust to it. I can't do what I used to do, stretch myself out as much, but within the play of whatever this last visit home is, whether it's 3 weeks that it took for my father to get to me this time, or 2 years of living with him, her again, whatever it is, it's going to be shorter than it originally took because you're at a different place. But in order for the healing to take place that I'm going to describe to you, it has to come to pass that through a series of adjustments, you return to the place where you can't stand it. You are again at the dangerous place, on the verge of insanity, although this time not really. On the verge of a health breakdown, I know I'm going to have a heart attack anytime. No. Stressed? Not that much. You ain't nearly as bad as you used to be. On the verge of dying of pain, etc., etc. And it feels that way, and it is not jive. In other words, you're not saying it for effect. You're not saying it for anybody to hear except for you to hear. And the mystery that develops at that place, if you want to understand one of the biggest mysteries of healing, this is it. Somewhere during that time of, for the second time, not being able to stand it, the knowledge that you left at the door in order to get back into it again, the structures that you hid from yourself, the rules of fairness that you put in the psychic drawer, reemerge, and what is added to "I can't stand it" is anymore. In other words, you reach a place where you consciously feel so bad you know you can't go on with it anymore. But the knowledge of rights and truth wed to that to say, I can't go to this place anymore. And it is at that place, and only that place, that some of the power of emotional slavery, of its guilt and its tyranny, is broken. And only at that place. For the following very sad reason. The injuries to the dignity of an emotional slave, and I don't mean to say this now in any discouraging sense, because I've indicated the reason I'm teaching this fucking course is that it's possible to work this stuff out so that you not only have a life, but a hell of a life. But the nature of the guilt and violation is so deep, and here's the sadness, that it isn't enough that your mind, which is an adaptive organ, namely, that's a highfalutin way of saying it's supposed to be there to help you, that when your mind figures out the truth based on your finally having a reality principle, knowing what the fuck is going on and what's fair, your mind is not enough. And you must have to face your guilt when your mother calls, or you see your ex-spouse, or the pal that ran around with you and bullied you for all those years, or the boyfriend or the girlfriend or the man friend or the woman friend or whatever it is that abused you. When that phone rings and you feel the twinge of guilt, for the rest of your life, you will have to deal with that phone call, not just, and this is sad, the authority of your mind, which is enough for people who are not emotional slaves. Namely, they can slay guilt with their minds and anxiety and sadism, but not emotional slaves. Sadly, they must have not only their mind saying it, but I can't do it anymore. I tried to, and I can't. And I know I can't. I tried. even if I wanted to, I couldn't. So that desperation is the beginning, and we come back to it as a strange friend that helps us deal for the rest of our lives with the tyranny of guilt. Okay, let's take about 10 minutes and we'll talk some more. I don't know if anybody, I don't want to get into it. I think I understand what you feel. I appreciate it. I would neither solicit your involvement nor say anything about it. It's like that's really about all I'd like to say. One thing I'd like to say about what I was talking about before, to develop it a little bit and make it a little clearer, what I was talking about at the end. This re-experiencing of desperation presents a very stressful problem to people who are trying to help it. And that's where you get into the whole problem of wise lovers and wise therapists being people who love but don't cave when they're watching somebody go through stress they need to go through. And let me just say that it is very difficult to watch somebody that you know was feeling better re-involve themselves with hurting people and hurting situations, and not only that, but re-involve themselves with abuse over and over again, namely rubbing their noses in it and watching desperation and tension and pressure escalating in them and not stop it, either by your saying, I can't stand hearing about this anymore, shutting it off, or intervening in some protective way and saying, let me talk to him, or let me do it, or don't do that anymore, or I won't let, in other words, the kind of thing of interfering with this process building up to the place where it re-feels dangerous again. Knowing that it's then and only then that this feeling of no more can come, wed to knowledge. And now the person after that is not only going to have consciousness, but I rub my nose in it long enough that I can't rub my nose in it anymore. And that's something they have to go through themselves, and only through repetitive abuse. I don't mean once. I mean over and over and over again until they can't stand it. And it's very difficult to watch that. Now that's often complicated in therapy by at the same time the therapist or the helper being accused of, if I'm going through this, why don't you help me? What you've done is jack shit. It's all come to this. I'm falling apart at the seams again. It's all been for naught. Why don't you help me? Why don't you reach a hand to me? Why don't you talk to them? I wish you could. In other words, they're expressing their frustration to you because you understand, but really, really, they don't want you to intervene. Because if you did, it would stop this process. It would stop this process. They would be vulnerable to that place in relation to guilt, and all they'd have to do some other time in their life is rev up a head of steam. In other words, allow themselves to be re-hurt to get back to that place again if you take it away from them. So you have to stand by and watch somebody that you thought was getting better fall apart while they're telling you that they're falling apart and that you're no good, knowing that it's only by their coming to the end of their rope that they'll ever feel better. That's a way to put it together. Very hard. And to the borderline of dangerousness. And how do you do that? How do you let people do that if you're a loving person? It's hard. How do you do that if you have unresolved guilt yourself? That's where the whole emphasis comes in therapies and whatnot of know yourself, countertransference. How much are you willing to let people suffer if there's a point to the suffering? How do you separate out your own sadism, your own frustration from the person's need to go through extreme pain in order to be well? Very subtle issues. Okay, what are you thinking about? Desperation. What do you got? Yes?
On this last issue, are you saying that the lifestyle of a freed emotional slave has to consciously say, I can't do this anymore? Is it that the feeling of desperation plus wedded to the knowledge that they had to receive to get to that point where they're consciously answering?
Yeah, I'm saying knowledge is not enough in most situations where people have been violated at the levels we're talking about. In other words, where the most private places in them have been pierced by word or deed. It isn't enough to know better if you've made a life out of that. It really does require some kind of survival thing. I'll tell you an interesting question related to this. One way of looking at this. I would leave it more as a question for thought. We don't have to talk about it here, Ken, if you want. But is it really that emotional slavery goes so far that it slays self-preservation and survival as an instinct? And is what love and healing is one way to understand that in this notion of desperation, that the person reestablishes their relationship to survival. I'm not saying here that the person is on a suicide trip. That's another thing, or a death trip. It's simply that an emotional slave apparently will die in their slavery if they could. It's only that they can't. And, I mean, sometimes they do. I mean, people have been tortured to death, psychologically and physically, but most people hit a place where they just can't do it anymore. And what stops them is not survival or self-preservation. What stops them is a breakdown of mechanisms. So apparently survival's not operative, which is a way of saying that the injuries are beyond life, almost. And apparently what healing does is the person reestablishing some relationship to the instincts of survival. That apparently survival in relating to these kinds of blood-deep guilts, survival wed to knowledge is inadequate, but knowledge alone isn't. It really seems to require survival, the assertion of survival. Yeah. You mean that's a pretty broad one. I mean, I taught a whole year on it. Yeah. Well, I think there are a lot of things you could say about that. One of them is simply at the level of body, like if you're talking about the awareness of pain or symptoms, or in the case of physical abuse, the whole Reichian concept of our withdrawal from the body and living in some concept of inside, but withdrawn from the skin that deals with reality, or the whole concept of the private life, my inner feelings versus what it is that people see and do, persona, mask. So, one of the things that obviously allows, what probably emotional slaves often do is start a pattern of withdrawal out of an instinctive reaction to pain. But the problem is that the pattern gets reinforced because the withdrawal allows you to stand even more pain, which is meant by even more withdrawal until you can be abused a lot, and maybe mostly what you feel is numb. There are emotional slaves who, when they're not desperate, would really say, I don't feel that bad. Their life is pure shit. They're dying physically. Everybody that looks at them would say they look like a wreck. But they would say, well, I feel kind of a little bad once in a while, or kind of numb, or something like that. In other words, I don't feel the blows sharply. And that then, in other words, it's a very provocative, it's very adaptive to the abuses and usings of emotional slavery, but it also turns that kind of thing on, which is why sadomasochism is down the road from it. I think that withdrawal de-escalates demands too, so that if you're already turned on to start with not expecting much, if you're withdrawn, you expect even less. Withdrawal sometimes opens the door to depressions when you're carrying a lot of unlived life. See, that's a whole independent dimension here. You can talk in terms of pent-up feelings of anger, rage, and sexuality, lust, passion. You can talk about it as that not only are people not dealing directly and reacting to hurts and all that kind of thing, but they're not living their life. And that becomes a huge problem for withdrawn people who are responding less, hence living out more. So where does the life go? And often the life can go into strong feelings of depression. Which can, again, be a fertile ground for the mythologies of slavery. Withdrawal also gets into when you pull out of reality far enough, you can start adopting very distorted, or if you want to use a common parlance word, spaced out concepts of reality, which you can make work for you because you're relatively insensitive to many dimensions of life, because you're withdrawn from them. So withdrawn people can get into really weird trips, paranoid trips, spiritual trips. There's one of the numbers that emotional slaves can get into in relation to withdrawal, heavy involvements with religion. or sort of mantic procedures, astrology, all that genre of thing, tarot cards and that kind of stuff, where that is what I'm concerned about in my daily, while I go about my slavery, and I'm not that conscious of its effects on me. But the trip I'm into is my religious number. Memorizing my verses, if you're a Christian or something like that, or seeing if I talk to somebody about Christ this week, or whatever it is. In other words, the concerns, you can make a life out of a limited area of experience because you're withdrawn enough to be not reacting to the range of experience, your own sexuality, anger, etc., all the other stuff that's going on in living. Yeah. Well, I think what I'm trying to convey here is that if they're at zero, well, you got to ask what that care is now. If we're talking about the kind of person we talked about tonight, it's not saying, what I'm saying here is that an emotional slave is as capable of feeling a relationship connection, if they are feeling people and empathetic people, as somebody who's really together. The whole issue is, do they have the poop to do it, and how distorted is the whole thing? And is the other person going to be able to deal with all the numbers involved? So I think when you say when one emotional slave sees another one and they're drawn to each other, I think the first thing you got to find out with is it a real connection, or is it simply, I'll add you to my list, and they're going to fight over who gets to be the slave. Now, so it could be nothing. It could just be just another person that you're adding to your rip-off list. Or it could be, and it sometimes happens, that it's somebody who's feeling a lot what you're feeling like. And then it's going to be a real struggle to help each other when it seems to take all you can do to just keep yourself together. Then you get into incredible problems that people get into. I'll tell you a very common one of people who are struggling to get out of heavy numbers is you get into this thing where you're too goddamn weary to struggle through all your bullshit and theirs, and also do what you're trying to do with your own life independent of them. And you get into this whole thing of, why don't we get together in 2 years at the Eiffel Tower or something, you know? Like, I love you, but I just can't do it all, and you know, I'll see you then, and will you call? Yes, no, yes, no. What if it really gets bad? Well, you know, all that kind of, you know, and experimenting with separations, which are really attempts to kindly sometimes. I mean, it's not just get away, pushing away. It's really maybe the best thing for both of us is for both of us to work our shit out. And yet, if you got a connection, it does violation to the connection. And if you invest in the relationship, you don't in yourself. So in other words, what I would say is it's a dilemma. I ain't got no answers to that one. Pardon? Oh, it can be tremendously helpful. But what I'm saying is where it's a problem is at the level of energy. I mean, emotional slavery, this kind of thing I'm talking to you about is like incredible what goes into it, especially the last, if you're going to go through that last chapter deal, I know who find it impossible to work. I mean, it's like they go back home and go to bed or something in their parents' house, you know, at 30 or something like that, you know? I mean, it's like, it's all they can do to rub their nose in it, to get to be desperate, let alone talk to somebody, make love to somebody, work through impotence, work through, what did I say this time, and you said that 3 days ago, and that's why I haven't talked to you. So work through all that while you're trying to do, roll the rock up Mount Olympus, It's just, it's hard. It's very hard. But the problem is that being with someone is also very valuable. So it gets into stuff like this, that there are periods of time when you can't work at the relationship. So the relationship drifts into trouble. You can use drift too. I mean, if you can't work at it consistently, so that it has spaced out times in it that generate misunderstandings that have to be cleared up and that kind of thing. So you can't give the attention to it consistently that you would if you were more together. But it still turns out to be more trouble than it's worth, even in the worst moments. It's that kind of a thing. Like, why didn't I meet you 5 years later? It's that kind of stuff you get into, but I know you. And that's the fact of it. So it's easier for knowing you because someone knows what I'm going through and, pats my head and scratches my ears and gives me a drink of water and reminds me and all that kind of stuff. And yet it'd be so much easier if I just had this to deal with. It's ambivalent. But most people find still worth it. Something that I have said before in my teaching, which probably should be said when you look at try to make some kind of full statement about this, is that in my experience, sometimes the people that you meet at a certain time in your life when you're working this stuff out the connection is not a lover type connection. And sometimes you get two people working out the same thing where one is really a mother or father to the other one, or maybe not in the sense that they know anymore, but in the sense of a quality about them that really helps you when you're going through it. And maybe they really are natural mothers and fathers who really dig being that way. Or you get one person who's sort of the mentor of the other person, the teacher of the other person. And in general, I would say that those relationships don't hold up. Or we're kind of therapy friends. Now that doesn't say that if you are in therapy and you meet somebody that's in therapy and that, Faber says it's all over. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there are people that you meet when you are in therapy, when you're working these things out. There are people that you can meet where that is the connection. That is what you have in common as people. That is the bond. And if you weren't in that place, or when that place is done, the bond may suffer. And so what I'm saying is, sometimes those connections of two slaves who meet each other and work it out through all of the particular problems that go with that, sometimes those relationships hold up and you both come to freedom together and walk off into the sun, and it works out. And sometimes you walk part of the way in life with those people, and after a certain place, it's not there. And you sort of never know until you do it. I mean, there's sort of no way to know in advance. The question is, what happens if you hit that place and then you go off by yourself? Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, you're already farther along if you've done that. Well, in terms of what's liable to happen, you got to tell me more. I mean, when you say walk off, I don't know what you mean. I don't know if you're talking about. You mean disappear forever? Well, you see, the thing that's hard is that the folks that I'm talking about tonight wouldn't do that. To do what you're talking, in other words, they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to stay there until they die, go crazy, or their heart busts, or they bleed to death from colitis. They wouldn't give that to themselves. They're beyond survival. That's survival talking. When you split, yeah, in other words, at that level, the person is able to live with, at some level, altering their relationship to guilt. I mean, they can do something for themselves down at some bottom line. What I'm saying is that hardcore emotional slaves have no bottom line. There's no floor. They would do anything if they just could. So to be at a place where there's some place where you walk already means you've worked it out at some level. Now, what happens when you walk, which is really your question, when you leave home or disappear or split from your parents or go away to school if you've been a slave or disappear one day, what happens out there really is going to depend on how far you are in this drama and what you've worked out, and a little bit is going to depend on what happens when you get there and what kind of support you're going to get for it, and et cetera, et cetera. I have a feeling that you're asking maybe some much more specific question in a general way. If you could embellish the question a little, it would help. Well, then you're talking about one of the issues which we're going to be talking a lot about the whole course. So I'm going to beg that one, which is, what about the dynamic of kidnapping? And what I would say is that seems to be almost inevitably involved in most healings. Namely, if you ain't got no instinct to take care of yourself, you need somebody yelling at you, not letting you go, going to your parents with you, somebody who catches you in between something, not out of eating you up, but out of love. So what I would, maybe to talk at a more concrete level, not at a general level, what I would say is that if you lovingly pressure, let's not talk about destructive pressure, that speaks for itself, but if you lovingly pressure an emotional slave to do something before they can handle it, it's destructive. And it's going to backfire. They're going to feel torn, feel that they betrayed you. See, that's where you get into this whole thing of the arrogance of playing God with people. And you can understand one of the reasons why, as a principle for myself in understanding things like this, I am totally non-imposing. That's why I don't want to... Then what about pressuring them? Them? Ah, okay. Now, so yeah, okay. Now, I thought there was, yeah. The question there is, if you've gotten to the place where you can't stand what you see an emotional slave doing to himself or herself, if you leave, what will happen to them? In other words, what we're dealing with here is the guilt of dealing with people who torture themselves, and what is our responsibility towards them. Now, you're goddamn right. It invites that. Well, that speaks to a concept about it. Now, what I would say about it, I would really like to speak in much more depth about that in one of the lectures. But I'll just say this, in general, which I've mentioned before, that I think, and I don't want it, I'm not saying this so that it becomes a rule, because my teaching is not about that. But I would say that in general, if the slave is not trying to work out the slavery, you're wasting your time. Then all of the love just pours through them. It doesn't register. And I think most of the times that people feel that kind of despair, they feel it through in those kinds of situations. In other words, the reason that you get to the place where you can't stand it anymore and you're worn out and you can't do it again is because you sense that even though you love this person and you know how important they are and that you're holding on to them from falling farther into the pit, that everything you're doing isn't getting anywhere. In other words, well, again, I'm going to try to speak to that more. But what I'm saying to you is that I think that usually when people feel that, it is that they are feeling that all of this is for naught, and it probably is. So that the minute that you stop saying it and doing it over and over again, they're going to fall, and they aren't crawling up any further. Then the question you got to ask yourself, and this gets down to bottom line philosophical stuff, is, are you anybody's keeper? In other words, and I mean anybody's, your children's, not just husband, wife, mother, father. Are you even your children's keeper? Namely, is it your responsibility to control their life in any way? Well, that's a guilt question. I'm more talking now philosophically. I'm saying that what you need to deal with the notion that the minute you let go, that person may die in whatever ways those are. One of the things that you need to think through, and that's where you have to know whether you're some fucking emotional slave who is enslaved to another slave. Have you worked out your stuff, and do you have the responsibility to keep people from killing themselves, going crazy, deteriorating in their lives? Is anybody ultimately responsible for that with another person? Or is everyone's life, no matter in what shape they're in, ultimately their responsibility, and all that can be had from another person is at best some love and some help in living? When most people who are really caught up in emotional slavery present themselves to love or therapy, there is no ego in the sense of a meaningful structuring and appreciation of experience. In other words, most slaves are what they do. And there is very little, if energy, invested in not only a positive concept of self,
but in any notion of someone who's doing something. Because all the energy and all of the thought is possessed by the people who are the slave masters. And there's nothing left after those people are taken care of. Conceptually, in terms of psychic structure as well as at an energy level. So that there is absolutely no way for an emotional slave to meaningfully or helpfully handle a vision of hell. They live in hell already. They have glimpses of it, but there's no way they can stand off from it, which is what the therapeutic or spiritual or godly vision is. There's no way that they can stand off from it, peer at it, make it into an entity and a vision, and handle that. Because there's nothing left to handle it with. And it's from that you can understand why the abuse of psychedelics in people who have this kind of emotional history and lack an ego structure with which to integrate the vision of their lives that they sometimes see. In that spirit, you can understand why that kind of abusive use of psychedelics can precipitate not helpful but destructive psychotic episodes. Why reckless therapies that prey on abusing fatigue and high-pressure techniques, forcing themselves past the natural restraints of defense, can sometimes overwhelm in destructive ways people who are not prepared to see what they're living. So that the wisdom of healing dictates on instinct, not as manipulation, that the therapy and the love has a lot of caring in it in the beginning times, has a lot of learning and appreciation for what one is, learning a sense of value of one's essence, beginning to see how one is violated in specific conflicts with specific persons, and working to a place where you can respond to those situations differently, so that in the particulars of your experience, you are limiting the quantity of abuse that comes into you. And all of those tasks are manageable in terms of a person building an ego from nothing, with the backdrop of this struggle a horror story. Now, sometimes the particular injuries to people are not deep enough to require that at the end of that building up of oneself and a clarification of what's going on in the here and now and dealing with things better, sometimes, and there's no way to control this, the injuries of one's past slip into one's past. They are less pressing, less important, and one can get on with one's life without dealing with them directly on the dramatic terms that second or reapproachment of them that I talked about last week requires. In other words, it's as if you get yourself together and you get on with your life and your past recedes into the past. And it does, in truth. And you simply forget about your injuries unless you're reminded of them. So the kind of thing I talked about is not instinctively necessary. Also, there are people whose horror stories of abuse and slavery are so bad that even when one has built an ego, there is an instinctive sense on the part of the person that I simply cannot let myself go into that place of really facing how bad it's been, or I will be overwhelmed. And that's quite apart from what people say in words. It's what they feel on instinct. And I have known persons who have felt for long periods in their lives, and I think that it's certainly possible that one would feel that way all of one's life, that there are certain things that I can't face. And that says nothing about the strength of that person or the amount of care of the people that care, the adequacy of therapists. It says something about the malignancy of the injuries that are done to some children. Still, other persons will not make this return journey because they don't value the fruits of that kind of experience and the energy that's required in it enough to justify it. There are many people who are interested in psychology, in therapy, in help, who would not be interested in it unless they needed it. So that the task of therapy is really, in their values, to simply do something until you can function effectively. And that's really enough to satisfy the value of an experience, because as I'm going to describe this return journey in a little bit more detail in a few moments, to enter this place is really to stamp yourself forever as a different person. And unless you value that, you may resist or choose not to go there. And it also requires a lot of courage. I'm in general reluctant to talk about courage in my classes because they're loaded with guilty people and misunderstand me all the time, even when I'm clear, and are ready to use the kindest things in some twisted logic, let alone talk about whether you got guts or not. Because most emotional slaves, that's like, I got guts to do anything. So anything you tell me is a matter of courage, I'll do it just on principle. Courage is not something you can manipulate. It's a place that people come to, and people deal with it different ways. How you handle crunches and things like that. And to involve yourself in a total immersion with evil, or your experience of torture and abuse, your concentration camp, requires a lot of guts. And some people just don't have that kind of courage. And that's not saying anything morally in any way about it, simply a fact. And I'm not trying to say anything veiled here, like if you're a good person, you'll do it or something. I don't feel that way. So that whether it's courage or not valuing the experience or being so injured that you can't handle it or not so deeply injured that you need it, those are all factors that may influence it, as well as whether you are a dramatic person, a fantasy person, and not necessarily related to that, a creative person. One of the things that a re-immersion consciously in your family's bullshit does for you is to give you a very dramatic experience. Poignant, sharp, in truth, exaggerated. But in that, and I'll talk about the healing part of it later, one learns about many things other than what that drama is. So that if you are a creative person, one of the ways that you may experience your creativity as well as garner the visions that later creative work will address itself to is to go into your personal hell. And there certainly may be a time when you're in it when you may not have the energy to do anything with it other than live through it. But after the fact, many things become clear, and you can understand many aspects of human experience as they relate to that experience you've been through. You can call on it, if you want to put it that way, to color your vision of the world. So those are some of the reasons why people don't. The people that do, as I said last time, seem to come to a place where, animated by compulsion, creative growth, spiritual compulsion, and met by choice. I'm a person who believes that our essence, when we woo it and cultivate it, becomes a very powerful factor in our living, but that it is met by the power of choice in its living, in its coming to light, in its revelation. So that quite apart from whether one searches for hell or one is pressured there by therapies and bad shamans and people who are forcing people into suffering, acute suffering, one finds oneself facing the choice one is compelled to make, I suppose that's the way to put it, to go there, wherever that is. And what I talked about last week is an aspect of that, is that you seemingly take all that you've learned, forget all the times that you've argued with your mother, forget all the times that you've reminded yourself what a cheap asshole your father is, and you go back home. Whether that means going back to dinner, whether that means moving back in, whether that means asking the old lady out for lunch or away for a weekend or whatever it is. We're going to lock ourselves in a room in Santa Barbara until it's over or whatever it is. Whatever it is. or whether it is allowing yourself to get into, in quotes, some kind of dependency on your family again. A frequent way that people pick in this culture is financially. During the times of building ego, it's very important for them to establish their separations from their families and to not need them. And then all of a sudden you'll see people suddenly not feeling that they want to work or not wanting to do the work that they've done, in some way generating a situation, returning to school. Incidentally, all of these things may be valid career changes, if you want to put it that way, or changes of direction, but the practical effect is that you need the old man and old lady's bucks again, which means that you have to deal with them, which draws you again into that drama of briberies and blackmailings and all the things that go with financial dependencies in slavery situations. And we usually will generate for ourselves, in order that we can get into the drama, situations which really force us to do the things we really know we need to do in order to work out something. So that often unconsciously we must stage these things as if they were accidents. I mean, it just happens that I need your help again, or we get sick, or we push ourselves a little bit too much and we get mono and we don't have a lover that can take care of us, so we got to go back home and recuperate there, where people are ready to kill us. I mean, that's a crazy... I mean, we work it out so that it looks straight, but really what it is hiding from the left hand what the right hand can do, so you can get into it. Now, that was one way I mentioned last time. You don't have to go back home. One way we go back home these days is simply to isolate ourselves in our life. And those are the times where people who may go on doing the work they've always done suddenly drop out in relation to their friends and the people that they've known. They don't see people for a while. All of the compulsive schedules of meeting friends every 2 weeks for a zillion years and all that, and we break all the hurt feeling schedules and get very drifty for a time in our lives, so that we're alone a lot and isolated a lot. And in our way, even if we keep on our social discourse and our jobs, we lock ourselves in a room with ourselves for a while. Sometimes we actually do that. People stop working, live on unemployment, or on some token subsistence dole from the family or somebody else, or borrow some bucks, and literally pull down the shades in some apartment or little house somewhere and don't come out for 2 or 3 years. Literally. I mean, going to the market once a week shrouded and things like that, you know. Dark rooms that never get cleaned and things like that. Literally. Sometimes we take ourselves to the society's institution for that, which is the nut house, and take ourselves into that kind of a place. Sometimes it's the therapy chamber, where the therapy stops being what it has been up to that place, which is a very strong interaction between a person who's trying to help, trying to teach the structures of care, trying to deal with you in terms of rights, aggressively reacting to the injustices of one's life, and one learns those things, and then one passes through a place where that person becomes silent, shuts up, and it is as if one is sitting alone with oneself, with a caring person with you in the room, while you face the demons. And it's not that they don't help or ever say anything. What I'm trying to capture is that the essence of that experience is that you're locked up with yourself, but there is someone there that understands and groans and cries and can't stand it and feels the intolerable tension that you feel, and that more than anything is in an awesome way respectful of what you're passing through. And in the way that the only way that you have to put it into words in the impoverished language that we have is that someone knows. The same thing takes place with if you have a lover and you pass through those times. About what they do is sit with you while you go through this suffering. Sitting up in the nights when you can't sleep, the days when you stop doing all of the compulsive bullshit that you have done, and you pace and cry and don't understand and think you're going nuts, and they know enough to sit there and not try to talk you out of it, not try to preach to you, not remind you that you're a good person as they needed to do in the times before that, because you didn't know. But now you need something else from them. You need for them to lovingly let you alone and yet be with you, cry with you, be angry with you, but not take away from you the privacy of your need to experience your hell. These experiences your hell. These experiences are simply the modern day versions of Jesus in Gethsemane. At the last minute, there is a last vision of the task, and one must go to a place alone, away from those people that are a part of one's life, and sweat blood, and suffer so badly as Jesus did, as to say, if there's some way, please let this cup pass from me. I can't stand it. I can't stand the suffering and the vision. Or in the archetypes of that, before the modern day concepts of psychotherapy and psychoanalysis, the people who went into monasteries and after learning the disciplines, the lore of a particular religious experience, the language of it, the knowledge of it, those that arranged for the labor that involved locking yourself in a cell for sometimes years, coming out only to eat, being in silence, and at best at times speaking to another person who'd been through it, who was a kind of guide or someone who understood or instructed about it, but where the essence of it is that one struggles with evil, with the devil, for years until one comes out of that room, a crazy person, one monastery because you can't take it, and spend the rest of your life taking out the frustrations that you have, that place, the tortures on other people, or through that place and comes out with a feeling of the world's pain. One world as a healing person. One goes back to the village after years of privacy. One understands about love and suffering. I'm not sanctioning Catholicism. I hate it. I'm not trying to sanction a particular... What I'm saying is that the motif of the learning is what we're talking about here. It's locking yourself up alone with yourself. Or it's in a Buddhist monastery. Or it's, as Kazantzakis described, the crazy people that have lived in caves for years. And the wild-eyed people that come out of those places from what they've seen in there, of themselves and of life, that know everything and talk to no one. What is that? The shamanic task that involved people going off into stringent survival conditions with no tools and not eating for weeks, ill-clothed, suffering until they saw it, and then stumbling back, or dying out there, or not being able to take it, or going crazy, or stumbling back, half-crazed lovers, priests, priestesses of the communities that they came from, and they came back and healed and loved and helped people understand the deepest of their sufferings the rest of their lives based on that experience of being alone out in some cold, desolate, lonely place with yourself and the demons. It's to be found in the hells that musicians go through when they're alone, trying to write music, trying to understand, trying to hear the song. It's to be found in the prisoners who have written of their labors after years of being in a cell or in solitary confinement. People who went into a certain place in that experience and came out very wise. So whatever that isolation is, or to use a Greek term for it, incubation, that going into some sealed-in place and cooking there until something breaks. The whole description of Jung's alchemical journey of the self. Whatever form that takes, isolation in the wilderness, people that go off to live on some crazy island where there's a boat that goes to it once a month and no running water and all that kind of thing. Whatever that is, all of them are probably forms that touch on going back home to rub your nose in it until you come to some other stand about it than you've always felt. Absolutely integral to that is to come to a place where you feel equal to the vision of hell, where the structures of meaning that you've left at the door in order to get into it at a conscious level again are strong enough that in the moment when you have touched the quick of survival and reached back outside the door psychologically for those tools, that when you finally react to the torturer, to the evil one, to the sadist, to your mother, to your father, to the devil, to Satan, to God and his other face, to Kali, when you finally react, you are as strong. And I say that not saying that one, or that there are not persons who, in facing that kind of thing, do not sometimes feel that the force of love and truth is stronger than what they've been through. I'm not leaving that as a possibility out. The reason I say equal to it is that is the way that it is for most persons, and there is nothing against consciousness and the power of love that it is at best equal to the force and magnitude of evil and selfishness. The important thing is that one should be able to stand before it on some terms, and then one empowers oneself, becomes in truth a free person in the Castaneda sense of it, namely that there is nothing that I'm not afraid to face, and there's no consequence that I cannot accept. So that one is free. One has stood before Dachau. One has stood before the torturer and stood there, perhaps terrified, perhaps shy, but one stands there and can stand there. So if you can stand in that place, if you're still alive after it, it's sometimes a question, when you return to the world, you know that nothing will ever happen that you can't handle. It may be very difficult, may be frightening, it may throw you for a while, and perhaps a long while. But if you have mastered your life at that level of your essence versus the essence of torture and evil and selfishness, there will be no other manifestation that will come that will be new to you in the sense of new power, new essence. You'll see new faces of it. You will be tried again and again by the changes in your life, the losses of the people that you love, the disappointments of your existence. But you will have been to that battle, that essential battle, and all other battles are but echoes of that one. And if you've done it once, you've been there. And it doesn't say that people can't lose later. What it says is that they take a great token into later battles if they've been through that one. It is a dramatic battle. I mentioned before that if you're a fantasy person, it helps a lot in cooking these things up. I'm going to do it, and all of the poetic things that describe that. If you're a person that gets off on it, it helps a lot in conjuring up the guts to do it. Because there's always a question of whether it's worth it. There's always a question of whether you're going to make it. Because if you're not truly in jeopardy, you're not really going through it at the deepest level. As I mentioned in my book on listening, Orpheus has a way of playing his music, namely the healing or the relaxing, has a way of coming so often after you think you can't do it anymore. I talked some last week about impossibility. It's impossible, and then I find out that today I can do what I thought was impossible yesterday. Well, in the context of experiencing this re-immersion in one's family and suffering, there is often a time when you get down to the bottom line and the line just won't get to the bottom. And it's some time after it's impossible that there's a relief, or you don't have to do it anymore, or you can walk out, or you can stop talking to your mother or father, whatever that is. And what all of that adds up to is that this is an incredibly powerful experience that you ain't going to go into unless you can really dramatize, use, and value the fruits of it. The quality of it being dramatic often leads to some confusions, as I touched on last week, because often people will tell you, as you are telling yourself from the practical side of you, it can't be as I'm making it. The truth is, it's probably worse than you're making it, and it's not as bad as you're making it. In other words, both of those things are true. You forgetting your strength, what you can do, you're focusing all of your attention on abuse to understand and what it does to you. You are castrating yourself. You are cutting away the genitals of your spirit in order to feel the impact of evil unbuffered by your own beauty. And in doing that, you are distorting experience. to learn from it. And people will tell you that. And if you don't understand and appreciate the need to dramatize it, you may pull back, suppress the dramatic fantasy embellishing that you're going through, and remind yourself of practical things, get realistic, balance your perspective with things that you know, hence suppress the coming to light of this drama so that you can learn from it. The drama, wed to fantasy and the power of mobilizing all past hurts in the present hurt, and mobilizing all of your strength opposed to it, makes for such an incredibly powerful experience that not only can you meet the essence of evil in your experience of it, but when you come out of that room or that space, you are the same person. There is a look to people that have been to that place. Many of them look wild-eyed. They can smile, be having a good time, be joyful. They look nuts. And once you have been crazy like that, you always will be crazy like that. You will always see life not objectively, in the sense of every aspect of life. Every aspect of life may be clear to you, but in terms of weighting and shadings, the visions that you saw at that place will mark you forever. You'll respond to that. Your feeling is pulled to that. Your understandings will be rich in that place. Your love will be very wise and helpful and perhaps charismatic in that place. But you are forever a biased person, which is not a criticism of someone who's been to that place. Society needs those persons, and those persons need other kinds of persons. It might not work so good if we were all wild-eyed shamans and shamanesses, which should not be construed as a sanction on my part for bullshit and evil. I'm not saying we need evil people as well as needing the holy ones. I don't mean that. What I mean by that is that not everyone is called, set up for, geared for the kind of labor I'm talking about tonight. And there is a sense in that. And that's not whitewashing it. There's a sense in that. These people move about in their lives, seeing through those visions of hell, working from those visions, informing their relationships with people, reminding people, as Eliot has described the poets, of those deep sufferings of persons. They go about doing that, and one could put that poetically as the Greek healing traditions do, could put that, emphasizing the power of it, that those people go about injuring the rest of the community, the rest of their life. Now, the way that you can put that in terms of paranoia and lack of understanding would be the people who would say about somebody like me, don't let him talk. Don't let those people tell us about those things, because it's upsetting. People who feel some of those things are never going to forget those things. it affects people too much. So there is then that place which you see dramatically described in the story of August the Clown, Henry Miller's story, Smile at the Foot of the Ladder, of the audience's perennial ambivalence, the community's perennial ambivalence toward those people who remind us, because they have to, because they've seen that, remind us of the suffering, of the pain, as well as the healings of it, the glories of it, the depths of love, the possibilities of living, salvation. We want to hear, and yet we don't want to hear. And the shamans and shamanesses who've seen that, and I don't just mean those who do that work, can't stop talking and seeing it. So that this kind of thing that I'm talking about is not to be taken ever lightly, because once one crosses a certain place, one is never the same, and one must spend the rest of one's life working out that vision. The valuable aspect of it is that it gets you in touch with the whole range of human feeling. One hears things in music and hears music that other people don't hear. The shamans and shamanesses describe how when they really are in the depths of suffering, they hear the sounds of birds. They hear the bird they are. They become birds. They fly. They hear the animal sounds. Those things are the glorious, deep, warming, life-making, Lazarus-raising aspects of the vision. The other side of it is that when you see hurt and when you see children abused and you see people suffer, you often feel it beyond where they do, because you know what the essence of it is. You know the people in life that do it. You have memories of the instances of it in your experience, and your empathy pulls you in a different way than it did when you were an emotional slave and living it out as a role. Your empathy always threatens to engulf you in a vision of pain, which means that in your tired times, in your lonely times, in your despairing times, you flirt with a vision of a world that is inundated and drowned in pain, that brings you to the edge of cynicism, despair, nihilism, and sort of cosmic sadness and discouragement. And that is the downside in fatigue and in the times of being unloved. That is the curse aspect of having seen the face, objectified the face of your demons, of Perseus going to the back of the cave and in the shield of his consciousness seeing ultimate face of evil and understanding it, and with him in a pouch forever. Strength, but the pouch of dramatic is always with him. Like once it's on you, it's on your skin, it's in your feelings, it's in what you hear, not as of you, but certainly as an aspect of you. It is probably, and this would be a speculation on my part, the juxtaposition of going into one's own hell, whether that's in your mother or father's face, or a sarcastic word, or ignoring, or whether that's found in some confrontation of evil in a lover, inequality of society, in lying, cheating, power struggles. It is probably the juxtaposition of facing that, and in the depths of it,
the phoenix of inspiration, vision, healing, love, relief, creative inspiration, hearing the birds' songs, the juxtaposition of those coming, that has led people who spiritually try to understand these things to speak about the ambivalence of God, that renewal waits just behind Kali's vicious, skull-crunching, blood-dripping countenance, that one finds God through wading through the sores on Satan's face, that in the struggle with one's sin one finds beauty, that somehow God has two faces, and the faces, whether one polarizes this in fundamentalism or accepts the duality of the alchemical struggle of the aspects of God, as in more liberal theologies and more sophisticated theologies, that the two faces of God are less than a paper breadth apart. It's, you view it this way and you turn your eyes, one L, as I think Thomas Mann or Durrell said, that life looks completely different one that away. All you need to just turn your eye that, and you see a whole different aspect. It is probably that leads to that, what I would call confusion. It is not that evil is a bedfellow of beauty and love, as is often the slaves mythologizing and theologizing. It is really that it is only after one, in the spirit of this submergence in evil, in order to feel it and face it and understand it fully, it is only that after one has passed through it that one can allow oneself to consciously know one's strength and beauty. Because if you did, you would never put up with that shit. You would never get close to it. And you had gotten to a place in your life where you didn't. So the only way that you can get close to it again is to leave all of your knowledge and your wisdom in your back pocket, and seemingly with ignorance and renewed innocence walk into the face of evil again, until you know and something breaks in you, and then the light breaks in as it never has before. And that doesn't say that good and evil are close in essence. It says that the quality of this experience is an artifact of what you have to do to confront evil with power in order to know its strategies. That's a thought to you. Try to express a little bit what that experience is of facing one's hell. Okay, we'll take a few minutes and I'll talk for a little while. I wanted to make one sociological sort of comment about what we were talking about. I would call the person we're talking about tonight a pilgrim, not a Mayflower type, but sort of a spiritual pilgrim, or someone after the Grail, or however you want to put it. And an interesting complication of being that kind of person now and going through that kind of time in your life is that unique to other civilizations where the people going through that are highly respected often. In other words, what that labor is about and the fruits of it are valued by the community. And were in this community in the 60s, it ain't now. In the 60s, people could go through this, and there was the illusion of acceptability and valuing that went with the whole trip, in quotes, of dropping out that was a part of that time. And these days, both for persons of other generations as well as for people who are 18, 19, 20, early 20s now, people who would drop out and do this are wastrels. So that whether it's you're avoiding responsibility by not doing as much as you can do, or whether in terms of what younger persons might feel is, hey, you're just wasting your time, get in there and rip off like the rest of everybody. You know, get in there and get yours. That's what there is. The people who would do the kind of process that we're talking about would not only not be understood, but would be maligned and criticized. In other words, it's foolish to do this now. And the alternative therapies to this, like EST and all of the impatient, short-term concepts of helping that do not involve the amounts of time and the depth of understanding that try to mimic the experience of what we talked about tonight without building the structures that allow it to be meaningful. Those concepts of therapy and help and spiritual discipline are often openly critical of something like what I would talk about tonight as a waste of time. Why do it that way when you can get it quicker? That sort of thing. Alan Watts's first, although he changed his mind later, in Joyous Cosmology, when he said, why go about it the hard way when you can get there quicker with drugs? What is it, you got some Protestant work ethic number? Which is not the point. The point is that experience and feeling without structure can't be held. So anyway, that's a way of saying that in these days when there's a tremendous financial pressure on all of us to just keep hustling to stay at the same place, and where there's an atmosphere of rip-off, the notion of voluntarily not using yourself for long periods of time is not in. So that one gets in the following problem. You can sustain the value of what you're doing in isolation if they are valuing it outside your house and that are value. But if people think you're a fucking fool doing, and on top of it a selfish asshole, so they're mad at you went for $300 for your therapy bill or whatever it is. Do you sustain that isolation maligned? It would be a lot easier to sustain it if there was some cultural attitude and institution that called you a pilgrim for doing it. And there is not that
voice, which makes it all the harder to do, and it makes it harder to live through the experience of it. There will be more confusion because your own struggles with self-doubt, which are tremendously strong in this kind of experience I talked about tonight, are going to be constantly echoed by voices from the outside saying they're right. Give up, join up, get in there, grow up, accept it. Idealism's over, however you want to put it. Okay, what are you thinking about? Yes?
I'm a little bit confused about the goal. A couple of weeks ago, when you were defining the life of the emotional slave, you sort of defined it in contrast to the healthy person. You said, for example, one of the things that makes the emotional slave a slave is that he doesn't understand the concept of doing what you can do. He doesn't understand the concept of giving freely only to those who willingly limit your giving, and so on. And it was my impression then that that was sort of the goal. That was the healthy model, the person who gives but doesn't strip himself bare, doesn't tear himself to pieces in the process. Now, after what you said tonight, this sort of alternative Kapasakian vision, the wild man emerging from the cave and going out to succor all humanity, with F-U-C-C-O-R, rather than F-U-C-K-E-R. I'm not sure whether you're suggesting that that healthy, sane version is impossible for anybody who's ever really been
No.
or whether the Kapasakian route is a long way around to that, I hate to say normality, that healthiness.
Well, now the problem is that I'm jumping ahead to the end of the course, and I tried to explain what that's about. I mean, I'm going to talk about a lot of other things which will be consistent with that. I felt the need from some responses I got to fully explicate what I had suggested last week. So I'll just defer the rest of the course to answer the question, and if you still got it at the end, then we'll try to put it together. Yes?
Last week you mentioned something about a relationship in which an emotional slave is a slave to an emotional slave. And I wonder if that kind of relationship has any special characteristics, whether you can explain it.
Well, what do you have in mind? What are you thinking about there?
Well, is it different when an emotional slave is enslaved to another emotional slave? Are there any different ramifications in that relationship as opposed to an emotional slave being a slave to a slave owner?
I'm going to talk about that next week, and if I don't get to all the things you're asking about, then let's get into it in the discussion next week. But I'm going to talk about that problem. Yes?
I was wondering, that desperation, will that continue to be a part of it, like that compulsive choice experience is a choice?
Is the compulsive choice experienced as a choice? Well, I think what I'm trying to convey here is that people make their choices all the time. It's like people are going to choose to come to this class, or they're going to choose to do this, or call that person, or there are a lot of choices involved in our experiences. That hundreds of choices that get one to the place where I was talking about tonight. Because keep in mind, I was talking about somebody who's invested a lot of energy and time, and most often a lot of years to get to the place where I was trying to speak about tonight, where you're ready for that kind of a labor. And really by that time, choices gain a momentum. Identity is not a brick-by-brick thing. It's a moving thing. And one experiences the movement of one's values and choice and experiences as a compulsion But in reality, it's what you want to do. I mean, that's what it is. Which isn't saying that choice is an illusion, because the force of that spirit or wind that you are can always be limited by starting to say no to it. So when I say compulsion, I'm not saying that the person isn't free. I'm saying that the nature of their experience of the value of what they're doing has become irresistible. Or if you want to put it in less poetic terms, I'd rather do that than something else. I mean, I'd rather go creatively nuts than live a boring life and fuck somebody I can't feel, talk to somebody that bores me, hate what I do, feel lonely and know that there ain't no hope of it ever changing. Rather do that than get into the place where I'd be happy with Richard Nixon, or however you want to put it. I'd rather be nuts than that. It's more valuable to me. So I'll pursue that process. You get into some incredible experiences relating to that. In love, you often get this kind of thing happening where you're down in the dregs of your suffering and facing your demons and feeling tortured by the other person, and these gigantic dramas of betrayal and jealous. It's all over tonight, isn't it? And all that stuff. And you play it to a certain place, and you suddenly see yourself doing it, and both people break out laughing, or some crazy thing like that. Like you break the spell of this creative melodrama that you're living in. And you can see the same kind of thing happen in therapy. It's some of the most amazing things. It's like you're going through weeks after weeks of people, feeling that you're a monster, and I know that you really don't, you're all these evil things that they're trying to work out. And then and they're saying the whole time, you're driving me to this, you're a terrible person, I don't have any choice, I have to keep coming back to this hellhole, and you're really a sadist, dragging me through all this stuff and all this kind of thing. And then they will, you'll be suddenly forced, either through some misunderstanding or you got to change appointment times or something like that. You'll suddenly be forced to deal with something, and their voice changes about 2 octaves. And 1 minute before, it was, they're lacerating themselves psychologically because they think that you're asking for it, and then they're saying, I can make 3:30, or, and it's like, it's like that, So in other words, we're choosing to do this crazy thing. And that doesn't say, then, that it's a trip or that it's a false thing, that it's phony. What it means is that it's a dream, a transference dream, if you want to use the language of psychoanalysis, the point of which is healing. But in the most amazing of human circumstances, people still ask you where the bathroom is. In other words, if they have to, they can. If they have to function, if they have to deal with something, they can. But the whole experience is premised on not calling on that in order to be in some extraordinarily vulnerable situation. By extraordinary, I mean out of the ordinary, in a way that I wouldn't be if I kept my wits about me. It's that kind of thing. If I kept my wits about me. It's that kind of thing. Well, I disagree, but I would say the other part that you talked about I would agree with. And what that's about is that, in general, people will be as crazy as they're allowed to be. And if somebody, as the shamanic tradition has a thing that some of you that have been with me for a while have heard me mention, where I wish you would have been here tonight. I got a little crazy after the lecture. Where the shamans and shamanesses brought their spouses with them, so that when they floated off too far, the tale had it that the spouse would tie a rope to their foot. So if they floated off too far, they came to an end of a rope, somebody pulled them back. And that's a way of saying, many persons can't do this alone. There's too much rage in it. There's too much threat to sanity or whatever it is. And they really have to have somebody sitting in the room with them. And if there's nobody sitting there, or if there are no people teaching about the value of the experience, which is what I'm trying to do, you're not going to go there unless you have some support. So that's certainly true. What you're talking about is that that's a factor that also determines what people can do. I think you're more charitable to people in terms of your judgments of courage than I am. And I'm not expressing in this any disrespect for fear. I respect fear. And I know people whose lives are run by fear and can't get to the other side of that. And I'm not saying they should. I'm not being moral about it at all. Just saying that I don't think everybody has the same amount of courage in the face of the same problems. And it gets very difficult in the complexity of human things to say, yeah, but what about this and what about that? What about the value of courage versus the value of avoidance? And we get taught courage and not taught it and all that. There are 1,000 things that influence it. I'm just saying that I think when it gets down to the bottom line, folks are different on that one. And most people, in my experience, is that most people are avoiders. That's all. And that even when truth and love is around, they avoid. Way in the back there.
Oh, by the way, that's with your help alone.
Thank you. That's what I was, I can give you a good example. That's what I was trying to do a little bit in expressing that sound, which was difficult to do because I was aware of myself doing it in a couple of moments in it. And it was hard to weigh that because, and this is the fine line there, how do I know that awareness is not a sense that there are some people in the audience that couldn't handle that, and hence I shouldn't do it? Or is it that I'm pushing at the levels of acceptance of me? I'm transcending the trust that I ought to have in this audience, not in individual persons, but the audience as how much will you accept of me without laughing at me or putting me down or breaking that? And then the demonic question of, am I a phony? Am I putting you on? And how do you go on with that, with all that going on? Yeah. Thank you. Yes? Are there people who retreat into isolationism and stay there? And is that a bad thing? Surely there are. And that gets into some very complicated questions. Isolation is itself, regardless of what you see when you're in it, is a difficult experience to handle for many people. For some people, it is so reminiscent of their feeling of their families, and so remindful to them of the impoverishment of their relationships with people that they can't stand just the experience of it for what it makes them feel, namely their basic existential relation. And if that's true, you're not going to be able to stay isolated as a way of life. In other words, it will be unbearable, regardless of how strong you are, or how many notebook pads you have with you, or how poetic you are, or how many stories you want to write. You will not be able to stay there without intolerable anxiety or depression. In other words, you will not be able to stay there. There are some people that can, and it really is a matter of how you're put together. There are some people who are able to live and make isolation work for them, and would simply rather have that than meaningless relationships or less meaningful relationships. In other words, isolation is not a bad trip to them. So yes, I think that there are people who sort of wander off and never come back, and it can work out for them. I've heard of some, isolated persons that sounded to me like they had gone through things and understood a lot, who basically haven't talked to anybody in 30 or 40 years. I mean, go to the market or give me 10 gallons or something. But don't relate to anybody. And it works out. And I'm not advocating that, I'm answering the question. I think that's a tremendous problem. I think I talked some about this when I talked about specialness and loneliness, that it's a tremendous problem for people who do these kinds of high-powered emotional development that most people do not do, develop consciousness, that loneliness becomes a great problem. And one of the things that keeps getting them into trouble, or keeps getting them re-involved in relationships that turn out to be more trouble than they're worth, is that their loneliness drives them to it. There are a lot of conscious people who know better but have to do it because they get too wiggy when they don't talk to anybody. If that's an answer to the question. Yes? You'd have to say more to focus it. It doesn't have to be personal, but just more sharper on it. It's like a... Well, yeah, there are a lot of things involved in that. In the first place, that whole notion of setting yourself up for is a phrase I don't like. Now, you got all kinds of people with all kinds of attitudes in psychological circles. There are people who are very impatient with victims and say, God damn it, you're making your own bed and all that kind of stuff. I think most emotional slaves ain't making their own bed. They never had any choice to start with. They're drowning to start with and don't know any better. So that the whole concept of I'm setting myself up for disturbing relationships is a mind-fuck, guilt-producing, wrong idea. for an emotional slave. It's just a way of taking the hurt back to yourself and re-hurting yourself with it. You don't have any choice until you know better. When you know better, you can start asking yourself questions like that. I think that there's no question, if we're going to talk now in a very general way, that in general, we are attractive when we're out there. In other words, people notice us when we're real. And when we're not real, and there's nobody there, people can do to us what they want to. Now, if you've got a big success or marketable image, you're going to get a lot of goodies even if you're not there. In fact, you're going to get more if you're not there than if you're there, if you ain't much as a person. And some of the most powerful people in the world are people that aren't there, and that's their power. Really, business and that. Some of the biggest business people are people who don't care, aren't there, and whose power is that nobody can manipulate them because nobody's there. So they're scary, you know. I mean, in exactly that sense. Now, to get back to the point, though, unless you got some kind of image trip going for yourself, in general, you're going to get a response to the degree you're there. And the problem with a hurt person is the more hurt, the more they withdraw. So that in what you do to take care of your hurt becomes the occasion for your being hurt again. I mean, you're not showing yourself, you're not showing your beauty. All you're bringing is the symptoms of your anxiety. I mean, what I am is that I'm sweating, or what I am is that I can't talk. All I am is what you see, which is the sign of my vulnerability. And all of the things that I am, I'm not going to show because I can't stand to be hurt. So it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you like that kind of idea. The only thing I would want to say about that is, again, that's of no fucking help, because there's nothing you can do about that. In other words, if you put it that way, which is how people who are in therapy and hate themselves and feel guilty do all the time, look, I'm hurting myself, I'm setting all of that. If you put it that way, you get nowhere. You just add another way to hate yourself. And there's no way that you can build from that. So that all self-fulfilling prophecy does is describe to you what goes on. It doesn't help you work it out. Because there's a goddamn good reason why you're in a repetitive cycle. And just hating yourself for it ain't going to help you get out of it. Anyway. Maybe one or two more and then I've had it. Yeah. Okay. The question here was, I know somebody who's going through this. I'm not seeing that person, but I sense they're going through it, and what should I do? Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. When people are with their demons, well, see, that's a whole course on healing, just that question. Somebody that you care about is locked up with the demons. It's like there are very sensitive issues going on there. I mean, I would say as a first reaction, you have fulfilled your responsibility already by simply being aware of it, and clearly that person knows. And what I've tried to convey tonight is that when you go through this stuff, the most important thing is to know that somebody knows if somebody does, and it's somehow then more bearable, or you can stand more of the pain or something like that. The demons are very strong. I mean, it's like that thing I'm telling you about, that if at the end of talking to a lot of people today and an hour of teaching at the level I was at, and then I'm going to sing that song. It's like I'm stretched out. And I'm going to start hearing, you're going to drive somebody crazy with, you're a bad man, all that stuff, okay? So that your friend is hearing the demons whisper somewhere, maybe, going through the hell. And it's very easy in love, if you care a lot, if you can't stand to see, this is what loving people are often like, I can't stand to have people that I love hurt, i.e. suffer. Sometimes when we're tired and overstressed, we can feel the demons that are working on somebody else, and there's a siren quality to that. I mean, like, come exercise, it's that kind of thing. Come help, come. Now, you better be very wise at that place. I believe that one can, at a distance, take over some of it. Which is why, I believe in magic things, sympathetic magic and things like that. Some people can do crazy things 2,000 miles away. Not only in a helpful sense, but in a destructive sense. I believe that when people wish us to die, we have troubles. If there are people saying, we're going to feel it somewhere. The blood pressure goes up. I believe that. We're going to feel it. Feeling is powerful, and I don't want to get into talking about transmissions and all that. Well, I don't give a shit about that. I just know it's true. That when people are walking around that are hated a lot, it's debilitating. So you can feel the demons working on your friend, or the power of that struggle, and you want to do something. You have to be very clear, are you doing that when you're not in bad shape, when you're not worn out, when you're not chiseled down by years, so that you can trust your judgment about it, not being drawn into that. Now, sometimes I think that for people to work out their salvation, someone has to carry some of it. I know there's no way that I could have ever gotten out of mine without somebody carrying some of it, which means that they have to hold that injury at that level. Namely, they take one of your demons or something like that. Now, I've given one or two of mine away. I got a few, too, from some of the people that I've known and helped. I've chosen to do that. And once you have the demon, it's always with you. The major problem here is, as we talked about in the first time around in talking about emotional slavery, is that slaves at the beginning don't understand what love is and can't feel it. Now, by definition, we're talking in this course about people who have the capacity to do it, namely people who can work the problem of slavery out, which implies that they've got empathy and the capacity to feel and relate. However, many people who are emotional slaves are not love slaves in the sense that what they're doing in their slavery is loving in a one-way sense of it, but loving, doing loving things. Some of them are. Some of them are using their love or abusing it, if you want to talk about it that way. But many of them are in their slavery, which may be called loving a mother, a father, people, a role. What they're doing is feeding greed, keeping rage under control, keeping disasters from happening, doing services for people, privately and publicly, which may not necessarily be loving. So then we're talking about people who have a capacity for love, but have never seen it, never felt it, and aren't doing it, but they're enslaved. So if someone comes along who relates to them, therapy, love, friendship, they have absolutely no understanding of what it is that's going on beyond the instinctual recognition that there's something here that's different. So if you got someone who is a loving person doing loving things and being ripped off, you got more to call on in the experience than someone who's not even doing loving things. So that's a distinction worth thinking about. Some people who are emotional slaves have absolutely no concept of not only a mutual relationship, but no notion of their ever receiving anything. What life is to do whatever they've been raised to do. So that there is no fantasy for a therapist or a friend to walk into that will help with this experience, which means it has to be built step by step as a learned phenomena. And some emotional slaves have fantasies that work in opposition to the resolution of the slavery. And I mentioned two of them, which are of a lot of importance. One of them is the fantasy that what love is that I've been loving people for years, which translates into spoiling, and that somehow, if I ever get loved, it's going to be of the same form. Namely, I spoil, although that again isn't the word I love, and I'll be loved in kind. So that, and what I will in turn give back to that person is spoiling. Namely, I will add them to my responsibility list, but sometimes I'll get what I give. And that must really be being there to get that. So it's not a concept of mutual interplay, dynamic, conflict, requiring a tremendous amount of energy and work. In fact, it's a concept of love, in quotes, which requires no change from my slavery. Because all I do is add the person onto the list of people I'm enslaved to, and at times they do to me what I do all the time. No change in my life experience. So that it's a notion of love that's very appealing to emotional slaves, because most of them are tired and weary anyway. It's a notion of love that's easy. To be in love, to have someone come that would care about me, would make things easier. It ain't that way. Another mistaken notion of love that slaves sometimes have in the back of their mind is that somebody's going to come along that's going to help me with the slavery, help me do it. And it's a notion of the supportive friend, ally, the person who's going to sort of assuage my fears, give me a massage once in a while so that I can go to sleep, be waiting with a drink, roll a joint, whatever it is. Help me relax, help me get some gas in the tank so that I can go out and do it. Those are some of the notions that go with love and therapy. It's a kind of concept of a therapist where if you really understand me, you'll make an appointment for me at 4:30 in the morning, because I've got to be at work at 6 and I work for 12 hours, and if you really care for me, although that's not stated, but what love is add you in, I'll add you on and you'll get added in so that I can still keep doing everything. And the place of what you'll do for me is to help me do all those other things. I'll just be that much better at it. So that at best, what I'm looking for is some kind of notion of total acceptance, permissiveness, and some help in doing the slavery. A kind of distorted notion of the helpmate, like I'll help you with your slavery if you help me do mine. So that when relationship comes from a therapist or a friend that is demanding of time, namely, I'm going to meet you on fair terms. I'm not going to meet you at 4:30 in the morning. I'm free at 10. How's that with you? And if not, maybe we can find something next week. But I'm not going to change my life for you. I'll meet you fairly and equally. The lover who is not going to accept that they get the dregs of you every other Thursday night at 10 o'clock, but who wants to see you and see you when you have some energy and wants to get into something with you, and is frustrated and annoyed if you're not there, because that's what relationship is. So that those are the settings then for some of the beginning struggles. Namely, the slave has a fantasy, if they have any fantasy of what love is at all, that's wrong. And the experience that begins happening, if it's helpful at all in resolving the slavery, doesn't fit anything they know and violates those fantasies. So very quickly, the relationship between a lover, friend, therapist, and an emotional slave is involved in a crisis As soon as the desperation is over, as soon as whatever it is that's thrown them together for the initial dynamic is ended, the person relating to the slave is under tremendous implicit and explicit pressure to disappear, so that the person can continue his or her life, namely enslavement to responsibilities and guilt and other persons, without any let-up or any change. Now there's a whole mythology in love and a whole mythology in psychotherapy erected to meet that crunch by giving in, or to delay it until there's more leverage in the relationship. I mean, the way that sort of manipulative lovers would put it is, I'll lay back until I've got some leverage, until I got my foot in the door, and then I'll start with his mother, and then whatever it is. But it's like there's a plan, and the nature of the plan is be unreal until you're one of the cast, and then start nudging. So that what that says is, without enslaving the slave to you, without adding to the burdens, cater to their fantasies of what they think love is, namely, be supportive, don't ask for anything, meet them at 4:30 in the morning, be happy to have them fall asleep on you all the time, or come in 1 second, or whatever it is. Take whatever it is that is, and accept it, and deal with the issue of change later. Don't bring your feelings until they know you love them, which means put up with them, accept whatever they bring you, which has to be nothing, because there's no way that slave owners will let slaves get away with anything left. So by definition, with most emotional slaves, you're getting dregs in the beginning, people walking through experience. And there's a whole counterpart of that kind of manipulative lore for psychotherapy, which says be supportive of an emotional slave at the beginning. Feel sorry for their financial situations, because they're often have been ripped off financially as well. So if you really love them, you'll charge them nothing, figuratively or actually. You won't add to their burdens in that kind of way. Be very flexible in terms of time things. Be very permissive in terms of cancellations and changes, because emotional slaves, if they haven't accepted the responsibility of the relationship to you, fit you in, which means that you come 5th, 6th, 8th, 30th, whatever it is, so that the nature of their plans with you are always tentative, if not actually sort of latently understood that way by both persons. It's like, if you see me, you see me, like I really want to see you, you know, but I just can't, you know, and maybe that kind of thing. And there's a whole lore in therapy that would say, put up with that. Be unreal until they're somewhat involved through some experiences of being with you, and then start to ask things of the person and all kinds of rationalizations for that. These are desperately hurt people who are ready to break under their hurt. They're ready to have breakdowns. That's a big phrase. And you don't want to be the straw that broke the camel's back. You want to throw your weight, nourish their egos so that they can handle things and stand things. And so there's a whole lore that would rationalize indulging the slave, spoiling the slave, taking a supportive function until some magic time, which never comes. Because slaves simply go on with their slavery. So the dealing with emotional slavery basically comes down to, when are you going to start? That's really the only issue. When are you going to start? There is no convenient season. So the only issue is, are you going to go through the hassle of dealing with them now, or are you too tired to, or are you going to avoid it? But if you do, it's that. And the work of the relationship, whatever the relationship is going to be built out of those times that you deal with them, and the rest of the time, when you are catering to their fantasies, feeling sorry for them, being sympathetic with their hurts, not adding to them, is simply wasted time. It's pissed away. It's gone. It builds nothing. It's forgotten the minute that you do it. The tired slave telling you, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that you understand that I fell asleep today or that I couldn't do anything. That is worth nothing. That is worth nothing. Nothing comes of that. So that, very quickly, if you understand that you have a right to something, no matter what it is that you're, no matter what the nature of the role is that you're meeting an emotional slave under, that you have a right to something, when you start relating with them, and you pass through this crunch of their feeling initially hurt by what you're doing, confused by your asking something of them when they're already rolling a gigantic boulder up the mountain, when you don't understand who they're going to have to say no to see you at 10 o'clock, then begins a whole other phase in a relationship with an emotional slave, when you pass through that fantasy place. Then you are something different to them from anything in their life. You don't fit the fantasies. They may find it hard to feel good about what it is that you're doing, but whatever it is that you're doing, they can't forget. It gnaws at them. They remember it. It's disturbing to them because it's real. And real things are never forgotten. Now, the evolution of that one in time is then a whole phase in a relationship with an emotional slave, and the healing of it, which is often can last for years before it passes into something else. What then develops is a schizoid relationship in the slave's mind between the experience they have with you and what the rest of their life is. And they may be in that place for a long time. So that if you can pass through their initial confusions and hurts, and you have a place in their experience, that place is for a long time not connected to anything else that happens to them, because it is in nature totally different than anything that happens. Because nothing else that happens to them in the world is a relationship notion. Contrary to popular opinion, we have no popular notions of what relationship is. The descriptions by psychologists and psychiatrists are usually at best inadequate descriptions of what it is to act loving. But we have very little public sense of what real love is, so that what initially happens to an emotional slave in the beginnings of an involvement in a helpful relationship is that they have no public concept of what it is that's happening, so that it is like a clandestine affair. And that's often what one of the most poignant, which I'll talk about next week, of the initial counterattacks of slave owners against an endangering, helpful relationship in an emotional slave's life is just that. You're having an affair with your doctor. You're having an affair with your therapist, if not in actuality, that's the character of it. You go down there to have your, why don't you just make dirty phone calls instead of what that is? And there's a grain of truth in that it isn't like what's happening in that experience, isn't like anything else that's happening out there, and it isn't like anything that they say it's supposed to be like. So that even if the emotional slave can come to accept in some way this experience that confuses them, that they sometimes don't feel, that's so different, even if they can come to accept it, for a long time there is no necessary connection between that experience and what happens anywhere else. So that you get this phenomena that I've talked about before in connection with Genet and the balcony, of that relationship being experienced as like a floating whorehouse. That there's this place you go to, whether it's with a friend or a love or a therapist, and something different happens there, but it's happening out there somewhere. And it never comes down to earth, and it's like I don't know where to put it. I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know how to share it. I don't know how to think about it. I don't know how to philosophize about it. It's just different and upsetting. And that character then sets the stage for paranoia, which we're going to talk about later. Namely, I'm nuts. I'm having this experience over here, and then I'm having this life. The twain never meet, and what's going on? Because I can't draw any connections between what's happening in this little room or when I see my friend, when I'm with that person, and this other life. When I start running into the questions that come to me from other persons, from my own self-doubt, from the issues of whether I deserve this, whether I can afford this, whether I'm indulging myself, I can't answer those questions because I can't translate the language of the public world and the public images and the psychiatric images and the top 40 images. I can't translate this experience into that. I forget what happened over there if I try to think on those terms. If I try to explain to someone who I'm enslaved to what this is, I can't talk. The words I think of don't fit. I feel shy. I feel I shouldn't be talking about it. I feel that if I put it in words they can understand, I'm not talking about this experience. But if I can't talk about it, what the fuck is going on? I mean, if I can't describe it to somebody who's sitting there furious, hurt, jealous, and hating me for what I'm doing over there, maybe I'm not doing anything. Maybe I'm being tricked. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm having a real number run on me. Because I ought to be able to say what something is in words that everybody can understand. And obviously, if you've had a little scientific education, all of that becomes worse. The whole feeling tone of university education is to be able to describe everything lovelessly, which is objectively, and whatever you can't describe, whatever cannot be described lovelessly, is meaningless or doesn't exist. So that our whole concept of understanding things, if we've been educated, in quotes, or miseducated, however you want to put it, is that we ought to be able to grasp any experience in its totality with feelingless words. And that's precisely what you can't do with relationship. And later on you will understand that the only times that you can ever talk about it, if you can talk about it at all, are with people that care. And that it is that premise that allows you to be able to articulate relationship. You can't pin down relationship. You can't describe it analytically. As a matter of fact, the very description of relationship is the experience of it. And if you can't, if you are not in an atmosphere where that is accepted, where your feeling is accepted and valued so that you can re-experience experience the relationship, which is the description of it, if you are able to talk about it, you're not talking about the thing you're talking about. That's the mercurial dimension of love. That's the elusiveness of it, as opposed to the concept of pinning something down. There's a story I used to tell a lot years ago that I'll mention just briefly, because some of you that have been with me for a long time have heard this. The old story about the Eastern person and the Western person describing a fish. And the Western person, first thing the Western scientist does, take the fish out of the water and kill it. Draw it, dissect it, and make drawings of the dissected fish, and then presents the book as this is what a fish is. And the Eastern person, when asked to describe the fish, kneels down beside the fish pond, and the fish swims up to the person, and they kiss, and the fish swims off, and that's what the fish is. That would be a way of attempting to put into words what the experience of healing or love is in an emotional slave's experience. And how do you tell someone that doesn't care, that's greedy, jealous, and selfish about this other space? And the same thing, the same schizoid problem is the setting for your problems with the therapist or the friend or lover you're having a platonic or sexual or spiritual affair with. Namely, how do you know that what you're saying about that life over here, how do you know that that's true when the person you are out there is so different than the person you are here? Because you're two different people. And if you are beginning to describe your life out there to someone who cares, and they are beginning to, which is an absolute prerequisite for helping an emotional slave, react to that with anger, hurt for you, outrage, sense of injustice, how do you know whether the things that you're telling them are true when the person you're going to be in the elevator, or an hour after you leave them, or the minute you get down to your car, is a different person? Maybe you're lying. Maybe you're nuts. Maybe you are two people. Maybe, what you need to do is, you're one of these fucked up people who can't love one person. So you have to love the slave owners, and because you're screwed up, you got to have a friend or somebody to talk to who indulges you, who does unreal things like give you time to talk, who asks how you got to have something like that because you're not a strong person, or because you're selfish, or you're not good enough, or you're not mature enough, or you're feeling sorry for yourself again. So that you can't trust what you say to the people that you care about that other life, because you are different people. So that the very fact of this problem becomes another reason why you can hate yourself and doubt yourself, that you can't yet, and may not be able to for a long time, pull these two worlds together. A schizoid world with a tremendous gulf between the two worlds. No connection. Zero. The things that you're saying to your lover and therapists, you not only couldn't say to some of the people out there, you forget them when you leave. You can't call on them. There are all kinds of crazy things that are a part of this time. Sometimes, another thing that's very difficult about this early time in resolving emotional slavery is that in the attempt to defend or explain to the slave owners those relationships where you're thinking about your life being related to, you often put that world down, slight it, betray it, demean the people. I don't really care anything about her. Because when you're over here, you can't feel the caring. And you'd rather hurt the real person's feelings because you can't feel that hurt in the same way as you feel the hurt of slave owners who make you feel the hurt in exaggerated, distorted ways, and when you don't cater to it, feel oppressive and tyrannical guilt. So that a part of this time is that yourself, that when you're real and having your affair with realness down, putting the people down that are associated, which adds to the confusion. Can I trust more this I'm doubting when I'm away from them? How can I trust more this person that I put down yesterday, or that I'm ashamed to say I see? There are a lot of people who are ashamed of their therapists, or to say that they're in therapy, as if it's an embarrassing thing, because the embarrassment is a sort of misunderstood real reaction to being real in front of people who don't care for you. But if you're embarrassed of it, how can it be meaningful? And another problem that enters into this time in working out emotional slavery, which is very difficult, is the whole problem of the strong person in this culture. Ayn Rand's crusade. Many emotional slaves are strong and have been taught the ethic of the strong, which is that life is the strong and the weak, and it is not, and this gets back to being your brother and sister's keeper, your mother and father's keeper, your spouse's keeper, your lover's keeper. We have not been taught that life is what every person makes it. But most of us have been taught that what life is a kind of collective problem or dilemma in which God or fate or someone has set up a situation in which we all rise or fall together, or some version of it. Namely, the strong pull the weak through the apocalypse into paradise, or at the other extreme of it, for people who are more cynical, it's the strong keep the weak from all of us falling into the pit, or some version in the middle of the strong help pull the weak into a world where all of us can be reasonably happy. But whatever it is, the strong are counted in terms of what life is supposed to be for everybody. And if they don't do their part, which is an over part, everything goes to hell and is not the way it's supposed to be. And what that comes down as, for people who are fairly severe, is that there are many people in the first place that can't cope. Even when they try all the time, they can't cope. There are some people who can cope but can't make themselves happy. And then there are the strong ones who can cope, make themselves happy if they devote their energy selfishly to themselves, which they're capable of doing, but they don't have to do it because they're capable of doing it. And they are capable of not only coping, but ignoring making themselves happy. And by a lot of hard work, they can help other people cope, and perhaps even make other people who can't cope and can't make themselves happy cope and be happy. So, if you're a strong person, you don't get to be happy. You don't get to get anything for yourself, which begins to be a problem in this clandestine affair with realness that you're having. Namely, that experience, even if it's hurting you and confusing you, is beginning to help you. It's something for you. That's the intent of it. Even if you're very hurt, you understand that's the intent of that experience. Which you can do by God, and maybe even you could do more, but where you are taken for granted, here's an experience where you're not taken for granted. When you do, and it's not that you can't do anything, so you have to be cared for. The person wants to. The person wants to give you something. Wants fairness, wants mutuality. And very quickly, for a person with that kind of spiritual mentality and responsibility, the relationship becomes a problem because it feels selfish and indulgent, self-indulgent, and is often described that way. I really don't need to come here. I would love to see more of you, but I just can't. I've got to give more energy to my family. I've put things off. It's been wonderful. I just can't go on with this. An affair to remember. I'll never forget it, but I can't go on. It's catching up with me. And at that place, a relationship can get lost. I mentioned that before to you, I think a week or two ago, that slaves don't work these things out often the first time through. And many times the persons who see the final revolution take place of an emotional slave's life and healing are the fourth or fifth therapists in one's life, or the fourth or fifth lover that said the same thing. Because other relationships have been lost at the place that the person ran into the notion that a continuing fair mutual relationship is selfish. And that issue, the person will come around to over and over and over again. It's not something you go through once and resolve. What every emotional slave has to go through is a number of redefinitions of what relationship is, and each one of them will require passing through a notion that it's selfish, that I don't really need to do it, that it's asking for too much. Now, the last thing I wanted to talk about tonight is that also what begins to happen at this time in the resolution of emotional slavery, in this schizoid beginning, is that the person begins to feel tremendously hurt. And often the hurt is seemingly precipitated by the real relationship, by the crunches that the demands for time and energy and response and what do you feel bring. In reality, those things aren't hurting the person's feelings, but what's happening is that the role is beginning to break down. All emotional slaves, in adjusting to their slavery, and that adjustment often reaches far back into childhood, become machines, become roles, automatically respond. And what role allows you to do is to live out a hurt life without feeling the sharpness of the hurt and the poignancy of it, the clarity of it. Hurt is the life. And it's experienced variously as numbness, as nothing, as vague depression, as hysteria. But the painful, heart-tearing dimension of it, kind of feeling I expressed to you at the end of last week, is hidden by the role. At a certain place, real relationship begins to break into the role, and the role starts to collapse. And one of the first experiences of that is that the person begins to be aware at some level of their experience away from love and healing. Namely, they start to feel what's going on. And often what's going on is a nightmare of abuse and ripoff, neglect, brutality sometimes. So that they are hurt all the time
but they can't yet draw the connection because they can't face it and because their knowledge is still schizoid. Can't draw the connection between those experiences, the hurt that comes from it, and any concept of rights or the people who are precipitating it. So it is as if it is the therapy and the love and the affair that's causing this hurt. I feel worse than I've ever felt. And I don't understand. I can't explain this relationship. I didn't used to be happy, but I didn't feel this bad. I used to feel depressed, but now I can't stand it. So what's going on? And this hurt is making it difficult, if not impossible, for me to do all the things that I am used to doing. And that's where you get this mobilization of bravery, of the mensch, of I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm proud that I don't show it. You get an exacerbation, a fanning up of that mythology at this time. But where the protest comes to and the doubt comes to is exactly where it doesn't belong. It comes to the person and to the experience that is breaking down the role. I ought to be feeling better if this is a good experience. And I know all the cultural lore says you got to feel bad before you feel better. But I also know that a lot of things that make you feel bad may make you feel bad because they ain't any good. So how do I know that this is really something that isn't any good? And that what you're really doing is trying to destroy me. Namely, because what I am are my relationships with my slave owners. They may not be great people. I mean, my mother may have been a person who never had a chance. I mean, I should know what her mother was like. And my father, he had to quit school in the 6th grade, and they may be ignorant people, but maybe they're not that bad, and I'm losing them. I'm hurt. I'm not able to do and I don't know what that's going to do to them, and it's because of you. So I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I think we should think about it. Let's not see each other for a couple of months. I need some time to think. I'm low on money anyway, and I've got a tough few months ahead. Why don't we take advantage of this and take a breather for a while and then come back and hit it again? And if you stop, which you may have to do, you don't put gas in the tank. That will let you take a run at it again. You simply stop the process that's helping you get to something. And that's not saying that good people are relentless in their commitment to love and therapy. But it's saying that if you tell yourself, because you don't like what's happening, I got to step back from it, that's exactly what you're doing. And when you return to it,
you'll simply have to start at that place and start again at it. And at all these places, unless the person's friends or therapists are very wise about things like this, they get into a lot of trouble. They get defensive to justify themselves because the person is laying all the hurt at their feet. And they can get into guilt over watching a person that they knew was already desperate feel consciously worse than ever. And how do you keep being fair when someone is feeling that kind of pain, when all of your humanity, and if you're a kind person, says, ease off, be caring, be supportive, stop pressuring? How do you respect their pain and their desire to stop it, limit it, their need to back off maybe, but leave that choice to them and do nothing to make it easy for them, so that they understand exactly what they're doing and are not fooled by your cooperating in a lie that says what's happening is too much and perhaps destructive when it isn't. All emotional slaves must pass through, in order to get real, a time of intolerable pain, because they have to feel all of what's been done to them. And if they've been abused 1,000 times, they're going to have to feel that abuse, or they'll never be free persons. And how do you respect the magnitude of that pain, but not get drawn into pity or defining what they can or can't take? I respect your decision if you want to step away from me, but I'll be waiting for you. And in the case of a lover who is more involved than a therapist is, I respect your desire to step away from this, but you're a fucking asshole. I'm going to be pissed off until the phone rings or I hear from you again. You're an asshole. I love you, but you're an asshole. So that the slave is struggling with love, but gets no cooperation with generating outs. They can fabricate outs, but they know that's exactly what they are, and the other person knows that they know that they know. And that's the kind of atmosphere that helps a lot to pass through this beginning time. Okay, let's take about 10 minutes and we'll talk some more. Underscore the value. I don't think it has to be inevitable. And I'm not saying that partial experiences aren't helpful, but to underscore the value of people in our lives, if we're resolving emotional slavery, who are relentless in their demand for realness or truth or whatever it may be. And what I associate that with, and I've always related to it a lot, is the concept in the notion of the Holy Spirit of the hound of heaven, of whatever that thing is that relates to truth and healing that pursues us. And I don't mean pressure, and I don't mean manipulation, but just that there's someone somewhere who knows about us and who's waiting, and we're not fooling. No matter what numbers we go through and what stories we try to tell ourselves, they're there, going in that place. That whole idea of therapists and lovers and whatnot holding on to the truth even when we're away from them or renouncing them or in between or interrupted, gets into some incredible dramas. When that kind of thing is translated into some kind of a position like I'm in, where someone is publicly important on that dimension, you get the whole notion of people waiting for someone to fall, hoping they don't, but afraid and interested in whether they will. People of truth selling out, compromising. Therapists who were once working conscientiously and truthfully becoming trippers. The lover forgetting us. It's very important that they don't, and a lot of the very deepest issues about trust have to do with, will you change? Not change in the sense of evolve, but will you hold on to the things that we share together that are valuable? And if you don't hold on to them, I don't know whether I can. And when I have to go away, I hope that you hold the faith. And that's one of the things that allows me to take care of myself, to back off, to take it in time. And for those persons who are, and I could tell you that that's probably the deepest spiritual thing that I feel myself as a helping person. On the other side is the awareness of that responsibility, and how you deal with it is a very important issue in your life, namely that somehow there are certain persons who become the custodians of the faith on a personal level, and also in terms of helping roles, teaching roles, sort of thing. It's important to know that there are those, and that they go on of those persons. That's a very ability. Incidentally, it's one that if you don't enslave you to the community. I mean, it's one step, it's just one step from feeling the importance of your faith and grasp on truth. And it's another thing to say that that the importance of that for other people is more important than your life. Okay. What are you thinking about? Yeah. Well, that gets into a lot of issues. It gets into a lot of issues. One of them is, are you going to wait for me? You know, at a personal level.
Can't be there for a person knowing love, and maybe not in the same exact way as when they left you.
Well, I think we have to get into whether we're talking about romance or amazingly intense conflicts that can happen in the time I was trying to talk about tonight. A beginning of understanding one's life, but nowhere near being able to leave your husband or your wife or the life you've been in, or face the consequences of what this relationship is beginning to say to you. And I can't go on with it, and yet I want you to wait for me. I mean, maybe I'll be able to do it, but I can't ask you to wait. But wait, don't wait for me. Go find somebody who can appreciate you in ways, can give you what you deserve, but I hope you don't. I've known people who've waited years for people to resolve these problems, or waited in the hopes that they would resolve them. People that have been lovers for 20 years of someone who stayed married, their relationship reached a certain place, and the whole notion of it is waiting. There was even a sort of a book written about the wisdom of that some years ago, How to Be a Mistress or something like that, that is kind of an idea of how to live well and with style, getting part of another person and accepting that. Things you go through. Same thing in therapy. The person who's in and out all the time comes to you with the pain of the slavery, but can't go past a certain place. And in the beginning, maybe there is a fantasy, which is the counter, you'll leave them and come to me. The counterpart is that the person wants to change. And you come to a crisis place in therapy with a person like that, where the therapist is tempted to change the fantasy into, this person will never change, but I'll see them from time to time and help a little. In other words, I'll accept it. So, I mean, there are all kinds of those things, and counterparts in the slave's problem. Do I have a right to be jealous? Do I have a right to go home and fuck my husband or wife, even though I don't feel it, but maybe I do, and ask you to not see anybody else, to be faithful to me in this thing that we have together
that's different from what I have over here? Am I really betraying double standard, jealousy, confusions? Or am I reacting to the same thing by almost pushing you into other relationships because I can't yet? I don't feel I deserve what we're having, but I can't justify, and I can't justify giving you what you deserve yet, because I can't make you that important in my life. So I'm almost pushing you out of my life. And that whole thing would be the topic of a whole series of lectures. The slaves who at this place might even act sadistic towards someone helping them, or play act sadism and neglect in order to drive somebody who's being good to them away from them, so that they can go find somebody who will love them in the way that they deserve, because they can't stand the love anymore. In other words, they get mean or short or difficult, hoping that you'll see I'm no good and go away. I want to ask you to wait, but I don't have a right to. So go find someone else. All kinds of complicated things can happen there. In therapy, that's the emotional slave saying to you, why don't you see somebody who's really worthy of seeing you? You know, why don't you see somebody who really wants to change? I mean, I'm just a waste of time. I'm going to stay the way I am, or I'm not going to change anywhere beyond this. So go give your love and caring to somebody who deserves it. And yet, I hope you'll say no. Can I? Be? I mean, I think that, I mean, again, to say what that whole idea is, I think that, then I'm going to express my feeling about it. I don't think you have a right to ask anybody to stop their life. I think what you have a right to feel is, if I choose to stop something, I have no claim on you. But if at a later time I want to bring myself again, I hope I find you. I hope I find you, and I hope I find you available. And if I don't, I don't. But I have no claim. I mean, I think it's the whole concept of a claim. And sometimes therapists haven't changed, and they remember, and they can help, and lovers are available and can meet you again. And sometimes they're different people, and sometimes they don't have the energy to bring, or one must wait, or whatever. And that's the element of risk and sadness, and just that. I think the whole notion of continuing, of waiting when the other person is renouncing the relationship is a ripoff. I mean, that's. I think that's giving another person something unreal. That's my personal position about it. You know, it's really very difficult to watch people as we're resolving male chauvinism now. Watching people work out the whole slavery thing there, and watching people let go of
compulsively held on to relationships that were partially satisfying or whatever, and needing for personal reasons of frustration and whatnot, feel free and not wanting to lose the many times valuable that they have, but faithful to their freedom. And having to face, if I say to you, I want freedom, and that I must assert your freedom, and I have no right to do anything else than that. I can tell you that, I hope that we can sustain our relationship together if I'm a free person, but I have no right to ask it of you. If it's there, it's there, and if it isn't, it isn't. I have no right to ask for me to be free and you not to be. And it's very difficult. It's kind of related to this. Yes, I got nothing against little nices. I got nothing against that. That's neat. I think that's, what I'm talking about there is a concept of just a sort of a cycle of I'll run myself ragged with other people until I'm a basket case, and you sing me to sleep, and when you run yourself to death, I'll sing you to sleep, and we'll just hope to God the timing works out. In other words, neither one of us are going to face what it all says. And in that kind of a thing, nothing does get faced. So I'm not talking about the value of really treating somebody nicely as a part of a relationship, but I'm talking about a concept that the relationship is that. One thing that I wanted to mention is that happens in lots of Jewish families where you have emotional slavery going on, that children are taught, you've heard me teach about this before, the sort of concept that what love is, that what life is somebody in the family always being it. And so what you do is work your butt off for it's the aunt's birthday or the mother's having a breakdown or whatever, and all the family's focus of love is on that person, and when they get together, somebody else is fucked up, and everybody devotes to that, and it's a cycle of that. So the concept of love then that comes down is that love is not meaningful as it goes. Love is not what's going on right now. What love is that I give, which is where that's practically speaking what I wind up doing. I give, and there's some kind of a notion that someday I get appreciated for it, or I'm going to get something for it. I get a 50th anniversary or some goddamn thing like that, where the movie of my life gets shown, and people will bring myrrh and frankincense and gold, and I'll be treated as the king or queen that I am, or whatever that is. And that all may not be very clear, but there's some kind of a notion of that. Look, I love, and then I get mine. So and then I get mine. So, and you never get yours, especially when you're young, a young emotional slave, because you don't really need it then, of course. And the older, dying, aging ones need it badly. But that idea is there, so that the concept of love is that I would be loved when I get that payoff, which is usually some concept of a spoiling, a big celebration, an event, or, I get to let down for a while and somebody else will do it for me. And it's easy for the slave to get that one mobilized in love. That's what I have in mind there, that kind of an idea. Yes? You got to say more. See, what I'm saying right now is it doesn't have anything to do with qualities. What I'm saying is what it's got to do with is habits. I mean, an emotional slave doesn't know any better. What I tried to say tonight is they're going to be turning away because they hurt. They're turning away because this relationship is lasting longer than emergency band-aiding. I mean, it's becoming a part of your life that is asking for time and energy, commitment. Maybe a concept of future is starting to get in. I mean, this is going to go on. The next session isn't the last session, I thought maybe, but a few more. It's not that. This is going to go on, and it's an add-on to an already impossible life. I can't do it without, in quotes, changing something, hurting somebody's feelings, shifting my priorities, saying no to somebody. So those are the crunches, not so much the qualities in the people. In other words, it's what consequences are starting to be stirred up by the presence of this weird experience in your life. You may get into some, for example, on a romantic basis, there are persons, an emotional slave who's been used to rip off a whole life, may be able to make love effectively to a slave owner. And it's always worked. In other words, their sexuality is patterned to rip off. And they have an experience with somebody who feels them, and what starts happening at home is, I don't want to do it, or it doesn't feel good, or the feeling of it changes, or I can't do it. Male impotence or something like that. And I don't like that. Emotional slaves at a certain place. I don't like that personally. I'm talking about the slave owner saying, the slave saying, I don't like that. I can't make that work. It is amazing to think of, and sexuality is a good example of it because of the honesty of the body, how we can get into a place in our lives, how we can be in such bad shape that we can make love to a person that cares about us, and 3 hours later make love to somebody who doesn't care about us, and there's no connection between those experiences. It's amazing. There's a way of picturing the magnitude of this dilemma, how you can do that. Now, once something starts happening within you in relation to this genuinely loving experience, is that ability to do that, to be effectively fragmented, if you want to, or effectively schizoid. People, before that happens, will say things like, I'll stay with this because it isn't hurting my marriage. It's even helping it, you know? I mean, I was sort of dormant for a while. I'm really turned on now. And I mean, it's that kind of a, you know, it all works out to a place. And then after a place where the rip-off doesn't work instinctively, there's interruption. And then I'm getting into my guilt and what's going on here and that sort of thing. And all of this, I sense from some comments at the break, and all of this is so painful. This time that we're talking about is tremendously painful, as opposed to what we were talking about last week, which is painful but with a lot of consciousness, the inroad in this. This is now pain and confusion, not knowing what the hell is going on, sensing you're really getting into something and being very frightened and guilty. Very difficult. That are to be said about that will be spread out over all the lectures, but at least I try to give you some kind of a beginning with it tonight. Sort of started with a sense of it last week and build on it. The first crunch, which we kind of touched on last week, which is a very confusing one, is when the slave owners, the people in one's life that drive you and use you, are really not aware, don't feel this experience which is beginning to take place in you in this kind of schizoid world we described last week, where you're living two lives, having an affair with love, consciousness, whatever, in the context of going on with your slavery. They're not aware of that experience and that you're having it in truth. And that in itself is confusing. Especially, and that's basically who we're talking about in this course, if you are a feeling person, a sensitive person, you have very likely elaborated a rationalization for your slavery which paints the slave owners in your life as people of feeling, hidden feeling. My mother hurts inside even though she's awful, all that type of thing. They really wish that they could treat me better than they do, but this is, you know, they came over from the old country, or God knows what it is. But it's some kind of a way of saying they feel, they just act otherwise, you know. And along comes the experience of something very important happening to you, maybe the most important thing that's ever happened to you, and you know that they don't know it. And what do you do with that? What about the friends that you have been enslaved to for years that really don't know that you've been in therapy for a year? They don't know it. They don't have the foggiest idea. What about the spouse who really doesn't know that every Tuesday and Thursday, sorry if I guessed, it reminds me of that when we talked about money, when I guessed that somebody had hidden silver in the bathroom walls. Anyway, I don't have anybody in mind, and I'm not a mind reader, honest to God. Anyway, the spouse that doesn't know that every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon for the last 6 months, you've met your lover and had a wonderful experience, and they treat you just like they did before 7 months ago. They don't know that anything's happened. Or the parents that you think are sensitive slave owners and don't know that the experience that you're having in your life away from them is changing you, and they treat you like the same person that you were 10 years ago, as if nothing had happened, because in their minds you realize nothing is different. And what do you do with that? Because you're at a place where you haven't figured out really one of the first major steps in the resolution of emotional slavery, namely what relationship is. And you think that you not only have a relationship with the slave owners of your life, but in general that those are far and away the deepest of the relationships you have, and you don't know yet that those relationships have to be by definition non-relationships, but you don't know it yet. So what do you do with the fact that they don't know anything is going on, if that happens to be their reaction? And one of the things that you can do with that experience, and it's not an uncommon reaction, and this is one of the first crunches, is that must mean that what I'm doing in my affair and my consciousness is not real, or not right, or I think it's something that it isn't. Because if it was a valuable experience and important, these people who love me would know it. And all the versions of that. One of the ways that we can rationalize, for example, relationships that are occurring in the context of affairs is this thing which seems valuable to me must be sowing my wild oats, or it's a zipless fuck, or I'm getting something out of my system, or I can't stand being 40, or something like that, where we are going to explain away their lack of feeling for it as some psychological trip that we're on, which isn't really, therefore, a deeply important experience, or that person would feel it, and there would be some connection. So that this non-recognition and non-feeling of our experience becomes the source of mind-fucking, of wondering whether what we think is happening in front of us is really happening. And even if it is happening, how important can it be if they don't feel it? Now, if we can work through that initial concern in the context of love or therapy, then this very experience, if it happens, becomes the wedge through which we can begin to learn what the shape of this non-relationship is that we have in our emotional slavery. Namely, that my mother really doesn't know me. My husband or wife has lived with me 30 years, and as important as it is, and as much as I've suffered and struggled and try to bend myself in all of that, he or she doesn't feel me. What the hell is going on? What's been going on? The most important people in my life don't know me. And that, then, is the first brick in the building of some kind of a construct of what's gone on in our lives, the first step toward freedom, or however you'd like to put it. Namely, just through figuring out they don't feel me. There's no lovingly based empathic connection. Now, there are many slave owners who know the exact second that you start your affair in therapy with another person, a friendship, a love, and are even sensitive to your fantasies about it before you even do it. I know what you're thinking. Now, one of the things I wanted to say about the nature of that knowledge, which is confusing in itself, because we often mistake it for love and empathy, and people really knowing us, so it's worth making a comment about. There is an experience which mimics empathy that goes with rape. And what I mean about that is this. Often, when a parent or someone in one's life violates you at the deepest levels of yourself, they take away something of you with them. And it's not just a memory or an experience. It is as if they have some of your soul stuff. That has something to do with the primitive, in quotes, wisdom that has to do with the paranoia of certain primitive peoples not wanting their picture taken, because they know that whoever has a picture of them has some power over them, and they're right. If someone has taken up us in our vulnerability and innocence and openness. Now, that is radically different in character from someone who lovingly feels us through the experience of empathy, where we choose to, because we trust them, and in an experience that is regulated by the experience of trust, the person sees and feels us because we want that. And the nature of that experience is loving and fruitful and encouraging and healing. But in rape, psychologically, spiritually, or physically, another person can get access to the heart of us in the same way and take away a piece of us. And from that time forward, especially if that violation takes place a number of times, as it does in parents who violate children compulsively and repetitively, they can know, in quotes, large chunks of our soul from this violation and carry it with them, and in a kind of, as if they carry around in their pockets some of our treasures. And when we are feeling in those areas, they can feel us feeling it, because they carry that part of us with them. And often their intuitions or sensings are right, except they shouldn't know what they know. And that gets into gigantic dramas later in life where that have to do with sadism and masochism and love, where we sometimes try to go back and get back what was once stolen from us and raped from us. And the power of that drama, not wanting there to be anybody that we haven't settled with yet, and yet knowing that there are certain persons who violated us that we know will continue to have part of us until they die. And we know that we're not free until they're dead. Ideas like that. That we can't, people who visit graves of people that were once their enemies, and all those kinds of notions which have to do with trying to get pieces of myself that have been stolen back. Now, so one aspect of that can be then that somebody who's had a lot of experience of violating us may know a lot about us. So that when we experience people and relationships that are important, they know it. Not because they lovingly know about us because we trust them, but because they can look through the piece of flesh and soul they carry in their pockets and know what the part that it was torn from is experiencing. Incidentally, this understanding of this violation-based pseudo-empathy can help you understand the very confusing phenomena of those kinds of persons reading our minds in certain areas and being dramatically wrong in others, which is sometimes very confusing. How can you know me so well? How did you know I did that? And yet in certain things, you don't know what the hell I'm doing. What is that? As opposed to an empathetic understanding and intuition, which tends to be far more accurate across the board, because the person knows us as we want to be known in many areas, or in all areas, if we want to be totally vulnerable. So that's a way of understanding why some slave owners have acute intuitions in certain areas, because those are the places where they've raped us. So then, some of them may not know at all what we're doing, and some of them may know the instant we begin our other life, which is still an affair, and still others, of course, may have to be told about it. Now let's talk about some of the reactions in slave owners who know what you're doing, or out of your guilt you tell them what you're doing in one way or another. Now one reaction is sometimes for them to deny what's going on. They know it, but they don't deal with it. They don't bring it up. They avoid it. Sometimes it's with defensiveness. Sometimes it's with apparent innocence. But we know that they know that we know that they know. But it's being denied. Sometimes it's denied in the context of business as usual. Sometimes it's denied in the sense that they start loving us, in quotes, such love as slave owners give, more than usual. A little bit more kindness, a little bit more leniency, a little bit more tolerance in the schedule of abusing us. Ease up the torture a little bit, the demand, the pressure. And somehow we sense that they know something, but it isn't acknowledged. And that's confusing. Not only in itself, because we don't have any concept of ourselves getting anything, and if somebody treats us a little bit better, where do we put that? Because we don't have a slot for that, and we can get overwhelmed with gratitude for being treated with less evil. But in a more subtle way, it raises hell with our attempt to give this new experience of truth, consciousness, love, fairness a context. It raises hell with our attempt to build a structure for this new experience. Because basically, they're denying the importance of it. Now, where that's important is this. Most slaves are also our authority figures. Slave owner parents, and if not, the lovers and friends who are the evidence. Hence, the authority thing rubs off. And authority reaches into many areas, including value, priorities. If our spouses, friends know that we're doing something and don't even acknowledge it or comment on it or seem threatened by it or deal with it, it must mean jack shit. It's not important. It's not valuable. And from that, all the mind-fucking things that come from that. I think I'm having these wonderful talks. I think I'm talking the truth. I think it's really important. Some of those talks cast question on the rest of my life, and yet the very persons that it raises questions for know about these talks, and they're not even important enough to cast a comment to. So what the hell is going on? Am I just indulging myself in some kind of masturbation? Am I getting away with something that's really childish and immature? Are they really a better person than I am? And they're putting up with these petty little trips of mine because they're not reacting to it. What's going on? And even if I know that what I'm talking about is truth really valuable? If authorities don't acknowledge it. There are a lot of people walking around in the experience of consciousness with that problem. Feeling an experiential value to truth, feeling the experience of truth and not valuing it. And when you don't value it, it doesn't go anywhere. Okay, still another approach to it is a dismissing criticism of the persons or persons involved with this new life. In the world of slave owners, one of the wisdoms in their mentality, and I don't mean this is like a genuine wisdom, I'm talking now about the wisdoms of cleverness and selfishness and evil. One of the wisdoms is to have something on everybody. Something on everybody. And preferably a lot on everybody. And one of the initial crunches in many growth experiences for slaves is to have the therapy or the love or the friendship or the experience that's promoting this dismissed with what is even sometimes a slighting, light, humorous comment. So that the whole labor of the work that you must do in that experience is to be thrown into a long period of trying to justify the person's or the mentality or the philosophy of that world to yourself, hence finally to speak to that comment that was once made. That has to do with the whole phenomena of the negative transference in love and therapy. That is often precipitated and induced by the slave owner and the echo of the slave owner's feeling in the fear-driven conscience of the slave that introduces the initial doubt in the experience of truth and love. You're going to Faber's lectures? He's divorced, isn't he? I hear he's controversial. I hear he got canned. You know, I met somebody a few years ago that used to work with him. I think they went to somebody else. Well, but you know, I mean, like, people can't help everybody. I knew somebody that knew him during the 60s. Used to get roaring drunk, didn't he? Or I knew somebody who was at a Greek restaurant one night where he jumped up on the stage or something. Well, we all go through our, whatever it is. And for as offhanded as those comments are, there's often a lot of detective work that's gone into that. We don't know often the amount of time in phone calls and questioning that the slave owners have gone to find out something about our new friend. And what the fruit of that comes down to is that one comment that can be dropped for its effectiveness. And its effectiveness is precisely that you must now stop in your experience of love and truth, and begin the long task of establishing the credibility of that experience to someone who doesn't believe it. And the only way that you can establish credibility in the mind of someone who doesn't believe it and feel it is to make credibility perfect. And when is credibility ever perfect? The nature of the slave owner's question is exactly like the character of the Medusa. As fast as you cut off one snake head, another question grows in its place. And when there are no questions, there is writhing and discomfort. I mean, what a slave owner will say when you've met every question of the experience is, well, you've answered them. I'll think of another one. Or you'll see. Or some chicken shit response like that, which says that even if I don't know anything, I know there's something wrong. And how do we know that something isn't wrong? And from that demand for perfection and the pressure of fault-finding, paranoia, suspicions, sifting out. We are pressured into compulsive questioning and defending of this position that we're now in and this new experience, and compulsive doubting and questioning of the people involved in it, and nothing short of perfection works, from whence comes all kinds of dramas and pressures that come down on lovers and leaders and therapists and people who try to help people in these kinds of crunches, namely that you better have yourself very much together or you die in the face of those criticisms. You better know yourself very well and accept yourself and care about yourself, because when that negative transference comes from the slaves who are looking to vindicate or to justify this experience to people who hate it and fear it, if you don't know yourself pretty well, you will give those poisonous doubts credibility and destroy this very real experience by being drawn into guilt and fear. That is a weighty demand for anyone who gets involved in the work of healing and love. We're less sensitive in general to the importance of that when it comes to love and relation, where if anything it's even more important. If you don't have yourself together and you get involved with somebody who's owned by someone else, you're going to die. When the demand comes, you're going to get sucked into the guilt. This gets translated into something which I've mentioned to you before in other contexts, something that was told to me when I started working in this community. A very wise person told me, do whatever you want to do, but don't ever get involved in a scandal. And that's what that's about, in part. It's about that if you're involved in something that can be publicly misunderstood, you will give to the slave owners of your patients juicy tidbits that can be used when the war starts. And yet, if you don't live your life, you choke out life. And if you live your life privately, but obscure those parts that wouldn't be understood by the community, by those who hate you, then you're a fraud. And when the crunch comes down and you're accused of being a fraud, it's true. So you're put in the position of living recklessly, as Nietzsche put it, while knowing the whole time that insofar as your freedom is publicly experienced, it will all be used against you later. And incidentally, that has something to do with why people get very weary in the struggle of consciousness, not only at the beginning, but down the road in the leadership frontier dimensions of consciousness. Namely, how do you deal existentially with the issue of knowing that whenever you're good to yourself, and if you're a powerful person, those things having repercussions, that it always comes back on you sadistically. How do you deal with the weariness of that? Now, one interesting dimension here that is a little twist of the wrist of this alternative of being dismissed is where one of the first counterattacks is, I'd like to meet your friend. I'd like to meet your doctor. Why don't I go in with you sometime? Or why don't you have him over for dinner? Why don't you drop by? Little meeting. And we touched on this a little bit before. I'd like to elaborate that. The first moment, or the anticipation of the first moment, is everything in this kind of struggle. And slave owners are very powerful people. They may be very frightened, may be empty, but whatever it is, because they are identified with slave owning as a way of life, all their life substance is often behind this mythology and this role. So they are powerful people. And they are capable of turning that power, or threatening to turn that power, on other conscientious persons, and unless those people are ready for that kind of an experience, they're going to fold before the meeting ever takes place, or in the first moment. Now, some of you have heard me in other connections tell a story about, from my football days, of how our coach basically taught us to get down in the first play of the game and look in the eyes of the guy across from the line and say, "Fuck you." And depending on how that person looks at you and what happens on the first play of the game, in about 99% of the cases, the whole game takes place the first play. Now that's dealing with it as a trip, but the truth of it is there nonetheless. Once in a great while, you meet somebody who says, "Fuck you" back, and you beat the shit out of each other the whole game, and you wind up loving each other for life for it. And most of the time, they either are afraid of you from then on and dealing with you defensively, or the way they say "fuck you" back scares the shit out of you, and you're on the defensive the rest of the time. But whatever it is, it's all in the first moment, and many experiences in life are like that. And when the slave owner comes out to meet your new friend, you're going to introduce your lover to your mother or father, whatever it is. That moment is everything. If your friend loses himself or herself to that person, you may both spend the rest of your life in slavery to that slave owner. And that's the traditional mother-in-law, father-in-law bondage problem. As a matter of fact, the slave owner in an instant may be able to turn your therapist, lover, friend into their ally in abusing their child slave. And all of that has to do with, can you meet that poisonous power with your wisdom and consciousness? Now, there are occasional friends and lovers and occasionally therapists who can stand up to those kinds of people and not lose themselves, but they're rare. And most often, even if that experience goes on after an initial unsuccessful brush of beauty with evil and selfishness. It's bruised for a long time. We feel our friend or the therapist sucked in, and we're hurt by it. And we're going to spend a lot of time working that out. And sometimes the relationships are lost right there, right in that meeting. We can't trust that person anymore because we sense they can't hold in relation to the slave owner. And sometimes that's all that's needed is a nice visit. It was so nice to meet you, doctor. And the doctor is treated in the same demeaning way. It was nice to meet you, honey. If there's ever any time I can ever be of help to the two of you in this, you let me know. If you'd ever like me to come in, I would be so happy to be of help in this. Lightly patronizing, matronizing, supportive, condescending, overly familiar things which co-opt the experience. And incidentally, those things can happen in very subtle ways. Now, another confusing counterattack is when the slave owner decides to role play an involvement with the experience that you're beginning to have, or agrees with the initial criticisms that come of the slavery relationship from that love or therapy. Compliance. I understand. I have been out of line. I agree with the things that are being said. I want to be a part of it. I want to be different. I want to change. I don't want to be the way that I am. I'm glad I was called on it, on and on. And that's very confusing. How do you generate a head of steam when they take the steam away? And you wind up inside a paper bag feeling like a fool. You are confused because the experience of love and therapy and truth is raising anxiety in you over anticipated confrontations, separations, the shit that's going to come rolling down the hill, and all of a sudden it's not rolling, and the threat is removed. You're not going to have to separate. You're not going to have to go through a lot of pain with your parents. You're not going to have to leave your husband or wife. And you experience that relief of anxiety as love, pleasure, closeness. And when you're a slave that knows only pain and depression or nothingness, numbness, anxiety relief feels goddamn good. In fact, it's what most slaves call love, is anxiety relief. So when I can go, tears come to my eyes, ecstasy, I see God, poems come out, I feel creative, I'm turned on, out of the confusion of that emotion. So how do I sustain the consciousness producing important wedge that consciousness is driving into my slavery. I lose the momentum. I lose the dynamic. I get confused. I don't know what's going on. And those confusions introduce themselves into the therapy in all kinds of ways. You can get slaves defending the slave owners to their lovers and therapists at that place. My mother's not as bad as you say she is. You know, that kind of weirdness, you know, because they're changing. And really maybe that was the meaning of all this anyway. So it's almost the beginning of the end, because the whole seeming reason for why you got involved in this other thing has been removed. Truth is in jeopardy through the mimicking of truth by selfishness, evil, the slave owner. And again, to go back to our discussion of last week, the thing that accentuates all of this is that you don't understand things organically. You need pictures drawn. You need to know that things are different. And when everything looks the same, you don't have the feeling basis on which to judge the difference. So that if the people who are threatened keep moving over to incorporate your challenge to it, you can't keep it straight in the sense of different. Now, there's some questions to ask yourself that help in this kind of thing. The first one is to question any change that arises out of threat and fear. Anything that people do in a crisis that they wouldn't do at another time is suspect. And in general, the nature of people that are not committed to consciousness and growth is that as soon as the heat's off, they go back to what they are. And you're going to hear later about all of the rage that was involved in their doing what they didn't want to do by their own free will anyway. They'll never forget what they had to do to convince you of their love in those times, and you'll hear it someday. Another thing that is helpful is that sometimes people who are really shut off, non-empathetic, selfish persons, heavy role players, when threatened and busted open in a crisis, really do feel. They feel real hurt, and we feel it. Selfish parents, we can feel. A selfish lover, spouse, can be felt for sometimes the first time in years. In general, what will be felt and be felt only is pain. And sometimes they will be saying words that say, help me be a better person. I realize I've been wrong. And they will do the things that would seem to make sense in the situation. But if you feel it carefully,
you will realize that there is no relation between the pain that they are really feeling and what they are saying and doing. As a relationship that does exist in people who are growing and changing, committed to consciousness, where what they do and feel is in direct relationship to their pain. But a slave owner's pain, which may be very real, ain't connected to what they're saying and doing. And what that means is that as soon as the crisis is over, that pain is walled up again. It is not an empathetic pain. It is not a dynamic pain. And hence, what they have said and done will gradually fall away, and within a matter of time, they will be the same people they were as before the crisis. Okay. The last thing I want to talk about tonight as an understanding of counterattack is when the slave owners sense right off, either from the strength of your resolve or the sense that the people who are going through it with you are smart and wise, so that this ain't no battle that's going to be won with a gesture of dismissal or denial, but they sense that the war is starting. Ain't going to be no little brushes or sparrings or fuck you and somebody backs down. It's the beginning of the war. And that kind of a notion as a counterattack can either be said in words or it doesn't have to be said at all. It's something that you both know, and the slave owner can convey to you in a look or a sensing. All right, here we go. I know what this is going to be. I'm going to bring everything that I have to this battle. And there are a lot of things that are to be brought to that battle that we can sense very early in the beginnings. Keep in mind now, we got somebody who doesn't know any better, has no sense of rights, doesn't have a framework of knowledge yet to understand what's going on, and is probably in the beginning of a very innocent new experience, and senses in a look or in an ultimatum or words or a threat that weighed against this beginning confusing experience that you don't even fully understand is now going to come down the most incredible trip, fed by many emotions. It's going to be as strong as the bitterness of most slave owners, and bitterness is a very deep thing. Many slave owners are stubborn people. Stubbornness is something as a quality of personality, being right or wrong, that independent of pain, bitterness, even pride, is something that people can sustain until the day they die, rather than admit I was wrong or vindicating myself as right. And that's my stubbornness is going to be a part of this battle. My meanness is going to be a part of this battle. To give up a slave owner is to betray them.
And when you betray a person, the law of the jungle is that you renounce all human rights, which means that anyone you betray can fairly treat you inhumanly. Not just ignore you, not just act like you don't exist. Treat you inhumanly and experience no guilt, because betrayers have abdicated all human rights, human dignity. So what it means is that if the slave owner is a mean, vindictive, sadistic person, it means for the rest of your life they get to treat you inhumanly for your attempt to be fair to yourself in this new experience that you're confused about and don't even know if you can trust it yourself. So how can you justify, and even if you can justify, is it worth it to go on with this experience that's going to bring down, at the least, years of hassle, and much more likely, a lifetime of embittered, inhuman, hateful, pressured abuse? Is it worth it? And unless you're with a person who believes in the worth of that, or knows the worth of that, can make that clear to you in feeling and logic, at that place, facing the apocalypse of rage, you may fold. Again, let me just say this. What kind of a bargain is it, existentially? Which is why all this stuff gets off into God and Job and what's going on, why did children die, cancer, all that. I'm just trying to love myself a little, and for that I get treated inhumanly. What's the sense of it? Maybe I'm really a monster. Because if I'm a good person and a conscientious person, especially if I'm a guilty person, which all slaves are, everything has to make sense. And what other people do has to make some kind of a sense. And if I'm getting treated like a criminal for doing what I'm doing, maybe I'm so wrong and I just don't know it. Now I want to make one comment before I finish tonight, because there was some concern expressed about this to me privately from people involved in the course about violence. And it bears on this last thing. Like, the question is, do people really get violent? Should they be feared? The answer to that is yes. There are some persons, slave owners, who carry the violence of action and tongue farther into deeds. Slaves can get beaten up, hurt, and rarely murdered, spiritually and actually, by slave owners. And these kinds of things are very likely to happen if one is vulnerable to the bullying right at the time we're talking about tonight. A threat of violence or a physical abuse, a reminder of who's boss here. And if you understand some of those things that are in the slave owner's mind, the logics of sadism that one needs to vindicate inhumanity to another person, if you understand stubbornness and the depth of pride as a way of living, very powerful emotions can get lined up behind a slave owner's rage. And we'll talk more about that in some of the last lectures. So that there is the possibility of that with certain of those persons. And that is the risk and danger of consciousness. And that's why consciousness as a life choice must be awesomely respected. By that I mean it is cruel to expect consciousness of another person in a cavalier fashion, because the choice of consciousness is a radical choice and often a potentially dangerous choice in very practical terms. And that aspect has to be acknowledged. However, what I would want to say to people who struggle with this fear is that in general, its magnitude is overestimated by people who are at the place of beginning that we're talking about tonight. Number one, the overestimation comes from the fact that as a slave, by definition, you're impotent. You're being pushed around. You don't feel your dignity. You don't feel your power as a person. And when somebody is enraged with you, it looks very large to you. When in reality, while you feel impotent, you may not be impotent. You may have, even though you're at the beginning of your life as a person, in the sense of learning it and appreciating it, even though you're just at the beginning of it, you may be a very powerful person who is simply dissociated from the experience of that power. And somehow, instinctively, the sense of that power keeps those people who potentially may threaten you or hurt you from carrying out their actions, because they sense something in you that maybe you haven't lived up to that point, but they sense you capable of, and you often are in moments of threat. In other words, you may have never defended yourself before, but if somebody pushes you around, you may be surprised what comes up. And the ones that are smart who threaten that, the bullies, are often persons who've got a pretty good sense. So that is a moderating circumstance. Another thing that I would say is that when you are involved in psychotherapy, in psychic struggle, often at a time like we're talking about here, in terms of what one is thinking about, you are totally consumed in the struggle with slavery and the meaning of this new experience. It's all you think about. It's all that's on your mind. Hence, when violence presents itself as a possibility to you, it can loom very large, because all you're experiencing of reality is that drama. And there is a distortion in the weighing of experience that comes from being at that place. It's very similar to why people who are, for example, paranoid and psychotic
can get involved in overwhelming, consistent fear, responding to what is often threats that have more than a shred of truth to them, but take them 5 steps further, because that's all they're dealing with in their mentation is threat and meeting it. And they're not aware, for example, that they take a piss 6 times a day. And so do the people who want to kill them. And those people also do other things. And they do other things. Namely, there are other things going on in experience other than that drama and those threats, which exert a moderating influence on what's going to happen, not the least of which is that if you knock somebody off in a crime of vindication, you're going to go through a lot of discomfort for it. You're not going to go to jail forever anymore, but you're going to have to go through something for it, in all likelihood. And is it worth it? Is it worth it, especially if the slave owner senses in the back of his or her mind, I'm going to lose you anyway? In other words, what am I going to have even if I keep you? So I'm going to kick the shit out of you. I'm going to threaten you. I'm going to make your life miserable. But I'm really only going to do it to the degree that it doesn't cost me more than it's worth. If I sense I'm going to get somewhere with it, then I'm going to be willing to take more risks. But if I'm losing you, there's only so much I'm going to be willing to do. So that what I'm trying to say here is that taking on these kinds of people, if they're violent, may be dangerous, but we can often tend to overestimate danger, and it's nation we count on, and it is sometimes the overestimation of that leads us to decide to drop truth because it's not worth dying or being beaten up for. Okay, I'd like to read to you 2 stop. The eagle is at the sea, fierce, claw hands waiting for our soul birth. To know that violent flight, we must choose sea for time, and yea say the silence between. Dear God, to be there without a mother-father's blood, a lover's knowing, a healer's dream. For in that moment, I find such great bargains of the soul. Okay, we'll take about 10 minutes. How does it make you feel with awareness? You got any thoughts? Yeah. The question is, how do you keep this going, especially if you're dealing with it on some kind of public leadership level? How do you keep that going? Obviously, the first thing that you talked about is really important, that you got to have it all straight so that you're not identifying with what's happening. Another thing that I could tell you is that it helps enormously to have a good relationship with somebody. And in general, I think that
leaders have a lot of trouble when they don't have a friend that isn't somebody that relies on them or needs them or is a parasite or whatever, but somebody who really is giving something to them. I think that helps a lot, and I think leaders have trouble when they don't have that. There's an admonition I remember hearing about therapy, which I certainly wouldn't say to use as a rule, but it encapsulates the wisdom of it, which says that basically therapists are going to do their best work when they're in a good relationship. And you got to keep your eyes open if you're going to a therapist who doesn't have anyone in his or her life or that is going through some kind of a crisis. And it doesn't say that people who are alone can't help or anything like that, or that people who are in the pains of divorce can't go do good work. It doesn't say that. It simply acknowledges the value of relationship in the life of somebody who's trying to handle other people's stress as well as their own. And the other thing that I would say is very helpful is the help of a mythology. Leaders without mythologies have a lot of trouble. Because it means then that you have to build your response off of what's going on, actually. And actually what's going on a lot of the time at the face of it is a whole lot more pain than the love or the healing that is apparent. Now, often the nature of real healing is that you don't see it up front. You see it later. Or for all the people that tell you they appreciate you, there are 10 others that are too shy to, and all of that. But still, in the living of one's life, you can't just have it all going out to a silence. And it wears on you if it's that way. And it helps a great deal for there to be some kind of a mythical context that adds to or supports what it is that you're doing. Whether that's to see yourself as a part of an historical tradition of persons that have done a certain kind of work or live with a certain kind of style, or whether it is, as Jungian psychology emphasizes a lot, trying to identify those classical myths that capture some of the major issues of your life or the qualities of you as a person and the particular kinds of conflicts people like that have in life, so that you get off on creatively and spiritually your likeness to certain persons. In other words, you meet the difficulty of the abuse of you by developing your pride, not in a negative sense of posturing, but in the sense of sophisticating your experience of your own value by not only seeing what it is that you do, but the kind of spiritual and cultural and historical echoes of that, so that it's finding yourself in a very private sense, and finding what you do very important as a way to meet people treating you badly, and as a way to meet Judas, as you talk about. I mean, how does Jesus go to the cross? How do you go do it tomorrow if you know that your friends are speaking against you, or that the people that you love are going to betray you? How do you, in the face of betrayal? And you do it knowing how important it is to do it. And you can do it if you got somebody who, or it'd be nice if you got more than one. One's a lot. If you got somebody who's with you in it. That's sort of what I'd say. Yes. Well, we talked about this, I think, at one other evening. What I said about that is that I think that you can have situations, which is kind of, you could translate that into another language of sadism and masochism. You can have situations which mimic what we're talking about here, that seem to look like it, but they're not really the same. And that's what I'd say about that. I would say that a real slave is incapable of being a slave owner, because by definition, that kind of person has no sense of right, of personal right. They exist as a function in other people. So they would be incapable of living that kind of relationship. And in general, slave owners are people who really feel they've got it coming. Now that may be that they take some kind of submissive relationship to another person in their life. But I think what I would say about it is that when you see relationships that are going through cycles of that, you're not seeing slavery as an attitude as much as you're probably seeing cycles of abuse, receiving abuse without the attitude of slavery, but really just, I deserve this, or whatever it is, and then some resurrection of rage and a turning of the table, some kind of a drama like that, but not the role and attitude of slave. Now, I don't have any stock in proving that, and there may be counter instances to it, but I think what I'm trying to convey here is that in general, I don't think hardcore slave owners and slaves are into role switching a lot. Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed it there at the end. In other words, they're feeling impotent around the healer. But sure, it happens all the time. What I think I said, I don't know if I said it in this course, wisdoms I be by, but wisdoms I was taught is get for the experience of being frightened by how crazy when they're with you, and how well they see places. And it's one of the phenomena that have that, and they're all customs associated with that. I mean, there's a certain part and embarrassment, shyness, which is not to be confused with the more superficial way of saying it of, I'm embarrassed at what I am, or I'm embarrassed at what I just said, or I'm embarrassed at how I used to be, in a prideful sense. In other words, in that sense, I'd say no, that's not what it is. But if you're understanding the embarrassment and shyness and shame as that person being with a therapist or lover and experiencing that vulnerability as that awkwardness and shame, not of myself, I just feel shame. Say that inevitably goes with it. It leads to between people that are really being close. It leads to misunderstandings. It leads sometimes to never being able to quite say things the way that I thought of telling you. Or when I talk to you, I just can't quite say it in that way. I have known persons who have known me for years and trust me and can't finish a sentence from that. And it's not that they're afraid of me or anything. It's that their experience of being that vulnerable almost makes it impossible for them to talk. So that it looks weak or impotent, and it's the opposite of that. It's enormously powerful if you accept and appreciate that emotion, and if you understand the phenomena of shame. If you misunderstand it, it's a nightmare. Well, I said that there were many benevolent and not so benevolent therapists around. What I would say to you about people who've got this straight is that what you always need to remember is that, and this is not taking away from the power and even the magic of a strong therapist or healer, to always remember that the person is granting you permission to do what you're doing, and that you are only able to be, unless you're a tripper, what they allow you to be, which means there ain't nothing you're doing that they're not inviting you to do, which therefore means they're capable of doing and being. So that while it may look like on the surface that you are some kind of omnipotent figure, whatever it is that, whatever role you're playing is by their choice at the beginning and continues to be that way, and very much the experience of the ebbs and flows of a therapy relationship have to do with the strength or the withdrawing of that invitation, just as patients or students experience great moments in their therapy. The counterpart of that is that teachers and therapists and people in those positions are allowed to find out their greatness in the context of the invitation. I mean, it's a function of both persons. Now, talking about that at a little bit more practical level, as I said last time, or I think the time before, there are times in the most amazing of transferences where if people really have to deal with something happening, they switch out of that place and deal with it. Some of the most competent persons that I know are the most hysterical people in my office. In other words, they need to be that. They're allowed to be that. If they really, really had to be otherwise, they'd be fucking competent. There's the old story about that I told to you about Ralph Greenson. I've told a number of times about the time the patient's right in the middle of this couch therapy and doesn't know anything, and the lights go out in the building, and he's in an internal office where there are no windows. It's pitch black, and it's a woman, and she's got to take a piss. So he winds up going in, showing her where the can is, holds her hand while she takes a piss, the lights come back on, they go on with the therapy. Or it's like if there's an earthquake or a fire, you find your way down and then you come back and act like you can't do anything. I mean, what I'm saying is that therapy and love is, there's a pretending. And it's not that it's phony, it's that you are allowed to play out all kinds of things, not only because you're allowed to by the being of the other person, but because you're capable of that. So that the appearance of the therapist enslaving the person is an illusion that comes from not understanding the really, really character of it, unless you have a bad person doing therapy. Couple more, and then I've had it for tonight. Yes. What I'm saying, and this is not a personal, it's just how I don't know you, but how I would hear that question in this kind of a course is something like, oh God, I fucked my kids up, with this stuff. And that may not be you, but that tends, yeah. Well, I would hope you could love yourself. Well, I don't know how long you waited with that one before it's after that. Now, I don't want to pursue it because I don't know you, but what I'm saying is, the hell with the kids. Okay. Now tonight I'm going to try to talk some about the value and wisdom of paranoia. And I want to say at the beginning that what I'm talking about tonight as paranoia is not what abnormal psychology textbooks call paranoia, although sometimes it gets damn close to it. Tonight I'm going to be talking a lot about the value of this kind of thinking, and I don't mean in this in some light fashion to be mythologizing the value of insanity. Paranoia in the context of a genuine breakdown or deterioration of the personality is a terrifying experience. And it is a nightmare to live through and is not an essentially valuable experience, although value can be found in psychotic experiences under certain circumstances. It's basically a destructive experience. And that's not what I'm talking about tonight. I'm going to be talking about a paranoid-like thinking, although I'm not going to preface it that way in the discussion, but a paranoid-like thinking that takes place in the context of growth and change. And the particular focus of this discussion is the resolution of emotional slavery. Again, this kind of thinking tends to be associated with the beginnings of resolving the experience we've been talking about. It is like a beginning wedge or attack on the world and persons that are responsible for the slavery, and gets involved, as I'll discuss later tonight, in its focus on the lovers or friends or the doctor that accompanies the resolution of this. The paranoia gets involved as a way of relating to that experience in a different way. One focus of the paranoid thinking of a slave is the beginning development of suspicion towards the slave owners. And that is often a product of the reactions of therapists and the other people involved who are reacting to what these people do to you when in the beginning you don't see anything wrong with it. You're defensive of it. You're defending the slave owners to the people who are trying to teach you about it. But in time, you begin to have some feeling in private of the abuse, neglect, torture that's taking place, but don't understand it. You feel differently about it than you felt, but don't understand it yet. And as you begin to understand it, often the cast of that thinking is a kind of paranoid, suspicious thinking. A beginning speculation of motive, but much more importantly, beginning to notice patterns in how people act towards you. That there's a rhyme to it. That certain things happen, feelings build up, and then these hurting or abusive events take place. Noticing cycles which begin to generate a causal understanding of why the slave owners do what they do. The importance of that in terms of healing is that in combination and in addition, much more importantly, to the noticing of hurting events, the awareness of some kind of a rhythm to those things, and especially that those rhythms don't have anything to do with what you really are, or what your intent is, or how hard you're trying, or how many times you said you were sorry. That those cycles have an autonomous life of their own in some way that you begin to understand, and if you have wise friends or a wise therapist, a beginning helping of understanding that through their speculations about what's going on, that gives you an idea that something is going on outside of your fantasy of the slavery relationship, which emphasizes your total responsibility, total guilt, total obligation in a slavery situation, that something else is going on over which you have no control, but much more importantly, that isn't related to you, your guilt, your actions, your participation in the situation. And that is the beginning wedge in breaking down the fantasies of very intense bonds that we think we have with the people who use us and tyrannize us and run our lives. Namely, I find out that my mother does certain things on a regular schedule no matter what I do. And I begin to understand what some of those things are. That she hasn't been laid in 15 years, that she hates her life, that that she's a selfish person, that is never satisfied with anything, and after she blows off and rages, the time between the times that she abuses me and rages at me and puts me through crunches and pressures is simply the time that it takes for her to build up a number of times that life disappoints her. And everything that I do doesn't really alter that schedule much because her need is so intense. And it's an autonomous pattern that's going on independent of me, which begins to help me understand that this whole goddamn thing doesn't have anything to do with me. And not only that, but if I start altering my actions in imperceptible ways, if I do things for my mother or my father or whoever the slave owner is, but don't do it with the trying or effort or sincerity, if I walk through it, we notice that the same goddamn pattern goes on, that there's no change in it. So that paranoia towards what is my mother doing to me, or what is the sense of this? Why is Harry mean to me? Or what's next? Has a tremendous power in beginning to interrupt and destroy the illusion of relationship. It's not that we are loved, and it's not that those people know who we really are. It's not that those people know how we should live our lives. They are strangers engulfed in a trance of selfishness, greed, and bitterness, abusing us with no sense to it. Often slavery is also wed to general attitudes toward life and people and the world which justify being used by everybody, all the way from the people in your personal life to the Richard Nixons, to gods that are theologized as selfish and tyrannical. Often when persons begin to think about their lives and resolve slavery, particularly in the privacy of their own internal experience and the privacy of their experiences with those people that are helping them with it, there is a kind of paranoia that develops about the world, about what's going on financially, politically, spiritually, how we're being programmed, marketed, etc., manipulated. That can verge into, in its speculative aspects, a kind of constant preoccupation with the notion of conspiracy. And again, rather than that being a crazy experience, that too is a way of beginning to interrupt the tyranny of generalized fantasies about the world that are lies and illusions taught us in order to exploit us. Concepts of ourselves being sinners, being in original sin, being not good enough, being somehow wrong, the illusion that we're impotent, on and on and on. There's nothing that you can do, follow me, mandate mentality, all of that. There's no way that I can understand it, so I have to have you do it for me. That, all of that. The paranoia of beginning to understand why people are hurting us, using us, being unfair with us, exploiting us, is a beginning way to break into those compulsive, false fantasies and begin to see that people, not just individuals, but in groups, deal with us in very different ways than we thought they did, with very different intents than we have toward people, that they're not meeting us in good faith, that things are not the way they say they are, that our naive fantasy of treating everyone like they were us is not true. And it is a beginning of figuring out what the hell is going on. And often the vehicle of it is a paranoia about what evil, greedy, powerful, selfish people are doing collectively. Incidentally, often that thinking isn't far wrong, if wrong at all. If one could say anything about its accuracy, one would probably wind up saying that thinking during this time of resolving emotional slavery is not wrong. Perhaps it is exaggerated in its sensitivity and in its focus. And I'd like to say a little bit about the sense of that. First, there is absolutely no way that a good, lifetime guilty, emotional slave can ever make changes in her or his perspective by emphasizing balanced thinking. In other words, if you give people that goddamn scroll that's around about be a little tolerant and a little of this and a little of that and give forethought to all things and that kind of thing to a slave is just to destroy them. Their thinking is so distorted in terms of abuse and focus and attitude in the slavery that anything that emphasizes giving the other person the benefit of the doubt, seeing both sides, the whole concept of objectivity, is going to slay the momentum of any challenge to the distortion of their abusive life. The reason for that being the magnitude of the distortion, namely that most slaves treat themselves so unfairly that a fair statement of unfairness doesn't even faze them. Which is why phrases that were around in the 60s, sort of shock dramatic phrases like the student as a nigger and phrases like that were really needed in order to break into, to help, for example, the student generation understand the terrible ripoff that was taking place in education, in which we now return to. But you need that kind of impact to break into that kind of a mind. Again, much more importantly, in understanding the sense of this, you have to re-emphasize the power that is behind years of living a slave's life. The attitudes, the abuses that are now incorporated as values, character traits, ways of doing things, what I love, and in the farthest reaches of it, when you've really forgotten where you learned it and the shit you've gone through, this is who I really am. I'm a slave. And not even seeing that I am a slave, I love what I do and how I live. It's what I am. I'm a giving person, that sort of thing. To get to that kind of prison where the self is buried behind thousands of hurts and withdrawals and door closings, you need incredible power. You need incredible power. And consciousness, knowledge is not enough per se. You need the weight of energy against that. And moderate thinking is impotent. But if you sharpen the edge of truth through the power of focus, focusing on abuses, tortures, the dynamics of it, a sensitivity to that aspect of experience and relationship, and you put behind it the force of love, the beginning, budding experience of rage and anger, the motives of creativity and imagination, the power of creative thought, you begin to generate a force with an edge which may be enough to effect pattern, compulsive withdrawal, deadness, numbness, which characterizes the psychic existence of a slave. So that's a way of saying that paranoia is one of the few kinds of experience which is forceful enough to get a wedge into the mentality and experience of one's slavery. Clearly, one is, in this kind of experience, what you do, if at the same time you are focusing, camera style, on the hurting aspect of your experience, if at the same time that you're doing that, you're peeling away the layers of your defensiveness in an experience with someone that you can trust, a lover, a doctor, you are rubbed raw by that paranoid focus, which means that this whole experience becomes tremendously upsetting. The vulnerability associated with it is incredibly, if not impossibly, painful, and the thought is compulsively concerned with hurt and hurting experiences, understanding them and predicting them, and noticing that the fucking predictions come true. So that the thinking apparently enhances pain, which is already difficult to deal with, and can lead one to be suspect of the value of the paranoia. But if you understand that it is only this that's capable of penetrating into that, then you can see the sense of it. Now, that's not to say that paranoia is not dangerous, which we've emphasized before, because this kind of a state of living where you're rubbed raw and aware of what's wrong all the time is can get to be so hard to live with in its irritability and in its stress that, and this goes back to some of the earlier lectures, it can get to a place where you don't know whether you can take it, and you're taken to the edge of destructive breakdown. One aspect of this, which is an aspect that sort of professional writers within the field like to use, one aspect of understanding this is the whole notion of the omnipotence of thought. So if you want to look at this theoretically, what you can say is that one thing that characterizes this particular time in the resolution of emotional slavery is that while the body, one's values, often one's sexuality, and certainly one's attitudes are frozen in slavery, the mind is often one of the first things to break out. In other words, whereas most aspects of your life are totally impotent, the facility and the plasticity of the modality of mind and mentation is such that it can be one of the early rebels against an enslaved state of being. So the mind breaks out while the rest of you is involved in pattern, torture, and abuse. And the mind can generate, often through a negative, suspicious, paranoid cast, the mind can begin to generate a potency that in time can pull the other functions or expressions of your personality along with it. The problem is that often the mind is months and years ahead of changes in behavior, movement of the body, changes in sexuality, and in particular, years ahead of changes in attitude and value. The whole notion of the razor's edge of sanity, or this distressing, disturbing healing experience turning destructive, the whole balance of that is really to be found in thought staying potent, but not so outstripping the rest of what one is that it takes off in a flight of omnipotence. Namely, it takes what is a healing experience and goes crazy. Paranoia, causal suspicious thinking, going that 3 or 4 steps further and becoming a psychotic terror, where the thinking is not a working through, but becomes a burden that you carry and can't stop, and it destroys you and doesn't help you in any way. And it is this respectable potency of mind that verges on insanity and craziness in these phases before you get an ego and a self-confidence and everything that can catch up with it. It is that subtle balance that counsels the respect of the stress of this process, acknowledges why it takes years of resolution and work, and why, in my opinion, if you mess with it with undue pressure or drugs, you can disturb that balance and push the mind past that place. Now, this doesn't mean, I'm not saying never get stoned, never anything. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that if you, in this kind of stress, tamper with the natural defenses which limit mind to fly, you may abuse the mind over that line where it can return to itself. I've known persons, for example, who were used to being able, before they got involved in this process, to get stoned regularly and incorporate that in their life. And if they get into some kind of heavy grass experience during a time like I'm describing here, they get a very bad trip of anxiety that leaves them sometimes with a lot of fear surrounding thought for long periods of time. In other words, they're nuts enough without further undermining the controls of the ego. Now, I'd like to say something about another aspect of paranoia, which has to do with the suspicions that are directed toward the people who are the partners or the provokers of the experience of change, namely your paranoia about love and beauty and the people who love you and help you. That thinking has a related but a different character to it, and it almost inevitably accompanies the healing of emotional slavery that we go through long periods of time when we're very paranoid about therapy, friendship, love. And the broad rubric of that is negative transference, as I've talked about before. But to dig into the nature of that thinking a little bit more, that thinking can be viewed in general as a kind of, for those of you that are familiar with my thinking from other courses, a kind of creative, obscene thinking with the illusion of negativity. Namely, from time to time in our experience of this new love or new kind of relating that we've never known, in our affair with someone who treats us decently, as our trust is stretched beyond its bounds, as we are more vulnerable than we've ever been before, hence are not comfortable and are ready to be hurt and don't understand what's happening to us, hence experience that vulnerability with a lot of fear. And much more interestingly in terms of tonight, as we have stretched out our present concept of reality to a new shaky boundary, namely when we're ready to begin to understand something new about life, ourselves in relation to it, what people do, what the hell is going on. And we got the old idea stretched out as far as it can go, because we're having some experiences and feelings that don't fit with it.
the old philosophy, and we're about ready to see something new, but we're scared shitless, full of anger, rubbed raw, and wigged out in terms of trust. Bing! We get a new idea of what's wrong with the doctor. A new idea of what's fucked about our lover, what's in it for them, some trip they're running, something that invalidates the experience, something that's wrong with the learning thing that we're in, some new reason why Faber's teaching these classes, whatever it is. Some new thought comes to us. And it's most often a negative, suspicious thought. It's ever more clever. The more we know, the more sophisticated our evolution of thought is creatively, and the more vulnerable and whatnot that we are. And that thought, which at once expresses doubt, is often influenced by what the enemies of consciousness, namely the slave owners, are whispering to us, namely we elaborate their doubts with our own thinking. It sometimes has that function, or that not that function, but it has that influence in it. But if you understand the value of it, you will see that that thought, which is cast as sometimes a vicious attack, an insidious attack, a subtle attack on the personality, motive, intent of the other person, is in fact a disguised breakthrough into a new statement about reality. Namely, if you can speak that doubt to yourself, acknowledge it, and if you can speak that doubt to your friend or your doctor, in the voicing of that doubt and in the exploration of it, you will often find in it questions and thoughts which deepen your understanding of personality, why people do things, gets you in touch with levels of memory you've been out of touch with. Psychoanalysis would call these screen memories, namely ideas which screen early traumas, knowledges of things, elaborations of those things, so that the paranoid thought or fantasy or image is telling you something. I mean, it's again another expression of the Eastern idea of the high rests on the low, or the alchemical idea that you find the gold in the turds. You find beauty in ugliness. That notion. So the paranoid thought then is in reality then a creative frontier intuition cast by doubt and fear, in the trappings of fear and doubt, but is in reality a bold movement forward. If you don't understand that, you'll keep it to yourself, spare the lover, the doctor, be bothered by it, not find out what it means, be afraid of it. Again, if the doctor or lover is not a wise person that can listen to paranoia and not identify with it, hence turns it off, then creative thinking does not come from that paranoid thought, but the paranoia destroys the relationship. But if those thoughts can be listened to, they open up at every level, a new understanding of thinking. Often, what you are afraid the doctor or the lover is doing is really what the others have done to you, and you can't remember it yet, or you can't face it. And if it isn't a direct memory, it is related in terms of logic. Many people who are emotional slaves, for example, have absolutely no understanding of the phenomena of greed. They don't understand greed. They think greed is fairness. And one of the paranoid fantasies, for example, that slaves may come up with is the accusation that the friend is greedy. You want me. You want too much of me. You can never get enough of me. You say you'll live with this now, but I know that even if I leave my mother and father's house, or if I leave the slave owners, you'll never have enough of me. They're not really the problem. You're just like them, or whatever that kind of thing is. Or the doctor's greedy. You're just doing, I never thought this before, but I really doubt you. I think you're doing this because you're hungry to have power over people, or you're hungry for the bucks, or you're competitive with your whatever. I never thought things like this before. And if you can deal with that, you begin to understand then the place and function of greed in the world, and on and on and on. The accusation that the lover or whatever is getting off on you, as opposed to believing, as many slaves do, that everybody's sincere. To begin to understand the power of fantasy, dissociation, and spaced outness in the world, and that most people in their dealings with other people aren't there, physically or emotionally. They are in a spaced out fantasy, and they're getting off on the other person. Not on what they are, but on the trip that they're running in their mind. And that most human relationships are, as I tried to describe when I taught you obscenity, are really just people sitting in sort of related porno theaters, where, I mean, it's almost like the Eastland Twins or whatever. It's the kind of thing where there are 4 shows, or 20 million, and I'm sitting in this movie that I'm watching, and you're sitting over in this other movie watching, and if our movies happen to schedule right and all of that, we get off sexually, spiritually, emotionally. Sexually, spiritually, emotionally. God, I love that person, or that was an incredible, whatever that was, and it's all a fucking lie. It doesn't have anything to do with anything except whatever those things are that go on in mind. Many slaves don't understand that most of the people who deal with them are getting off. And one of the ways that they may begin to understand that is by the thought that breaks through about the therapist, or about the lover or the person they're having an affair with. You don't love me. I mean something to you. Or you got something else in mind. And I never thought that before. And if I explore that, I begin to find out about that aspect of reality and dealing with people. So that if I can explore those progressive paranoid questions and breakthroughs, eventually I construct through paranoia a notion of the world that is not suspicious or negative or fearful or seemingly impotent, but is a very powerful tool. It's a way of saying we come to consciousness through suspicion. You want to put it that way. That's the vehicle, or the wedge, or the play. We play at doubting the other for what the doubts teach. From whence comes all the concepts of the holy doubt, the valuing of doubt. Also, if the doctor or the lover is not destroyed by the question, then the slave does not have to be afraid of his or her mind. And a value is sown in that way of beginning to deal with the problem that is my life. Okay, now if you add into the problem of paranoia, raw, hurt, suspicion about the slave owners as a way of constructing a beginning causal understanding of what they do so that we can anticipate it, be prepared for it, learn answers to it, and break the fantasy that we have a relationship with them, with that thinking. If you take that and wed it to the fact that at the same time, the people who are encouraging and promoting this experience of disturbing your life, you're paranoid about, in this case, creatively, obscenely, but creatively, negative and questioning and doubting about them. If you add into that soup the fact that at the same time you're having experiences with those people amidst and in the spaces between the doubts that are experiences of beauty, self-value. You let down and cry when you haven't cried in years, and you can't cry with any of the slave owners, but in this private place, maybe a tear gets close, or one creeps out one day, or maybe you broke down and sobbed once for a whole 2.5 seconds, or so you're having that, or you get before or after those experiences some access to creativity or a vision of yourself doing something that you always wanted to do and never thought you could do, or that you had when you were 8 years old and you've forgotten that you had it and you remember it when you're 40 or whatever it is. You see God, you get visions, you get inspirations to write things, you have all kinds of experiences. Sexually, you feel when you've never felt. Your body's able to do things you never could. You always thought that you were compulsively a person in bad health and you never felt better in your life. And you were geared to accepting things that you get a glimpse you don't have to accept. You're having had before. We talked for hours. I was open. I felt things. I really felt somebody said something back to me. We philosophized together. They gave me things. They gave me books. They gave me records. Somebody played some music for me that gave something to me. All these amazing experiences, but they're private. Namely, I can't have them away from my lover, my therapist, or away from myself. And sometimes paralleling, this is an elaboration of this whole concept of this schizoid-like life that I've been describing to you, that is the beginning of change. Sometimes you have these experiences for years, literally, with those private persons that you trust and by yourself, and none of it is happening in the world with the slave owners. None of it comes up at the dinner table when you go home to see your mom and dad. None of it comes up with your husband or your wife or the person you live with or the people who tyrannize you on your job. None of it shows. None of it comes up. You may forget it. Even if you think of telling them, you can't tell them. You don't feel the same there. You don't have the same inspirations there. Sometimes you can't even remember what it is. You have no memory for those experiences. It's this nuts world of privacy, of experience. And how do you understand that? So what does it say about those experiences? Are they real if they don't generalize? Are they real if you can't remember them? Are they real if when you even try to talk about them you can't, or you can't bring forth the feeling? Are they real if you have them with one person and can't have them with another? All those questions that go with that. So if you put together paranoia with the world and the slave owners, with being paranoid about the people you're having incredible experiences with, you can understand how unstable feeling this life is. And again, why patience and loving appreciation of defense and in and outness has to be. And one of the ways of understanding what we mean by getting it together is that at some time down the road, in places and at times, all that stuff which takes place in these crazy contradictory ways comes together. Sometimes for just a second, that I can integrate what I think about those people. I can understand what the doubt was about, and I can feel that experience in relation to everything. In other words, I can think, experience in a valuable way, and know what those people are doing altogether. And those are the moments of wholeness, or when I feel there, or I can feel myself as having some position, some potency in relation to it. Now, up until then, it feels like anything but that. One way of putting into words, in terms of an example, is not really like being a spy. It's really like being a double agent. And this would be a way to put it. What I am when I'm with the slave owners, namely with this whole life, the whole life that is apart from the 2 hours a week I see my lover, or the hour I talk to my doctor, or this hour that I've stolen to walk on the beach, or whatever. All the other 800 hours in the week, I'm really a spy. I mean, I'm really out there doing things and participating in a life, living out roles that I don't feel and I'm totally suspicious of. And yet, I don't know whether really I'm a spy against that 1 or 2 hours. Because I'm having those questions. It's like, what country? Or maybe there's, none. I mean, maybe I'm a spy for the Russians, but I'm really, where am I? And if you don't know where you belong in all this, and especially if the experiences that validate it are private, you put enormous stress on yourself. Now, it is a view of the stress and time needed to work all the levels of these things out until it comes together by itself. The vision of that makes many people impatient, from whence you have the therapies, of which we have many now that are rampant, that try to short-circuit this process, shorten it, accelerate it. And you can use an understanding of what we talked about tonight to understand the sense of it. Some of them, for example, try to short-circuit the long labor of working through each new concept of reality through the help of paranoia. They try to do this by simply overwhelming your notion, your impotence, and your enslaved attitude with a show of power of mind that slays your doubts. And that can be done through kind of S-based ways of isolating you in situations, powerful group situations, with powerful articulate talkers that are able to take giant steps over those questions to assert an alternative to the slave mentality, or a challenge to, if you want to talk about it in terms of that just being a change of slavery, which is how I'd see it. But it's basically killing one set of slave owners by strong talk from another set. And you're capable, through the power of that statement, of reaching through to that thinking. Now, the confusing thing there is often the things that a smart power leader is going to say to you are true things, wise things, garnered from their search or reading the accretions and statements of wisdom that have come from people who've lived through this and paid the dues. So it's asserting the end products of wisdom powerfully in powerful persons and contexts in ways that, through the power of identification, we can skip seemingly this work and come to awarenesses and understandings and experiences of fleeting freedom which break the bondage hysterically of the old slavery. You can also see that those forms of therapy also meet the problem of privacy, which is a constant mindfuck of people who are working these things out, and a very sensitive indication of their vulnerability. Your ability to bring your feelings or alter your relation to persons is a direct reflection of where you are at in your growth, how vulnerable you're able to be, how much of your anger you've worked out, your understanding of your rights. And you will be able to show to no person any more than a half step beyond what you accept. We can't get much more than a half step beyond what we feel we have a right to. But if you are high pressured in an experience that is a public experience, namely there are a lot of folks there, and you are, through the power of that, brought into a participation in experiences of communion, consciousness, beauty, and love, it meets, seemingly, the undermining question of privacy that self-doubt raises. If you can do it here but can't there, what is it? Well, if you can do it with a lot of people, it enhances credibility, but not through the laws of vulnerability and choice, through the power of numbers and mass psychology. So that is the cleverness and the sense of those alternatives to this very painful and very long process of working it out in a private way. Okay, let's take about 10 minutes and we'll talk some more. Yeah?
and I would like to emphasize to the person that's not, this can't be taken as an answer to what was a personal question. But I'll just talk a little bit about the general idea. One thing that can happen in this kind of experience is where the people involved, and I think I kind of touched on that last week, maybe not in detail, but where the people involved sort of confront you, where the slave owner says, do you think I'm a slave owner? You know, do you think I'm a selfish person? Do you think I've used you? Do you think I'm a pig? Do you think I'm whatever, you know, a bad person? And, you know, that can be a lot of things. That can be playing dumb as a way to make you uncomfortable. It can be disarming. It can be a way of throwing the ball to you, forcing you to articulate an anger before you're ready to. It can be playing hurt, victim, manipulative. It can be a lot of different things. But I think in general, the thing to be said about it is that in general, it's very difficult to handle, because regardless of what the intent is, it's usually said before we're ready to say our piece. And even if we're ready to say it, we're not ready to face the consequences of what's going to come down if we say, yes, that's what I feel. Again, this is borrowing on what more we talked about the first quarter we were together, and touched on a little bit the first night. Many slave owners have ironclad, life and death, deep feelings that they've been wronged, that they're victims, that they've been terribly hurt and abused, all of which rationalizes their abuse of other people. So that for them to be accused of being what they are is like, for them, I mean, it's like amazing. And you have to be ready if you're going to deal with that. You have to be ready to go through it, which is why most people that I've known that have worked these things out have gone through sometimes years of denying to the very people that they're saying somewhere else they're one thing, of denying that to those people, either because they're asked or even when they're not asked. I mean, we go through some crazy, I mean, that's what I've tried to paint the craziness of this healing time, that not only are you not able sometimes to take those things there, but you're going to be saying the opposite and trying to fabricate experiences that are the opposite, reassuring the people who are abusing you how good they are, or that what they're doing isn't hurting you, or on and on and on, emphasizing the positive, all the shit that we do, rather than say what we feel. And you're going to do that until you're ready to do it. And probably when you're ready to do it, they ain't going to be asking. Okay. Not too expensive the way some of them are. What? Anyway, what was that now? Yeah. Well, that story is not atypical. You know, I mean, that kind of tyranny of demand, where everybody's life surrounding these people is run by those concerns, those irritations, where you're not even considering, it's not you talking now, but how these can be, but you're not even considering what you want. You're considering how you can deal with the frustration and hassle. I mean, that's where you're at. You're not even dealing with your own life, just minimizing, trying to deal with it. And the whole thing gets very intriguing in terms of how the other people who share the burden can use unconscious symptoms to pass the buck to the person who's strong. I mean, like you saying, I'm capable. You know, I don't want to personalize the example too much. I'm being a bit playful because I feel like that tonight. But it's totally sad. I mean, it's like you saying, I'm capable. I mean, that's, you know, that's the slave's pride. That's, I can do it, you know. And it sounds like you're started with it. I can tell you one thing from my own experience. It's like my wife saved me from something that's very close to that. And I can tell you that one of the things that I had to go through was, in the basic concept I had to work out is that the person in my own personal experience that was like this is somebody who had gotten me in a place where I was doing a lot of things that I thought they couldn't do, that person couldn't do. And with tremendous reasons for that and pressure from other people, this poor person, if you get a chance to read my book on listening, it's that whole thing of the privileges of pity is worth a lot of thought about. When we finally accept that somebody can't help what they are and can't change. And a lot of the history of my getting space in my life or getting my life back from this person is really in one thing after another refusing to do what absolutely couldn't be done, and finding out that if there was no way I was going to budge about this, the person was very capable of doing that, until what really came down is the person was capable of doing everything, and had gotten me in a place where I was doing everything but wiping their ass, literally. That to do that to one's child is an abomination. I consider that an abomination for a parent to do to a child, to tyrannize them through pressure to do what they're perfectly capable of doing. And there are a million practical things. The people who can't do their laundry, who want you to pay the bills, who don't want the money transferred into their account but want you to bring it, make calls for me, do difficult things, call the social worker, call the Social Security for me, speak to the life, and I worry too much, speak to the life insurance people, handle this, handle that, do my taxes, what's the answer to this? Think. That's the answer. You think. Not me. You think. And if you can't handle it, check in at Camarillo. You know? If they'll take you, you know? Or get somebody else to do it. But I won't do what you can do. And if you can't do it, go check yourself in somewhere. And you take the fucking bus. You know? You know, I won't take you to Camarillo. You take the bus there. And when it comes down to stuff like that, it's amazing what people can do, you know, if they have to do it, you know. So I'm not trying to say do that, because when you're ready to work with the guilt and all that kind of stuff, it will occur to you. But that's just a way of saying that often with people like this, especially if they've got the excuses of being old, there are many things that they say they can't do that they can do. Can't walk and they can run and God knows what else. And then you get into things like realizing that people are choosing the passivity that is leading their body to be such that they can't use it. and laying off the responsibility for that. Instead of taking walks and keeping themselves in decent shape and eating decent food, they let themselves go to hell and then lay that off as a reason for being infantilized by their children. It's unforgivable. And if they choose those kinds of patterns of living, not speaking about real aging, I'm talking about people who selfishly neglect themselves because they know kids will bait. People like that should pay the consequences for their choices. And if they don't like the consequences, then take care of yourself better. I have a lot of very strong feelings about that. But what I want to say is that at every place, you will have to fight a battle. Like with a person like that, there's no generalizing. Like, oh, I see what you mean. I can take care of myself, so I will. It's like if you've been doing the driving for them instead of the bus, that's going to be one battle, and the phone calls will be another, and the money will be another, and every place is a battle. Is a battle, and the major road signs in it for you to work out will involve totally changing your thinking about life and yourself and other people and responsibility and all of that. So while it comes down to concrete things like that, again, like paranoia, those little, not so little because they become the things that kill us, but those little rituals that we do that don't have to be done often hold the key to understanding everything in your life. When you can work out that, when you can say, take the cab to the fucking doctor, or I'm not available to you 24 hours a day. So if I can't do it and I don't feel like doing it, take the cab, and be able to say that without feeling like a schmuck means you're at a certain place. And it means you feel a certain way about life and people and aging and the responsibility of parents to children and children to parents, et cetera, et cetera. You have to work out a lot to get to those places. That's helpful. The same thing is true in marriages, for God's sake, and relationships where slave owners, in this case it's the excuse is not I can't do it, I'm old and dying and sick and stuff. But it's often what slave relationships are things that we have done for a person where they don't take responsibility for that in their lives. And when we stop doing it, they're going to die, or some shit like that. You deal with this, you do that. You do things that I don't have to do because I get a right to that. For example, the privileges of male chauvinism on both sides. When you start to work out slavery, a man does not get the privileges of male chauvinism from a wife who's working out not only her liberation, but her slavery in some general psychological, emotional sense. And on the other side, a woman who is working out her emotional slavery doesn't is going to start disturbing the functions of a pig, and that's going to be a part of that whole thing. And when the pigs start howling, or if you're a man who's a male slave to some kind of a privileged pig princess type, the daughter of some guy who spoiled her rotten and she's never done anything and that's her virtue, then you're going to have all kinds of hell happening when you stop doing things for that person's pride, when you stop doing things in actuality, when you stop building their egos, which are a part of chauvinistic chauvinism on both sides. When you start to work out slavery, a man does not get the privileges of male chauvinism from a wife who's working out not only her liberation,
but her slavery in some general psychological, emotional sense. And on the other side, a woman who is working out her emotional slavery doesn't is going to start disturbing the functions of a pig, and that's going to be a part of that whole thing. And when the pigs start howling, or if you're a man who's a male slave to some kind of a privileged pig princess type, the daughter of some guy who spoiled her rotten and she's never done anything and that's her virtue, then you're going to have all kinds of hell happening when you stop doing things for that person's pride, when you stop doing things in actuality, when you stop building their egos, which are a part of chauvinistic relationships, is a mutual ego rubbing number, and you start relating to that person, they're going to raise holy hell with every change in what they have to do that they didn't used to have to do. And you got to have it worked out to do that thing until it's a genuinely free relationship, or it ruptures because they can't stand that, feel outraged at having to be fair. Yeah? I talk about rage and the problem of revenge. I'll get into that real strong. No, I mean I don't know exactly how to take the question, but in the first place, they're not going to be here. If they are here, they ain't going to be hearing it. And if they do hear it, they're going to hear it to their advantage. In other words, most slave owners that would listen to something like this would feel, yeah, that's right. They're the slave, they're the hurt person, and they're vindicated. They're not going to hear this, let alone ask how to change it. I mean, so that would be my response to that. Yeah, it's a really smart question or comment, and it could be either one. I mean, I would say this, that often, I'll speak to the last one first, I think that the lack of appreciation of discriminating knowledge is often associated with being partway through this whole thing and not yet valuing yourself enough to feel outraged at what happens. I mean, it can be that. But I can also tell you, which is probably more interesting, that I think loving people have a lot of trouble with this kind of stuff because it never feels natural. And I think there's a part of that naturalness that comes from just having been a slave forever. So that if you're a loving person and you've been cast in that role, that your value is what you do for people, and that's all you've ever done, it doesn't feel natural to you simply because you've never done it, and you're not used to anger or the beauty of rage or any of that yet, those aspects of passion. But sometimes it's because, just quite apart from the fact that you're a slave person, you are a loving person. That's what you are, and you enjoy fruitfulness and meaning in relationships. And when you're angry, it doesn't do a lot for you. It may keep you from being abused. It may relieve frustration, but it doesn't touch you like love does. And you get this kind of strange question coming down in relation to stuff like I'm teaching here, and people going through this. I don't like what I'm becoming, or I'm thinking negative all the time and I'm not loving, or is this really what I want for myself, to be an angry person? And those are questions you have to sort out. I can tell you that
that the people that I've known that I would say are really loving by nature, that prolongs this process a lot that I'm talking about here tonight. It adds a lot of time to it, because for them to get up a head of steam that can affect the kinds of attitudes that we're talking about when they are such loving people requires rubbing their nose in this stuff for years, over and over again, until they so can't stand it that in spite of their love they begin to react and be angry and that. And it doesn't feel that good to do it. They want to get on life. And yet if you go on to your life and ignore those relationships, they continue to debilitate you and pull on you. Or apropos of this, if your brother gets palpitations, you're not going to be able to love for 4 days. You have to take care of the old lady, unless you've worked it out. So I mean, it's one of those things where in order to be free, you have to see the meaning of learning something that is almost unnatural to you, which incidentally is a great source of doubting the value of consciousness. If it doesn't feel natural to you to be angry, is this a trip? Like we're all supposed to be angry people. That. Yes, would you like to pursue that? It's important. It doesn't feel good to see it. Well, I would just say that's a perfect expression of what I was talking about tonight. I think, yeah. Yes? I mean, I think that you're going to feel, in the sense, people who walk into it with a fantasy that all the feeling is going to go away, set themselves up for a fantasy that they only hurt themselves with. I think in general what you see at the end is at best tugs and pulls which you can meet consistently without much hassle and without much guilt, a great deal of freedom, consistent freedom, but you're going to be tugged and pulled, and if you get tired and basket-shapy, the tugs and pulls get stronger. You can deal with them faster than you used to, but you can get into them again. But I want to talk a whole time about that. Yes? Can slave owners be cured? Slave owners are mostly selfish people or embittered people, and the numbers of those kinds of people who turn it around are rare. Bitterness is a very difficult emotion to help or heal. It's blind. Everything you do to try to help it hurts it more. And selfish people don't have the empathy to feel guilt. In other words, you can't get a leverage with a genuinely selfish person to... this is, again, kind of anticipating other stuff I'm going to talk about, so I'm not going to go into it too much. But in general, no. And I would say, apropos of that question, that the notion of changing the slave owners is a very important drama that is part of the time in the healing of emotional slavery that we're talking about right now. It's something I'm going to get into next week, where a lot of what we wind up doing is making a lot of effort to alter those relationships on the grounds that what we see in our paranoia either can't be true, or if it is true, those people don't want to be the way they are. So we put out a lot of effort to try to change the selfish people who are not making any effort. And until we find out, for example, the wisdom of effort, it's like if those people want to be the way they are, they're going to be the way they are, and if they wanted to be different, they'd be changing. So if we're changing, that doesn't say a goddamn thing about them. It just highlights the fact that they're not changing. So why the hell, when you're changing, do you want to make any effort toward those people? And if you want to make any effort, what it has to be is that somehow you can't handle the consequences of what you're seeing. And slave owners are notorious, especially if they're really threatened, for role-playing change in order to hold on to you. But in general, the people who do this don't change. I must say again, as I have said before when I talked about victims in the Separation and Endings course, I don't think I'm a good person to ask that of, because I have no sympathy with that. I'm not like that as a person, and hence if there are redeeming values there or logics to the resolution of it, I wouldn't know them. I haven't worked with those kinds of people in psychotherapy. I work with their victims, so I don't know much about it. But I would say, looking from the outside, that I think most of those folks don't want to change, and even if they do, they have a hell of a time doing it. For a selfish person, it involves learning empathy. They don't feel empathy, they have to learn it. And bitter people have to be ready to give up the premise that life owes them. And if you've lived behind that premise for years, it's very difficult to turn around and suddenly accept your life and what you've got coming and work from there. Because basically bitter people don't accept their life. Selfish people don't accept what's fair. They don't feel what's fair. So to give up the privileges of bitterness and selfishness to get something. I'm going to change our format a little bit tonight because I'm tired and sort of fighting off the flu. So I'm going to teach, and then instead of taking a break, we'll have a short discussion right after the lecture and stop a bit early tonight. So when I'm done, if you need to have a break or leave or go to the potty or whatever, you're welcome to do that. But we're going to stay on here and have something of a discussion and stop a bit early. Some of what I talk about tonight was touched on in the Separation and Endings course, but is worth looking at in a lot more depth. And in the case of the resolution of emotional slavery, a lot of the processes that are involved in change get so exaggerated that they're worth a specific discussion. And there are some things that are unique to it. When you have a situation like we've been working with in this course, where a slave attempting to resolve a role with this kind of depth to it, you have a person who is up against people, situations, attitudes that are invested with incredible amounts of energy. And it's only energy that's going to budge those situations in any way.
and mostly emotional slaves in their pre-change time experience their energy as depression or compulsion, anxiety, use it up in work, or they don't have access to their potential energy of spirit, namely have a false view of their vitality because they're not aroused to passion, for example, or inspiration, so that the energy is either not tapped or it's drained off symptomatically or used up within oneself, so that one is impotent against bitterness, rage, ageism, parental dominations. Even if you understand that something is wrong with it, which you begin to understand intellectually in the beginnings of change and therapy, there's nothing that you can do about it without the cooperation of enormous amounts of energy behind those ideas. And that energy never comes in any slow, build-up way as you understand things. The character of it is, in every experience of resolution I've ever seen, a building up internally within a person of an energy that draws on many sources, which I'll describe in a minute, and then at some unexpected and unplanned for time, that energy suddenly breaks out of the forms that have imprisoned it, and there is an elation, a bursting out of life, rage, that lasts for various periods of time. Again, I'll talk about it again, but the character of it is always bursting. And that brings with it many glories and also problems of its own, which are really what we're going to try to talk about tonight. Now, some of the sources of that energy are the following. Not all psychologists believe this, but I'm a person who believes that it is as if not really, that every time in our lives, if we are spirited persons, that every time in our lives we are aroused to significant actions, provoked, exposed to something inspiring, exposed to a lovable person relationship, if we don't react to it with life, with feeling, with what we are, some residue of that feeling remains in us, so that partly at a symbolic level, what happens down the road when we can allow ourselves, or simply energetically, we get so overloaded with energy that we burst past the bondages of slavery and attitudes which limit us. Part of what comes out of us is that history of unlived reactions or unlived life. And that's part of the sense of feeling that we are catching up with ourselves or reliving our histories when we go through the dynamics of change. So there's an unlived life or unlived creativity aspect. Another thing that is a source of that energy is that, and it's related to this but a little bit different, is that in the therapy or love or self-reflection that is a part of provoking this change, a lot of the focus is going to be on injustice, on situations that have happened that we haven't understood, where we've been abused, played with, manipulated, tortured, and we feel angers that have echo in memories where we've been treated in similar ways. Hence, there are echoes of anger in that. And often we've had to go over and over and over those same things, and our friends and therapists have gone over and over those, so that we have internally gotten angry repeatedly and never been able to express it publicly or take it outside of an office or a friend's room or our private experiences with ourselves. And that anger builds up into incredible proportions, and often is a very important part of the energy breakout at certain places in this resolution of slavery. Except that, especially in the early rounds, it isn't really experienced as rage, but in the moment of transformation, and in the mystery of that, that energy, that rage, transforms itself into motivation, into love, into incredible sexuality and sexual awareness and sexual energy, creative kinds of energies. And that, again, has to do with something that you've heard me talk a lot about over the years in terms of the mysteries of the psyche. Psychoanalysis explores this a lot, and that's the notion of the plasticity of psychological energy, namely, what are the mysteries that have to do with one energy changing into another form. And often the way that rage is experienced in growth is through elation and creative burst, creative mania, and not buying a rifle and climbing to the top of the tower. That's later. Another thing you have to talk about when you try to understand that burst of energy also is that an emotional slave has an impoverished mind in terms of a concept of life, a notion of relationship, the range of experience. In other words, slavery makes us dumb. And we don't use either the outer reaches of our intelligence, and certainly not our imagination in terms of possibilities of living. And with this buildup of rage and going along, breaking out is a breaking out of the forms of mind, and sometimes a impulsive access to one's creative possibilities, direct archetypes and visions. Novels could be written about the kinds of spiritual experiences that people have at those places. In other words, they're in contact with the highest visions and pictures of human experience and heroism. And with that, there is also a responsive spirit to what I see and sense for myself, so that part of the burst of energy is that I'm turned on by finally seeing in the mirror adequate visions to bring forth the best in myself. I'm not a sleeping person anymore. I'm not a numbed person. And I'm aroused by the magnitude of what I know is possible. And in those manias, anything is possible. And that's true. So there's a lot of energy floating around. And the character of that energy burst is strong enough to, in truth, break down the schizoid barrier between the privacy of the liberating, therapeutic, loving, friending experience and the public world of emotional slavery and its related attitudes. And one bursts across that space and into that other world with such a force that the bonds, the bindings, the attitudes, the roles, the habits, the patterns, the games of it are transcended for a while, not in a spaced out way. In other words, not in an unreal, unrelated fashion. The reaction is to those things, and in response to those things and attitudes and situations and provocations. But the ride of emotional and psychological energy and rage that carries one simply carries one over and beyond those things. So that what often happens is that whether one actually does it or whether one simply perceives it that way, those enslaved experiences and roles are really slain for a while and are not experienced in the same way. Now, sometimes we are in fact saying the same things, but because we feel so differently, we don't feel the slave role and customary emotion. And sometimes we are in fact saying and doing different things, as well as feeling very differently about it. But it doesn't really matter if you're saying the same things. The issue is that you're feeling differently about it, and the experience of that possibility changes your life forever, which is one of the ways of acknowledging the value of these elations, even though they bring problems with them. It is as if these things and nothing short of them would be capable of breaking the bondages temporarily, or transcending them, however you like to put them. Transcendence is a better word than breaking, because energy is really carrying you past structure for a while. Again, to go back to our first night's discussion, structure is a very important notion in understanding the resolution and healing of these things. But these bursts are carrying you the structure of the situation to give you a vision or a glimpse of what your life can be. Now, those bursts can last
for days, and sometimes they last for months. If people have a lot of rage and a lot of unlived life, people can thrust themselves for prolonged periods of time, often living on reserve for months because the energy level is so high, they're so wired all the time and enthusiastic and constantly inspired. Their bodies can carry them for a while because often the body has stored up energies and reserves from having lived flat and depressed. But even when you use up all the old reserve gas tanks, you can often go on long past that by borrowing on yourself some, so that this kind of an experience can go on for months. During it, you lose sight of the fact, you lose sight of your life as a determined phenomena, especially by the people who have run your life. And what animates your understanding of your life at that place is an overriding, and that is the word for it, is your overriding sense of life and passion and yourself and the possibilities of yourself. You may be concerned about relationships, may be continuing with your therapy, may continue your discussions of he said and I said and then she said and I said and I felt this and I didn't say that. You may continue at that level, but that's not really the heart of it. The heart of it is, I feel great. The heart of it is, I feel great. Or I feel this, maybe with a lot of pain in it. But what is important is that sense of self that one has not had, and it overrides everything else. And it isn't brought down by a disappointment or a bad night's sleep or a failure. One goes past it. The energy carries you beyond events and their outcomes. It keeps moving. And that in itself is encouraging. The other side of it is that it's blinding. So that troubles develop around you and you ain't cognizant of it, because while they may pull at you, they don't drag you back down into the world of slavery and down to earth again, if you want to put it in that way, until later. And later it sure as hell happens. Now the problem here that is developed by the elation is that one bursts not one step, as is true in the lives of people who are not emotional slaves and whose experience of growth tends to be a one step forward, half step back type experience, because they're not that far off in terms of what they are, and there isn't that much rage and unlived life built up within their psyches. But emotional slaves who've maybe never felt good about themselves, never allowed themselves passionate moments, and have been fucked over 1,000 times, got a big reservoir. So when the burst comes, it carries them 3 and 4 steps beyond their understanding of role and right, way beyond their priorities in terms of values, their notions of what love and living and work can be and ought to be, what they deserve from life, what life is supposed to be. They're way out beyond it. And the growth namely the alteration of that structure, does not proceed any faster during the times of elation as in the times in between when one is gathering and renewing oneself. Structure changes very gradually. With 1,000 times of understanding, with going over things again and again, with learning new things that go through experiences of integration. There's no short circuit for that experience. There's no short circuit for those times when you learn for a while and it's concrete and it's A, B, C, D, and then suddenly you get E, F, G in a burst because you've laid down enough fragments that then expose the relation of those other pieces. There's no accelerating or greenhousing that experience. It takes time. It takes time for it to move from an unconscious to a conscious level. The unconscious structures change below the level of awareness far before our conscious attitudes and values and what we can call on in a conflict or a confrontation change a lot faster than our philosophy changes. So that what's happening in this elation experience that carries us way out past what we have worked out yet is that very experience begins to sow the seeds of the elation spending itself and our falling way back, which is what often happens in the growth pattern of emotional slavery. Namely, it's a 3 and 4 step forward thing and falling 2 and 3 steps back often. The growth takes place, but it's much more of a merry-go-round than a roller coaster ride than other patterns of growth are, and fraught with all kinds of extremes. Now, one of the problems that develops during this kind of stress, which is what prolonged elation is that your body often undergoes a fundamental change in its pattern of arousal. Our autonomic nervous systems, which regulate the states of relaxation, renewal, rest, and excitability, arousal, motivation, have a kind of patterning quality to them that becomes a customary way of experiencing life. That is one of the things we'd put into words in saying, this is the kind of person I am and this is my temperament. And that's partly a reflection of natural parameters and partly a reflection of simply how you've lived on a routine day by day. In other words, the autonomic nervous system has an adaptability to it. And what happens in this kind of stress, where we're experiencing constant rage, experienced as some equivalent of creativity, being turned on, being motivated, being inspired, having tremendous amounts of energy, is that at a certain place, that pattern is broken, and the autonomic nervous system, the rest of the body systems that are related to it, hormone secretion patterns and all of that, undergo a revolution that is not always a pleasant experience. It's always experienced with certain discomforts and symptomatic kind of phenomena. But in some people, it can actually lead to health breakdowns. People get mononucleosis. People get pneumonia. People get from overstimulations of the thyroid problems, and with that related heart problems. Their pulse rates go crazy. They're up and down a lot, and there's a part of that one cannot mythologize as growth is crazy. In other words, it's potentially dangerous. And it's an aspect of that kind of change, and incidentally counsels not being reckless when one feels like being reckless. Elation is often accompanied with the feeling that one is immortal, because one is acting immortal and omnipotent, and in fact one is, except that your body can't handle that over prolonged periods. And what it says is, when you're pooped, it's good to get a good night's sleep. And if it takes a little Valium to knock you off of the pinnacle of Mount Olympus, that's just fine. Or 3 shots of brandy or whatever it takes. Because if your body doesn't rest, it's going to break down under the strain of being God. And the whole art of managing that time in one's life is how to accept the extremity of it and take care of oneself without suppressing the experience and putting it down because of its potentially dangerous and disruptive symptomatic concomitants, and hence turning it off and misunderstanding it. You can't go through it without running the risk of being injured by it. And if you play it too safe, you will suppress the elation and limit the growth. That's sort of the art of it. How do you go with it without so over-identifying with it that it breaks you? Now, there are psychological problems that go with it. The major one is that the world is full of parasites waiting for elaters. Number one, each one of these relationships that the slave is involved in are, by definition, tremendously energetic relationships because of bitterness up against greed and need and guilt and obligation. So there's a tremendous amount of energy there. All those bondages in the change are threatened, so that in addition to them, on both sides, fear is introduced. The slave owners are afraid of losing the slave, so that there's an extra intensity. They're also hurt by the threat, enraged at it, resentful of it, so there's even more energy into it. So you have a very volatile quality of experience in those bonds. Now, if, as the crunches come down, the slave breaks out into an elation of growth, creativity, lust for life, wanting to tell the ideas, attempting to make changes, trying to involve the slave owner, trying to change them or bring them into the experience of change, or to cross over to this place where they're in. Those bonds are often capable of being reinterpreted again in the craziness of the notion of plasticity of energy. The rage, the fear, are capable of being trained into some amazing experience of pseudo-love, pseudo-community. Breakthroughs is the common parlance for them. In other words, have mystical experiences with people who torture. Because your ability to so transcend the bond that the energy involved in it can temporarily experience itself as something other than what it is. So that the sadism, the pain, and the terror becomes ecstatic experience. That comes in experiences like bringing your parents who have tortured you, overriding experiences of your enthusiasm and whatnot, and having those people break down, feel joy. People hug each other who haven't touched in years when only critical words have been there. A feeling, a creative thought comes out of somebody who is abusive and tyrannical. A slave owner parent writes a poem. They're usually jack shit, but if they've never written a poem, it's like, wow, and it's all clouded with our rose-colored experience of ourselves. We're so in love with love that we see beauty everywhere, so that even gestures in that direction get transformed with the power of our own experience into something that they're not, but sometimes they even get access to beauty. Embittered people know a lot about pain. And if, in the magic of these crazy experiences, they can get access to that pain creatively, and if they're bright fantasy people who just don't live from growth and beauty but live from hatred, if in that moment their point of view about that is altered, they can experience their point of view about that is altered, they can experience their pain as incredible glimpses into empathy and hurt and the feelings of other people. And it's mind-blowing. So that what happens is that you can wind up having incredible experiences with the very people who are spending their lives abusing you, and that you're struggling to free yourself from. Also, the world is full of people who do nothing, who don't generate life, and are waiting around for people who make life that has a character to it of not making demands. And the character of the energy that emotional slaves are expressing at this particular time is that it is energy free of any demand. Because it's not motivated, it is not a reaction to the other person or the situation. It is an overriding experience of thwarted self. So that it's going to have its day regardless of who the other person is or what they do, which then allows all those persons with parasitical psychologies to get a free hit, a free ride off that energy for a while, and not be pushed away because they don't give anything back. It doesn't matter to a bursting slave whether anything comes back, because they can restore themselves in the next minute with still another year's unlived life and another level of rage that has not yet worked itself out. They can replenish through drawing on their own resource, so that they're blind in terms of what comes back.
And much more difficult to resolve are all those persons in life who don't emotionally enslave us, but who simply give back less than we do if we have a lot to give. People with lesser resources, people who are not unfair, but not overly fair either, people who are routinely fair, but not generous, not kind, not loving, not special in the sense of bringing any unusual value or feeling or quality to their experience, but they're simply not abusive. So that these are persons who can take someone giving them for nothing fantasies, feeling, experiences that they don't generate in their own living. They're very happy to take those and to be appreciative of them, participate in them for as long as they last, and never forget it as a memory of a time in their life that was remarkable. So that life is then full of folks that are waiting for elation and waiting to participate in it for different reasons. And the sum of all of those relations is that when the elation is over and the love clears, or the creativity clears, or the rage equivalents, to use the jargon of psychoanalysis, clear, what's left there is a hungry parasite, the same old fucking emotional slave that was there before you turned him on with your overriding passion, or some average nice person, and not the love of your life, the friend you never had, and the people that you thought were so different from the people who you're enraged at. As a matter of fact, you may find bigger heels than you ever knew before after the love quiets down. Because your judgment was so short-circuited during that burst. So what happens then is that your body's going nuts and borrowing on your reserves. You're way out ahead of structure. And folks are wearing you out when you ain't wearing yourself out by taking from you and not giving back. So whether it's in 10 days or 3 weeks or 6 months, you fall flat on your ass. And you find yourself in the following position. We're back to where the elation started, or 1 or 2 steps beyond it. I mean, no. I know I'm not a schmuck. I know I get something. But I've been acting like a god or a goddess. I mean, I've really been nuts. I've really been out there. I've been seeing myself, even if I didn't acknowledge it to myself, as somebody very special. In fact, I felt I could do anything. And God damn it, I could have, feeling that way. But now I don't feel that way. I'm worn out. Sick, maybe. Uninspired. My body's tired. And it's going to take a while to restore itself. In fact, I may feel, and sometimes the cultural lore is that I feel I will never feel again the passion. The reason for that being that most people who experience elations don't experience them in the context of growth, or experience them in the context of limited notions of growth. Namely, they never go past the first elation, because the merry-go-round doesn't stop with the first one. They never get past the first one, so the best part of life they ever knew was the one time that their rage broke down and some life came out in therapy or out, and they were nuts for a while, and they never feel that way the rest of their lives. And we've got all of that cultural lore to say that was a phase we passed through, a second adolescence, or however it is that you want to put it. I was really crazy or manic for a while, and sowing my wild oats, or whatever the hell the phrase is, a 7-year itch, or however we're going to put it into words. We were really unstable for a while. And tired and worn out, and those people hurting me, abusing me, I don't know how to say no yet. I've just started this process of change, let alone be it. I don't even see the possibility of saying no, and I must be terrible for promising to these people things that I can't come through with. And I can't do it. It's like, what kind of a person am I? And getting rid of all of those parasites involves energy, resistance, hassle, and it's energy I ain't got. And perhaps even more difficult is I now got some average folks in my life. I like them, but I don't love them. And I said I loved her. He's nice, but he's really not interesting. Or he's interesting, but he's not exciting. I thought that he was the greatest lay I ever had. It's not bad, but it's not that good. And what am I going to do with that? Because maybe I'm not an average person, but how could I ever say no to a nice person who's now in my life, in my bed, is expecting me to call in 5 minutes, and I don't feel anything? So I've accumulated a lot of troubles that I don't have the energy to deal with, I don't have the structure to handle, and I'm going to have to commit a certain amount of energy to, except that I'm not back where I started from. If I understand it, I really am beyond it. And without the burst, even its abuses, I would not have gotten anywhere. Now, some people stop there. I mean, that is the place where many emotional slaves stop. Kind of see the old man and the old lady and the old relationships in a little different light. Have an affair with a nice person for the rest of their lives. I at least have a friend. Maybe kind of gradually the parasites get the message and find somebody else to suck off of, and my life is a little better. And what else can you expect? It's better than nothing. So some people stay there. If you don't misunderstand the flatness, the depression, the feelings of impotence and fear that come from a whole new set of problems, and you're not having any poop in the tank to deal with them, if you understand that gradually you'll start building up a new head of steam
Your body will get a rest if you listen to it. You get over pneumonia. Mononucleosis goes away if you take reasonable care of yourself. Your energy restores itself, and before you know it, the motor's grinding, and you're going to be building up to a place where you're going to be ready to do it again. And there'll be another burst. This time it will be a little more discriminating because you carry more structure into it. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to do magic with all the bullshit sadistic emotions that are involved in the slavery bonds. So it's going to be less likely that you're going to re-fall in love with your mom or dad or the slave owner, parent, or lover or friends or whoever it is that's doing it. You're going to be a little bit more demanding of something coming back to you, even though you're still blind. And a less of a parasite will get a hit off of you. And it'll take a little bit more than a nice person to get a foot in the door in your life and have some place when the next elation quiets down and you look at what's left after you flew to Mars this time. The structure comes a little farther ahead. There's less hurt and less hassle to work out that was a part of that. Things are a little clearer. The next burst and the next burst. And often it takes 5 or 6, all of which wear on us, give people gray hair and aged faces, sometimes long before their time, put weathered lines and scrunches, and make eyes look very deep and like wells with a lot of hurt and a lot of pain in them. But without it, it doesn't go there. For all of the stress to the body that takes place through elations battering us around, the tension levels that people carried around in blood pressure readings and body stress, chronic muscular spasm goes down, so that it's a balance. You stress your body, but in terms of chronic levels of tension stress, your body gradually unstresses itself in the chronic sense of it. So you're relaxing as a person. You're less tense. Blood pressures go down at the same time that your body is going nuts. There's a paradoxical effect. I learned that, interestingly enough, recently when dealing with an insurance application. I found out that after the kinds of crazy experiences that I had for 5 hours straight, from 8 to 1 o'clock, going through these, yelling with people, feeling incredible tension, yelling and screaming and all of this, my blood pressure is lower than the fucking doctor. I mean, it's crazy. But you're being, you're expressing, your life. You're helping yourself even while you're passing through a dangerous time. Now, talk about 2 kinds of problems that go with coming down from the elation that are very interesting. One of them is that in elations you live a passionate life. And often in that overriding experience, you go beyond, way beyond your concept of what life is supposed to be. And when you come back tired and don't have access to that passion, you often find yourself in a conceptual problem with the experience that you have just had, namely, what is the place of passion passion in one's life? Can one live a passionate life? Is that a real thing? Or is passion a fleeting human experience, and for that reason questionable in its importance and ultimate meaning? Namely, is passion really a way of life, a lifestyle? The cultural fear of passion and the lack of it as a general human experience line up with our self-doubt at those times to say that the experience that we've just had is atypical, that we can't look to live and feel that way, and that what we must get involved with is some balancing compromise between what we feel flat and depressed and what we felt then. Namely, we tend to philosophize when we're down in a way that somehow fits in with what the world calls normal living, i.e. suppressed, repressed, uptight living. It's okay to feel happy, but not get carried away. And we begin to label what we felt as somehow wrong, more than extreme, abnormal. We call what is a manic-like experience clinical mania. And there are psychiatrists who would put people in creative madness on lithium. Who would treat them as manic, as clinically psychotic or borderline, and muzzle that out of a judgment that that is not a normal experience. That's not how people can and should live. And in doing that, we then set up new walls for ourselves after the elation, which will force us to build up new heads of steam in order to break through that into a re-experience of ourselves. In other words, if we don't understand and appreciate elations, we set up barriers that we're going to have to go to extremes again to get to ourselves with. In other words, we make it harder for ourselves than we need to. What wisdom counsels, in my opinion, is that one can live a passionate life, and that after these cycles of change, you don't stay living at that level. Maybe the way that you would put it is this: once I was very crazy, and now I'm crazy all the time. Once I was very crazy, and now I'm crazy as a life. And that is a life. It is possible to live passion for 40 years, not in that burning out, transcendent sense, but there is nothing unreal about that. That is the beginning experience of selfhood, wed to a structure that finally catches up with it. It changes its extreme character some, but not essentially, only in degree. It can sustain itself, and passion tends to become more a reaction to other people who merit the reaction, and a response to situations that are fair and assert the dignity of the passionate person, In other words, it's a passion that's more in contact with what is instead of an overriding, blinded, transcendent emotion, but we are the same persons that we were when we're nuts. We're just a little bit more in touch with what's happening while we're being nuts. That's what it means. Now, another problem that goes with coming down off of elation is the problem of self-importance, which I'm going to get into much more next week. When you are living a burst of elation, perhaps you would not say that you're omnipotent or a God, because you can't claim that yet until later when your structure and sense of self-value can catch up with you, but you sure as hell act like it. And the people who are trying to pull you down and are afraid of your change are telling you all the time, who the fuck do you think you are? You got your head up your ass. Who do you think you are? Jesus Christ. You think you're a special person, etc., etc., etc. And you may not claim that yet. Yeah, true. But you are acting that way. You have gone from, in a giant step, sometimes overnight, from acting like a person whose only value was what you did for another person, to a person who is making life, a creator of life. Life is where you are. People are responding to you. You change the world. The world is a different place for you. And again, whether you claim it or not, that's what's going on. And when you come back down and don't feel that kind of feeling, you find it very hard to find your experience and yourself that important. And it's often put into words in just that way. I've got to get my feet back again on the ground. I've got to deal with the things that everybody else deals with. I'm a person just like everybody else's. We smuggle back in our masochistic relativism. I forgot for a while that person has their set of feelings and she sees it this way and you can't blame her for this because of this. And we wash out this glimpse at how we get to live with a kind of depressed, fatigued reemergence of our distorted empathy. And with it, this experience of self-importance quiets down, and before we know it, we've talked ourselves back into being under the others. Maybe less enslaved, but under the others. Now, there are all kinds of things that go along with this experience that I don't have the time to talk about. I can just allude to very briefly. One of them is you can get involved in crazy love affairs at this time. If you're in an elation and you run across another person having an elation, all kinds of crazy things happen. Two people going to Mars together means you go even farther out, which means you have incredible experiences. The vulnerability that goes with that time is exaggerated so that you get involved in exaggerating others' feelings, which makes for enormous stormings of love and jealousy to extremes. People do all kinds. You also get experiences of where people who have that kind of experience and are having so much incredible, so far beyond their structure, their sense of self-confidence, they turn to the other person, assurances that they're a valuable person and whatnot, and do the same thing for that other person, so that they're at once heroes and totally hurt babies with nothing in between at any kind of, to use TA terms, adult, coping, halfway sane, taking care of yourself. In other words, I'm a basket case for you and you're a basket case for me. And because I'm a basket case, what would I do if I lost you? So tell me you love me, 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 and I'll tell you I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And if you stop it for a minute, I die of an anxiety attack and terror, and can I sleep? And what if you die tonight? I'll die. And I mean, crazy, overwhelming experiences that are divine but debilitating, and inevitably lead to a coming down, which, if it again isn't understood that that's a natural thing, that you got to come down, you got to restore yourself, pick up the pieces, look at what's happened, reformulate your notions, catch your identity up to your love, because basically these are people whose love, whose experience of themselves and experience of the relationship transcends the structures of identity and the structure of the relationship. Because relationships have to have structure too. And by that I don't mean repressive, limited, compulsive notions. What I mean is that you have to have forms of value and philosophy that fit the feelings that you're having. And relationship can't get any farther ahead of us than our self-confidence can. So if you get people feeling things for each other that are far ahead of their notion of relation, there has to be a coming down until the structure can catch up with the feeling. And if you don't understand that, you get the most violently disappointing betrayals and people that were ecstatically in love one day, violently breaking up the next, and terrible, hurting endings happening to these shooting star type love affairs. That's a whole thing you could talk a whole lecture about. Another thing I want to mention briefly is that around these transitions from suppression to burst, and when burst is beginning to lose its momentum and go down into a rest period, sometimes the energy flip-flops into other tremendously intense feeling equivalents, again to use this psychoanalytic terminology. One of them is that you can have that passion very, with no sense to it, suddenly flipping into a self-directed rage, and you get a suicidal crisis. Reich talked about that a lot in his classical book Character Analysis, where he warned of the, and very wisely, of the suicidal fears and preoccupations that come in masochistic and depressed characters who are getting better. In other words, people think of killing themselves, not in the depth of the depression, but on the way out. They think about it when the masochism is beginning to break, not when it's at its bottom, then it's stable. But when it begins to break out and the rage is getting loose from structure, if it turns back on itself in a disruptive fashion, you can get people preoccupied with very serious self-abuse. And if you understand it and are not frightened by it, and that's where having a guide or a friend that isn't panicked by the extremities of this and can teach you an understanding of it, then you can live through those times and know that it's not that you're going to feel this way forever and God wants you to kill yourself and you're a bad person and you're getting the gall to think that you're not. So now you're really a bad person and you better do yourself in before you do something terrible to somebody, like being fair or asking something of them or getting mad at somebody who's awful or evil. There's that. And also you can get that feeling of elation flip-flopping into terror, anxiety attacks. And people who go through these times experience the most amazing coin flips of at one time feeling I can do anything, full of creative ideas, and literally 30 seconds later they look over the television set and some doctor comes on or somebody and says, have you thought about your blood pressure today or something? And in some hypochondriacal fit, all that energy will go into, I'm going to have a heart attack, because they're having all of these stress things that go with what's going on, and they're, I'm not getting my sleep and rest, and did I eat some cholesterol 3 days ago? And I mean, I'm that unstable that I can go that way with it. Not because necessarily there's a logic to the anxiety. There may be and there may not be. It's simply that the emotion is so malleable that it can go different directions almost at whim. Almost at whim. And anxiety is a kind of very rag-baggy type emotion for putting lots of other feelings into. And anxiety attacks that have the kinds of energy we're talking about here, where there's 20 or 30 or 40 years of rage and unlived life focused into a trip to the post office, and will I have a heart attack going there? Or, what if I'm standing and I get right in front of the postal clerk and I blurt out something like, I'm a sadist, or I tell the person that I'm homosexual, or something like that, like I'm going to say something that I was always afraid that I was, or I'm going to lose control, or something like that. And suddenly that moment becomes a whole life and death focus of everything, and terror at those levels is incredible. At the least, it's totally exhausting. And after the anxiety attack is over, all you want to do is go to bed for 3 days. And then it's picking up the pieces again. Then you get another problem on top of it. The problem with anxiety is that it's got a very strong conditioning factor to it. So if I had an anxiety attack once, because mostly we don't, incidentally I'm going to teach a course about the value of anxiety in the spring. Mostly we don't value anxiety. We are embarrassed of it, we think it's a bad thing, etc., etc. So what we do is interpret that anxiety attack as a bad thing. We notice all the things that surrounded it, and we start then being afraid of the next anxiety attack, which loads it all toward fear as the way that, and in other words, what I'm saying is, like the archetypes, which Jung described as like dry stream beds in our psyches, and when the rain falls, it goes down that channel. You can think of this time in life as a sort of a pool of water, namely experience, rage, feeling, unlived life, that can flow down any one of a number of things, and one of them is anxiety. And if you have one anxiety attack, by our interpretation of it, we deepen that channel. So the next time we feel a lot of life, I'm going to have an anxiety attack. And we notice what we felt the other time before it. Oh, I remember it was a Tuesday, and it was a full moon, and et cetera, and some crazy associations to it. We get into magic rituals to make it not happen, and then we're afraid that if we didn't do the ritual, it's going to have the fear builds up. Another anxiety attack, deeper thing. Now I'm having anxiety over anxiety. It's a vicious circle. Then my whole life I can get symbolized on anxiety. Then I pit my growth against my anxiety, namely, if I'm really getting my life together, I should be able to control my anxiety. And if I can't control my anxiety because I'm setting myself up anxiously, I'm not getting anywhere. Hence, I stay in my slavery, I kiss everybody's ass, I doubt what I'm going through, the love's no good, because I'm just getting crazier and crazier with fear. Fear generalizes. With more generalization, there's a whole spiraling feedback. You turn up the volume of the amplifier, it multiplies, it doesn't jump in steps, and you can get people who are constantly terrified, who are in fact on the virtue of resolving everything. I mean, it's totally crazy. And the coin is flipping like that. And one needs to know a lot about one's experience at those times. Helps like crazy to have somebody who ain't getting nervous too. And somebody that can teach you that you're not on the verge of psychosis. You're on the verge of, you're simply experiencing life energy another way. This is not a sign of deterioration. It's a sign of you being close to life. Okay, what's your experience of this, and we got a few minutes to talk about it. What are your questions of it? It's a very complicated time, more to say about it than this, but what? Yeah. Well, there are different ways to handle it. Psychoanalysis handles that by asking the patient in classical analysis not to make any major life commitments until the therapy is over. That is a manipulative way, but has the wisdom behind it is what we described tonight. The wisdom is that the folks and connections and the ideas of what you think you are and what you want to do are going to change while you're going through it. You're not going to see it once and have it stay the same. That is a manipulative technique, and one can question whether that's natural, and also one could question whether people can really go through the full circles of the change without trying on different relationships and whatnot. And also, if you understand it, you can accept the passing quality of those experiences and not hate yourself for it. And if you understand that to those people who were caught up in your life in those times, they got something that they would not have gotten in their life by themselves had they not known you in that time. So they're not the loser for it, even if they don't wind up with you. And that's their responsibility anyway. What all of that adds up to is that while it's difficult, it's natural. And no one is ultimately hurt for it, if you understand it. Now, the answer to your question is that that is precisely the problem. What you restate as a question, that there is no way to know it, to alter it. Because when you finally know it, you won't be going through it that way. And I can tell you all I can about rights, and you'll be able to go no further with it than you're able to go with it. So, so there's no way to know more than you accept. So the only thing that you can know going in with the benefit of this kind of knowledge is that I'm going to have some experiences with people, and I'm going to have some relationships that may not last. Why do you ask? Well, I'm being playful about selfish, but that's sort of what I want to talk about next week. See, it's sad. Sounded like guilt to me. Do I have a right to? Yeah.
And so in that I said, well, in the past I never trusted my intuition, and now I'm beginning to have more confidence in the fact that I should have been trusting my intuition more of my life.
Yeah.
So now I'm having these intuitions, and I'm going, are they real, or are they sneaking in little voices telling me things that I should just ignore?
Well, now, it may be a little different than what I thought. I mean, I don't want to comment on a personal example if I don't know you well, but there is that dilemma in there at many different levels. At early levels, it's often guilt, like what right do I have? If it's going to change, I shouldn't be with anybody, or that sort of thing because it's bad for them. I thought that's what I heard you say. Down the road, it can be, things may be different, but this is where it is right now. I mean, this is what, and I don't know what to say to that. I mean, that's really going to be determined by the strength of your intuition and the feeling of your rights behind it. And if the strength of the intuitions and your self-love and your ability to tolerate loneliness and all of that is a certain way, you're going to be able to resist those less than fully satisfying relationships and things. And if you're lonely enough and hurt enough and unsure enough, you're going to go with them in some kind of way. I think the important thing is just not to delude yourself about it. And the greatest delusion of all is that things might change. I don't think that relationships that have limitations ever change. I mean, if they have any essential limitations, and we're telling ourselves stories that with time, or my being at a different place, the relationship may be at a different place, that's really rare. And the way that I would put it is, if we're sort of here, and there's somebody here, and we're thinking that with time this person's going to move here, because we don't love ourselves and have enough of a sense of process yet, we don't realize by the time they get there, we're here. And relationships have ways, even if they move around a little ways, of sort of being in the same place at a different level down the road that they were right now, with rare exceptions. So then you have to ask yourself, why are you telling yourself stories? And if you have to tell yourself stories, you have to tell yourself stories. Yeah, there was one, 2 B complexes a day don't do it, I can tell you that. What is your question? I mean, can you focus a little more?
Where I find myself.
Well, that's why I'm teaching. Okay? I mean, that's the point of the lecture tonight, which is to say that how do you understand this experience that you've just been through and you don't feel the feeling anymore, and you don't know if it's ever going to return, and you're so fucking tired it's highly unlikely. I mean, when we're tired and depressed, and we often get depressed when we're tired, the character of depression is that you think you're going to feel this way the rest of your life. I mean, in depression, you don't feel other possibilities, and other emotions are... there's a very interesting paper on that in Rollo May's book, Existence. It's where I learned about that. I think maybe Roland Kuhn or someone's paper on depression there, the phenomenology of depression, is very interesting. But that's the character of it. You can't, when you're really tired, I've always felt this will always be this way. And you as from some other emotional states where you can envision yourself feeling and being different, depression and weariness isn't that way. So that unless you're armed with a kind of understanding or overview about it, sympathy with it, acceptance of it that I'm talking about tonight, you tend to misunderstand it and reach back for it, try to recreate it, instead of naturally accepting that time when you're down, knowing it's going to return in its natural time, and it's going to be after a cycle of those things that some other style of life and temperament and feeling is going to emerge as your new way. I mean, you're not going to spend your whole life in upheaval. When you get your act pretty much together, you're not going to have as bursty an existence. Your life isn't going to be a constant identity crisis. I mean, it's going to have some stability in it because you don't have any flaming areas of distortion. And you're working out your feeling as you go. You're reacting. You're not building up. So your life is going to have a different character to it. It's going to look additionally desirable, just to elaborate on your question, because when you don't have it all resolved yet, you don't feel as potent when you're down. So you long for the time when you had the poop to do everything. And it's going to take a while for you to get to a place where you feel potent in a non-elated state. That's really the point of it, is to get to that place, but accept every place along the line. Yeah. That's right out of what I talked about tonight. In other words, what I'm saying is, because if you don't yet have the structure to hold, if you don't have that, then that turns into fear. That it can turn many different ways.
So much of it now. I would have hoped there would have been enough structure built to carry me through these things more easily. But it just anxiety keeps on coming up.
Takes a lot of time. I mean, that's what I've tried to. Again, I can't personally say you're doing all you can do or whatever because I don't know you, but I would say this stuff takes years. And the reason that needs to be said is that we walk around, it's partly, I mean, it's a kind of artifact of the popularizing of psychoanalysis. It's not really psychoanalysis' fault. But there's the notion that if you understand something and there's a catharsis, that should never be a problem again. I mean, we tend to think that we know enough to know that if we hear it and we don't feel it, we don't change. But if we hear it and feel it and know it, and then I'll go through the whole thing, that we really ought to be a different person for that. And the nature of emotional slavery is that that's not so. And that you're going to go over it sometimes hundreds of times. Because you're not just releasing an energy and coming back to a normal sense of self, which is the whole cathartic model. The cathartic model is that you have some basic sense of self in an undistorted situation, but you have a neurotic fantasy, that bubble that you live in, and if you free the energy from that, the energy goes into the conflict-free egosphere, which means then you act normal, and you feel better. Well, there is no concept, there's no experience of normality in a slave's life. It's beyond neurosis. Their life is neurotic, and it's all they've ever known. It wasn't normal, and it got neurotic. It's always been nuts. It's been unfair from the beginning. It's been mean from the beginning. So the structure builds slowly.
Does it ever really finally hold together and stay there?
Yeah, it has that possibility. Yeah?
Do you know of people who
Yeah, I know of folks that have done it. One more and then I gotta go. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here to say that it takes years.
Which I said before, but it's worth saying again. I can't tell you how many times I've heard emotional slaves say, I can't believe the things that I'm feeling, or I can't believe what I almost said to him, or I'll tell you what I really said to him. I'm so cruel and mean. I finally found out I'm a sadistic person. I always thought I was a nice person, but I can accept it. But I'm really a cruel person. I said, well, what did you say? It ain't mean or sadistic. It's usually just straight anger. But because they've never been angry, and still their rights haven't caught up with it, to say to somebody, you can't do that to me, is like killing them. You know, I mean, it's out of proportion. And in general, the anger that's felt is far less dangerous and harmful than they think it is. It's simply that we're not used to it yet. We don't have any perspective about it. But I will try to get into that the problem of the nice person and what you have rights to and all that kind of thing next week. I'll see you.